Move on.
Yes. Before we move on,
we're looking at big shots, vocal people that have left Parliament.
Right.
But I think here comes in Gerard Karuhanga. He's one of those we believe are going to be a replacement. Who are articulate, very vocal, and all that.
I hope he's not alone, though. You know, when it's a team of
combined
vocal,
yeah,
look at those in the opposition that maybe Betty numbers also could be. But of course, when you talk about the likes of who have left the Mpunga, the Muhanga,
yes,
it depends on in what context he is. Betty Numbers is very vocal in. I wouldn't want to say. Exactly, I don't want to use the word propaganda, but for lack of a better word. But when it comes to legislation, pure legislation, scrutinizing the Attorney General's report, Auditor General's report.
Maybe in case Joel Senyonyi makes it back, of course he'll be with Karuhanga there in speech.
I hope Jonathan Odori is back.
Right. Looking at Jim Muwezi, that is Rujumbura County under the NRM ticket, and Betty Namboze Bachireke coming through for NUP, and of course Mukono municipality, and on independent leaning towards NUP. Emmanuel Magola.
From FDC to NUP to independent.
Magola was in FDC.
yes.
Oh, interesting. He now comes through as independent, and from his victory speech, he's really ready to put up the manifesto that NUP holds as the Busiro East member of Parliament. Let's see other members of Parliament that are now ready to serve in the 12th August House. Bruce Balaba, Rubanda West under the NRM ticket, and still under the NRM ticket we have Evelyn Ninsima, woman MP Rubanda, and still NRM winner Mole Kamukama Kazo, woman MP. I think she has served as a presidential advisor. Yes, she has served as a presidential advisor, and they're in NRM for you. Looking at other members who are serving in the 12th August House. Lydia Wanyoto
finally
defeating Galiwango.
Excited.
She has really,
she's a person I've posted a number of times, both radio and TV.
Okay.
And she has tried.
Yeah, she has really fought for that position. Yes.
Really?
Finally, she's come through.
Oh, yeah, I wonder how the brother is doing.
Yes,
in northern division. Yes.
Yes, indeed. But Lydia Wanyoto defeats Galiwango there. Galiwango was on independent, but NRM leaning, and Lydia Wanyoto here was the flag bearer.
She's done much for the party. She's very vocal for the party, passionate about the party,
and beautiful.
And finally, she's made it to Parliament.
And a passionate politician. A passionate politician.
She's a person who call at any time to speak about issues of her party, and she'll be here either 5 in the morning or whatever time. Lydia Wanyoto will be.
No disappointment.
No,
I'm coming. You see now I cannot. Okay.
More NRM cadres that are making it to the 12th August House. Ismail Lubega, Kakuto County. Is it
Geoffrey Lutaya?
I'm not so sure, but
Kakuto
Geoffrey Lutaya. Yes,
it's Geoffrey Lutaya.
He's actually replacing Geoffrey Lutaya.
NRM takes over. Lutaya was NUP.
Yes, Lutaya was NUP.
Is
in Parliament. Yes. Minsa Kabanda, Hajat Minsa Kabanda comes through. NRM direct MP Kampala Central,
very
replacing
few women.
Sereko Muhammad,
who was an independent.
When we look at parliaments that have come in, the 11th, the 10th, very few ladies come on direct
MP. Yes.
Now, when you see a woman winning a constituency, a direct seat, there are not very many. Actually, the 11th Parliament, we had over 500 members of Parliament, but you can't find 100 who are women who came on direct seat. There are less than 50 who came on direct seat. So Miss Kabanda, she makes two.
She's a woman of steel.
Yeah,
the number of candidates who are in that race
on independent, and also Kampala Central that had for some time wasn't so grip on the hands of NRM in terms of members of Parliament. Indeed.
Looking at more, and allow me start from my right side, which is your left side, you the viewer, in the name of women who have served this country. Ameria Chambade comes back to Mawokota North after having been swept away by the wave in the last election. She put up another fight this time round, and she defeated Hillary Chiaga. Keep in mind, by the way, just for you to keep in mind, so far by early morning hours, we had 188 members of the NRM ready to serve in the 12th August House. And there is a fellow in the field of mass communication and journalism, Zambari Blasio Mukasa, comes through for Nansana municipality under the NUP ticket. And Frank Tumwebaze comes through again for Chibare County as the NRM cadre on there. Looking at other members who are looking forward to serve in the 12th August House, will be definitely getting more of them.
I want to, you know, there is something that if you're a government worker and you stand for such seats, you resign first. I mean, I wonder what goes through the candidates' minds when, in case you don't go through, do I go back to my job? Am I accepted again? Or once you do not get to parliament, that ceases you cease to have to be an employee of that company. I think something should change a bit, according to me.
The framers of our
You know,
constitution
they say
and of that
in
law
Uganda,
never wanted conflicts of interest and people misusing resources in their campaigns. But I've also had some analysts who say that this has kept away a number of would-be good politicians from participating, because someone says, why was if I resign my job and go into politics and I lose, what next? Because the law does not permit that there is automatic return to your job. And many of them have lost their jobs,
and
they have not gone through in parliament, and when you meet them, they are living horrible lives, because they gave up their career and now they have gone into politics. So some are even saying, if you could have made that.
That is my opinion.
But remember, if you resign, for example, you resign for 6 months or a year 2, who is going to take over your job?
But you see, I think there are conversations, as they say in Uganda, in Jovuteremerero Masanga Gayo. It's also a saying in one of the African countries. For them, they say that in Kenya, actually in Kenya amongst the Masai, that an elephant never fails to carry its own ivory. Its trunk, rather, yes. So by the time you know you're going to serve, if at all your idea is to serve, these are things you plan 4 years ahead. You know what financial status you need before you step down from your 5 to 8 to go and campaign.
8 to 5.
8 to 5, pardon me, yes, 8 to 5. You generally have a plan. You do not go there for
absolutely, Julie, but
you know, some people resign their jobs and have lost.
And that's the thing, you plan, because you know that at the end of that day.
I've seen many, if many even cry out even to the president, help
because
me,
at the end of that day, you know you're going for this.
Julie, you're totally right, but I'm not the electoral commission, I'm not the voters, I'm just trying my luck.
Exactly.
So the law should be amended.
That's why you plan accordingly.
It should be amended, but in case
I'd love to engage you guys in a very interesting conversation, and I'm really looking forward to your 2 cents. But before that, let me just give you an update. NRM 188 candidates, independent 38 candidates, rather 38 members of parliament.
That's true.
Yes, NUP 22 members of parliament so far, FDC 9 members of parliament, DP 5 members of parliament, UPC 2 members of parliament, PFF 2 members of parliament, and ANT 1 member of parliament. Now I'd love for us to take a listen, or another listen, to what Honorable Balam Baragahara had to say on the issue of the internet shut down in Uganda, and thereafter I'll definitely hear your 2 cents as to what you think about this particular conversation. Let's have a listen.
Present what basis of our suit. So I mean, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge the constitutional right. It's by law, and they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them, because the president is a very humble man who respects the law and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. Where the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
Regards to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into 2. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the EC, UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay.
Even if
internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. He's the...
Forgive me for laughing. Oh, my goodness. That was the conversation that Honorable Balam Bargahara had gave to our very own Jethro Kasaija. And of course, in regards to the internet, he says that first and foremost, it was for security reasons. But then later on, he found out that in Mombasa, a ship hit internet cables that were disrupted, and thus the cutoff of the internet in Uganda. Now, of course, keep in mind that on the 13th of January at 6 p.m., before 6 p.m., it must have been probably 4 p.m. or 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours before 6 p.m., it's when a directive and a message was released by the UCC that in the next few hours, then the internet would be shut down from Uganda. And at that time, it caught most Ugandans off guard. Well, there was a suspicion that internet would be shut down at that time, but not as abrupt and getting caught off guard as it happened on the 13th of January. And true to form, at 6 p.m. exactly on the 13th of January, internet was cut off and Uganda went dark. However, the Honorable Minister says that there was a cable that was hit by a ship in Mombasa, and he went ahead to say that anyways, why do we complain? Because the one who brought the internet is the one who we are voting for anyways. And of course, he made mention of the fact that their technicians are doing everything possible to make sure that the internet comes back. And of course, the fact that Ugandans were wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And if they had not listened to the message of the president, they would not even have voted as they did. Now, colleagues, what are your 2 cents? You know, your facial expressions are actually...
Maze.
Now, when I was in the School of Journalism, as a professional journalist, I was told to look for comments on certain issues from the right people. And the right people to speak about internet is Uganda Communications Commission, which issued a statement and was very clear, even indicated the time when internet would be switched off. I don't know if it is that time that the ship was going to knock the cables in Mombasa, that Uganda Communications Commission knew the exact time this accident was going to happen. I don't know, but for me, I rely on information.
And how is the cable connected to the
security? No, wait. For me, I rely on information from
UCC,
a source that is responsible to comment. If this information had come in from the Minister for Information, I would believe that. But as a professional journalist, I choose to rely on UCC information. And the Honorable has said his friends, so I can't rely on friends. I rely on credible information.
He said,
so
They are underground people. I want to desist from
please let's
making
comments. You see, government has a way to communicate.
Dr. Balamba,
no, I'm not saying. For me, take me.
I don't want to. Really
Julie, get my stand on this and clearly. This is what I want to say.
I hear you.
What I want to say is that there was a clear document on this, and I think I want to hold on something that is authentic and well verified. This could be his opinions or information he gathered. Or information he gathered, but Uganda should rest on the official document that came through. I think that is much better, because we don't want to assume that Uganda Communications Commission had sensed there was going to be an accident, that the ship was coming and it was going to hit at this particular time, and then it would be off.
But he could be right, because how many ministers have been interviewed about UCC? So Jethro had a reason as to why.
Anyways, we leave this conversation at that. We leave it at that, and definitely we'll be hearing more from the UCC, who is authorized to communicate to Ugandans matters regarding the internet, and of course probably the information minister, but at least we stay in line with the authorities, as we are told as Ugandans. Now a little later on, I really hope we do get a breather to celebrate the late Honorable Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire, one who was actually also a member of parliament serving as a woman MP in PG district, and that will be a little later on. But the other conversation that field soldiers got to engage in, and in particular this was Timothy Nyangweso, who had a conversation with the Right Honorable Richard Todwong, the Secretary General of the NRM party. We want to see what transpired and what conversation they had, what they chewed on, so that we definitely share our 2 cents on that as well.
Electoral Commission is doing the tallying of both the presidential and the parliamentary elections that are happening and ongoing. We have had about 4 sessions with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission giving us exactly what's happening there. But right now I've been joined for an exclusive with the Right Honorable Richard Todwong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, we are excited. Good evening and congratulations to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations to NRM party and congratulations to Ugandans.
Your overview of both your campaigns but also how you've got here, is this the result you expected?
Definitely we expected this even before we got nominated, because we knew elections do come after every 5 years. So as an organization you have to prepare that within this period we shall be having election. And so you plan yourself through, and I'm sure you have seen that because we planned this earlier on, it was easier for us to manage the campaigns and to manage the process up to where we have reached. We started this by confirming and updating our members' register, because that was a very key thing to us. We needed to know who our members are, where they are they voters or they are not. When we did all that and we validated our record, we were now ready for the campaigns. And again, the next thing was our presidential candidate was demanded for by party members. That means the party itself had total confidence in the candidate, and they asked him to offer himself to run. Now the third one is the party organized itself in a way that the structures were involved in the campaigns. Every leader of the party got involved in this campaign, and so it became smooth for us to run through. And it was just a roller coaster, one after another. We're moving on so well with the campaigns, and up to where we are, we're just waiting for the declaration of our results.
Right, Honorable Todwong, when you look at this election, anything that is there for you to take home as a national resistance movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them, and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful, with those few incidents that happen. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas, because as you see the results that have been coming, we won everywhere in this country with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people who might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda. because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country, is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore, their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no another leader or a party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements: roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why you speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive, to the extent that they even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todong, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what you take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans. Somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agents, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honourable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honourable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results, so we'll be leaving it to that.
Right, thank you very much, Timothy Nyangweso, for that conversation and some of the highlights that the Right Honourable Richard Tudong put up there. One, he talked about the fact that Museveni was the right brand to represent the NRM party in this electoral cycle. He reminds me of Honourable Mike Sebalu, who also talked about the importance of brand presentation and representation
and
for
actually
parties.
they emphasize that it's the party that requested Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to be their candidate.
Right.
The party requested him because they saw that within NRM
he was the befitting brand.
Yes.
Yes. And he also did talk about the fact that in his view and perspective, elections were majorly smooth. It was a smooth flow of elections. Of course, there are pockets here and there of he recognized that, which I think is a good thing on the side of the NRM, but he made mention of the fact that elections were smooth. And he talked about the usual noise, and I'd love to get your perspective first, Joan, before I come to Robert. He talked about the usual perspective we have of Kampala. It's not NRM, it's typically opposition. And he explained that first and foremost, we need to recognize that Kampala pulls many people from different parts of the country to get jobs, for different reasons, as a way of growth in life. And many of them, of course, after getting whatever they get, they tend to go back to their homes and then come back for work. Like that. And he recognized that Kampala has a problem of social pressures, which they now plan in this next term to focus on solving the problems of the social pressures that bring many people into Kampala. Now, those many people that come due to social pressures are the people that make you think that Kampala has a lot of people that do not support the NRM party, yet in actual sense, these people eventually leave town and leave the actual people who vote to stay in town, and the numbers will still tell you otherwise. What do you think of that perspective?
Of course, he's very right. He used the word a magnet. Kampala is a magnet. You know, a magnet attracts a lot of things. But according to the manifesto of the NRM candidate, flag bearer, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for this specific election, he mainly focused. The focus areas included consolidating peace and security, accelerating wealth creation and job opportunities through agriculture, industrialization, ICT and services, as well as other developments like in the energy sector, in transport. I happened to be one of the people who went and tried to evaluate the effectiveness of PDM in Mutongo and Luzira. And Mutongo is one of the wards with so many people in Kampala. Kampala has over 4.5 million people. And I really noticed a change, an improvement in the livelihoods of people because under the NPD4, there is improving livelihoods from subsistence economy to a commercialized economy by the NRM government. And this, I think, has attributed to what we are seeing right now as the results compared to other candidates from other political parties. And of course, the results, as he said, they are waiting for the declaration of the results from the Electoral Commission, especially from Kampala, the 5 divisions that make up Kampala for the MPs and also from the presidential candidates, because it's a really a big one. But from what he said, I completely agree, and I do concur with him. Previously, people did not really understand maybe the NPD4 or what the government, the NRM government, was trying to do in a bid to improve our livelihoods. And I was talking to someone as they were saying, you know, people in the villages really support NRM. And I'm like, it is because these people have immensely benefited from the projects of the government. And for us, the town dwellers, we have benefited, but at times we do not want to admit. I've seen a lady who, I'm forgetting the name, but she was in Moto, Luzira actually, and what the PDM has done for her. And I doubted she would not vote for the NRM. Yeah, so it has done a tremendous job in improving livelihoods of people, and maybe it accounts to what we are seeing now from the results, election results, with the MPs and also the presidential candidate.
All right, so Robert, let's get your 2 cents on that. The population pressures, rather the social pressures that indeed attract Kampala, becoming a magnet of Kampala that attracts many people due to social pressures, a lie that could seem like the numbers of those that don't support the NRM party are less. What do you have to say to speak into that statement? Well,
I want to first note that when you follow election partners, not only...
Oh, Robert, just a second to interject your base. I said NPD, but it's supposed to be NDP, National Development Plan.
Which is actually NDP 3.
Yeah, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. So I think because of NPD somewhere, National Prayer Day, and then National Development Plan, my mind...
Okay, that's why I looked at and I was like, lady, note this. Now, coming back to what Julie asked, when we look at the pattern of elections globally, urban centers are predominantly opposition. When you look at people who reside, and it comes back to what the Honorable has explained, because people come from other parts and concentrate here. Now, when they concentrate here, you find that they have so much needs. And for Uganda, it's worse, reason being that a big population of the country are youth. Now, these are people who are at the age of struggling to establish themselves. Now, if services are not satisfactory, they may find it very hard to vote for the government in power, for the party in power. Because for some countries where maybe the percentage is a bit older, that means they have, with age, they have been able to do quite a number of things and amass wealth. So it is what Honorable Richard Odonga has said, and I believe the shift, like my counterpart said here, is because of the different initiatives that NRM has done under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni. The youth livelihood, we have the youth empowerment scheme, we have skilling, the skilling of the girl child, the boy child. Now look at a situation where these young men and women are trained in practical skills. They are given machinery, and from machinery they're even given money. I remember just after UBC, and next to us is a training center for the girl child. These young girls are
skilling the girl child initiative.
Yes, initiative. Then even after, they're given 1 million as startup capital. They are given various initiatives. Now, it could be very hard for that girl, if in the right senses, for that youth, not to vote for NRM. I think NRM has identified the challenge, they have worked on it, and they are still working on it.
And when you look at the progress report for 2025-2026, as they were launching their manifesto there in Munyonyo, the report indicates that by 2024, actually, the completion of these projects, it was at 86% before we headed for the...
Profound at that, indeed. And now at 8 a.m., we'll be having a conversation with the Global Peace Ambassador, that is Milton Kambura. He'll be definitely having this conversation with Robert Nyonyintono to talk about peace after elections. And before 8, we'll spare some time to pay homage to the late Honorable Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire. But as we begin to close this conversation of what Honorable Richard Todwong talked about with Timothy, let's talk about the campaign, campaign message. This time round, protecting the gains. And he made mention of the fact that for every rally that the president, the incumbent, the candidate, pardon me, let me use the right
English. We understand, yes.
For every rally that the candidate Museveni held to campaign, he made sure that he spoke only of the gains. He gave a report. He was just giving a report. And if you look at the campaign slogans that have been thus far in the former election cycles, looking at, we can start from as near as 2011. 2011 was prosperity for all. And 2016 was steady progress, taking Uganda to modernity through job creation and inclusive development. 2021, do I remember what 2021 had? 2021, I think I forget what 2021 had, but coming to 2025, 26, it's protecting the gains. What do you think of the slogan, the theme that has carried on and has been a center of conversation for NRM's campaigns?
First, I want to say it was well thought of, because for the last 40 years, of course, there is so much that has been achieved. Not to say there are not challenges, but there is so much that has been achieved. When you look at what our budgets, how the budget has been improving in terms of ability for domestic funding, we are not yet there yet, but at least you see the improvements. When you look at the road network, no doubt when you look at the peace, we are now exporters of peace. You know, not importers, but exporters of peace. When you look at how many children were dying before the age of 5, how many mothers were dying, when you look at how many mothers now give birth under supervision or hands of a medical. So there is so much now. You need to tell the people that much as there is much that has not yet been done, but we need to protect what we've achieved so far. Because if you don't protect what we've achieved, then you won't achieve more, because you'll be losing what you've achieved. That's why when you talk about protecting the gains, protect the peace. When you come out and burn tires and destroy that road, when you throw stones at infrastructure that has been developed. I saw one, God save me, the word I was going to use, thank you, who was trying to disorganize cameras, traffic lights, you know. At the end of the day,
you're the taxpayer.
You're the taxpayer, and money will be spent to have that in place. So
then you complain about government expenditure.
Then you complain about government expenditure. Yet at the end of the day, money that would be used to do other things. So I think it was worth it, and to many who understood it. Of course, you had those who were questioning which gains. But
whose gains?
Whose gains? I asked one.
I know, right?
I asked one. By the time we were growing up, please don't take offense, I'm giving this as an example. There were very many people who were crippled because of polio. Brother Rato and people who have been around knew this. You would walk, you know, polio. Today, as we speak, you get this vaccine for free. Actually, one of the problems in managing success that many who would have died are now alive because of government's initiative for free vaccination. So that is already a gain, one would say. So if you can't see the gains that were protected, maybe look at yourself. Maybe you will be deformed or have an issue somewhere. But because of these gains, so you protect those as well. So I think it was well thought of.
Right.
But also the fact that President Museveni's campaigns were slightly unique. As the NRM candidate, most of our brothers and sisters in the opposition, their campaign was so much on pointing what hasn't been done and criticizing the government in power. Not telling people what they are going to do.
What the alternative is.
Or what they are going to do. You would see one gets abusing, verbal artillery, you know those things. Yet this man gets there and takes you back in history. What this country was. What has been achieved so far. And what is going to do in case you find him as your favorite candidate. Now, the messages, for you, you're telling me Judy is bad, look at how she's dressed, Robert is a short man, now you see he wants this, that. Now, this one is coming and telling me, no, when you give me your vote, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you. So that, I think that also really made things different.
Very profound. Now, I wonder why, if Robert being a short man was a statement that we had to chew on, but let's move on to paying homage to the late Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire. I would love to believe that the three of us here at least have been educated in Mulembe Gwa Bita and Bukenya at that, you know, where we've done education cycles under the Right Honorable Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire as the Minister of Education. Now, just a fact file, she was born on July 17th, 1941. and graduated with a diploma in education from Makerere University in 1964. She was a very ambitious woman, never married immediately after university, but rather concentrated on building her career. And Bitamazire later graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in 1967, a certificate in education and administration in 1971, and later got herself a master's degree in education in 1987. Eventually, she got married at 31 and had 7 children and continued to build her career. And professionally, she served as director of East African Railways and Harbors from 1971 to 1973, taught at and served as head teacher of Tororo Girls School from 1971 to 1974. And as a teacher, Bitamazire taught girls about their rights as women and gave them practical lessons on how to survive in a patriarchal world. When she left Tororo Girls, Bitamazire served as the senior education officer at the ministry 1974 to 1979 before becoming the education minister between 1979 and 1980. Thereafter appointed deputy chairperson of the Teaching Service Commission from 1981 to 1996 before bouncing back into active politics as the Minister of State for Primary Education in 1999. Bitamazire also served as Mpigi District Woman MP from 2001 to 2011, and in July 2013 was appointed as Chancellor of the Uganda Management Institute, UMI, by President Museveni, a position she held until 2021. What a stature of service.
Actually, we remember when we mentioned many of the women that have inspired young girls in this country to join politics, to pursue their career. You talk about the likes of Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire, one of the women that I remember when we were in school, when young girls were being told to study very hard, to stay focused. And so she's one of the ladies, the icon ladies we can talk about in this country that have empowered the girl child through their struggle, through their actions. And young girls, many women looked up to Bitamazire because they would mention, be successful, a young girl can be useful. Look at Bitamazire.
You can marry and have a career.
Yeah, she's in the area of the likes of Rebecca Kadaga, the women that look up to, Maggie Chigozi, Bitamazire. Those ladies that during the girl, of course now the girl child has reached some levels where you have so many now women in key places, but by those days they weren't so many.
Hard, yes.
It wasn't so many. So the likes of Bitamazire, away from her, what she gave to this country, the field of education, and wherever she worked, she was an icon.
Indeed.
An inspiration for many young
John,
girls.
in just a minute or two, what are your words of homage?
I think she played a vital role in the introduction of UPE. She was very vocal, which has helped a lot of Ugandans and also curb illiterate levels that up to now, UPE is just advancing. It's not having a setback. So with the girl child, Robert has mentioned it, because when you look at especially Zawandera Kazibwe, they're in the same league almost. And I think it is really a pity that we've lost her, but her legacy lives on, because UP is still here and it's not going anywhere.
She has served well.
Yeah.
Well, may you rest in peace, Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire. Clearly, many of us have gone through your generation and have been empowered by you as a woman, and a woman who is empowered for other generations, for a better Uganda, for God and my country. Now up next is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono, indeed with Milton Kambura, to talk about peace, especially after this election cycle. Uganda must stay anyways, right? Good morning.
incumbent or others that are contesting with him. We expect the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, by 9 to come and give us more of the results. And of course, it is a sure deal that by 5 p.m. today, Ugandans will have known the final results by the Electoral Commission will be out. Of course, as more results of members of parliament who have won are coming in, and we'll be giving you that as results come in. But many are so far jubilating, and of course many are now wondering how Ugandans decided not to give them their vote, despite having put in a lot of effort. I'm Robert Chirabo Nyointono, and with me I have the Global Peace Ambassador Milton Kambura with me, with whom we are going to discuss peace after elections. We had the campaign time, seeking, canvassing, trailing this country to convince Ugandans to vote for that particular candidate. We had the polling day for presidential and members of parliament, both the elect and woman member of parliament. That was done and dusted. Now here we are today waiting for the final results, which are a must today. But how do we ensure that even when this happens, we have a peaceful atmosphere? Good morning, Kambura, and welcome to the studios.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. And our viewers, I thank you for keeping peace. And as I said, please keep peace, because it is the foundation for economic prosperity. It's the foundation for stable families, but very important. Without peace, our children cannot go to school. Even the media cannot deliver its human rights. So I want to say, please, Ugandans, you have spoken. And so the candidates must listen and respect the power of the people. That's what we call people power. People power means the people voting, means they can remove you from that chair and then put a new one. They can decide that you remain in office. And I want to congratulate those who have won elections. Now it's time to go and visit your competitor and say, hey guy, man, woman, I think it's time to combine our manifestos and build our country. That's very important to us. And the religious leaders have done their work. Peace, 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 peace. And I think we are a model in the region. And I think our clan leaders are also doing the same. The kings are doing the same. And you're doing the same. UBC TV. And I thank the management.
Milton, when we talk about peace at a time like this, we know defeat is not easily accepted. We've had some that have lost at parliamentary level contesting the results, saying, I'm not content, I was reached. We've had those that have won,
Yes, sir.
congratulating or commending the Electoral Commission for a job well done. Now, at such a time, tensions are high because we commercialized our politics. People have invested hugely. It's been more like a business to invest for certain people. And they have lost. At such a time, we have supporters, those who are rest assured that it's their candidate and nobody else. Their candidate eventually may not make it, or already for parliamentary, has not made it. Telling such hearts, broken minds, some don't know even what is next. To maintain peace, I want you to speak to them.
What I know is Ugandans are not ready to go to the wars of the past. I love that. Ugandans are peaceful people. And historically, Ugandans know that Obote just manipulated Kabaka. Idi Amin came over through, using a coup, removed Obote. Of course, elections of Obote tried to manipulate them, and Museveni went to the bush for those things. Ugandans have always portrayed peaceful people. And I know even when they are dissatisfied, they will not go to war. They will not go to the bushes. We want to expedite and exploit the constitutional means where peace has been reserved for those who are detested, those who feel the elections were not fair, those who think they were abused, and they will go to the courts of law. And so I pray that the Minister of Justice, the judges, our Lord justices in the magistrate courts, in the High Court, and the Court of Appeal, please, the only gap that gives breathers, that gives alternatives for quick and timely justice to our politicians who could actually become or erupt like a volcanic mountain on our population. Please, every MP that feels dissatisfied, please, there is a way that the Constitution provides, and you have a right to gather all your evidences and starting even tomorrow to go to the court of law. And so the courts of law will start immediately to work on your cases and justice will be given to you. But then it is very important, you must also think about yourself. Is it true that I did not win election? But also it is very important, lastly on this point, to accept defeat. Ugandans, it is a long time ago when people used to say, you will get ashamed. No, people have spoken. Maybe somehow it is an opportunity that then you can do a SWOT analysis. Maybe you didn't speak well. Maybe you didn't have a good manifesto. Maybe the opposition, somehow they were divided, as you know. They were divided, they had internal bickering, pulling each other down, Yet some of your competitors in NRM are consolidating peace. They are consolidating certain programs of PDM. So somehow we got to understand and realistically look at the weaknesses and appreciate what programs do we have as opposition. When we are pulling each other down, we are agitating that one, no, the other one, they have lost. Many of them I'm hearing they have lost. Even the best speakers, even the best opposers, even those that even fight blows in parliament, they have lost. Why? Because somehow those that would really win were pulled down and others were kicked out of NUP, others went over to form other new political parties. It takes time to win an election.
So you're calling for self-examination.
Self-examination.
Before you think you're unfairly treated, do self-examination.
Exactly.
Now, Milton, you talked about people going to court. Now, I want you to figure in and understand these two categories of Ugandans that we have. We have the youth. And these are mostly the diehards to some supporters. We have the candidates themselves that may go to court and, of course, have evidence and then file and all that. But what do you make of these youths? Because for them, they quickly rush to the streets. Yesterday we had some pockets, and I didn't see any candidate in this, neither parliamentary or presidential. You don't see them. But these youth that rush to bring buckets of garbage, to block roads, to stone, they are not. Are they just not aware that the candidate can go to court? First speak to them, because for them they don't wait. They are not concerned about you. If someone has been their candidate, he has lost, some of them will rush to such acts.
Unfortunately,
court is for the elite, it's for you that's people in suits.
Of course, you have said it, but I will oppose you on one point. The young people of this country, from last year to this year, we have done a good job. The young people that we used to see, the young people of this country, really, largely, they didn't stone police. There was no many riots. Actually, there was a total reduction of numbers of young people dying in an election. And I must thank the Uganda police. I must thank the UPDF, Kainerugaba MK, General. Thank you. I salute you for keeping the country safe from our enemies, external enemies, and defense gaps. They have been limited. And so I feel the young people need to really, for the first time, thank them. The young people, thank you for having had good character to defend your country, to vote peacefully, to go to the polling station. Yes, the machine delayed to work. It didn't work in many places. But you went back home and came back and voted. And so to come here on UBC TV and say, I should, they call it a sacrificial lamb. No, the young people this time were good. And many voted with their heads up. And that's why results, people are checking, what happened? No, the young people changed. The young people saw robust programming of the country. And the leaders, they were looking at who is talking about my future. Others were hiding under the carpet, talking good, good, good. And I like the president, Museveni, this time his campaign changed. He was even on the polling stations, rallies rather, actually educating the people. Even saying, yeah, we are wrong there, we will improve. That was good. Me, I like that. And so we were also seeing on the opposition just attacking, sending missiles, rocket propeller grenades, of saying stupid, idiot. Man, people seem to be saying, okay, and PDM worked. It was actually the litmus paper. And so this 1 million, I think we should increase it. Whoever will pass to Robert Chagulanyi or Museveni, that PDM is making miracles in villages. Because now people are coming to actually listen who is increasing the PDM, who is accelerating value addition on agriculture.
My question to you was very clear.
Yes.
A message to the youth who their perception may not be caught, but quickly resort to issues of violence or actions of violence if they are candidates or if they feel not well convinced with the process. We've seen already some pockets in some areas. That was my question to you.
Nobody, I answered it by saying that no one is going to manipulate the young people because you have talked to them. Young people want to see their future. They want to visualize the future of artificial intelligence. So nobody's going to buy them. And actually, to show you a fact, 2021, many political leaders misused the power of the young people. And so it was evident, the chaos. But now, after listening to our messages and the robust programming of different speakers, the religious leaders, the kings, the media, many of them, they are saying, wait, but these people seem to be using us. So they are now asking tough questions. Yes, you want us to support you, but what do you have on the table that will propel my youthful energy to invent, to make cars, to make vehicles, to make clothes, to make shoes? So the politicians of the country, many of them don't have answers. And that's why they are now being disappointed for the first time. Even though that shout in parliament with empty rhetorics must live and remain in the villages. And so new brand machinery of politicians, of leaders who can think of solutions are now coming in. So they feel tired of abusing. They want now new breed of leaders who are morally upright, who are innovative, and who have global spectrum of how do we Uganda be positioned as $1 trillion US economy by 2050. That's the rhetoric they are talking about. So whoever is weak, 2026 is going to become a kasengeja of those that speak and those who implement what we call futuristic, disruptive economic solutions. That is, no, so nobody is going to ask the youth to join wars. No one is going to get even one younger man to go into rebel activities. And I call upon the young people, please listen to the Global Peace Ambassador. No one wants your future to be in your hands. It is you, only you, who has power with your future. And so listen to those who bring peace, because without peace you cannot even play football. You cannot go and play in Manchester. You cannot even make your innovation. You cannot even turn tomato into tomato sauce and bring to the supermarket. Look for those young people, fellow young people, and unite and create innovations and turn Uganda into the basket, a food basket for the world. And so nobody, don't listen to them. Report them to the police. Report them to your elders. Report them to your parents, mothers and fathers and uncles. We have no time to waste. Uganda has the youngest population in the world, second after Niger. So you cannot say we are young, the youngest. The youngest means being bright, being creative, being innovative, being ready to lead beyond, take over the country after these elders go.
Shifting away from the young people, now we want to go to the candidates at various levels. The politicians, many of them, of course, you've seen young lads come into politics, young ladies come into politics, but by and large, politics remains dominated by elder persons. Not old people per se, that those that are 60 and above according to our constitution, but even though still said, you find that because our politics requires injecting in some money, not so much of the young population at some levels like parliamentary have amassed the wealth that is needed, the monies that are needed. Even just being nominated is money.
Correct.
You know? So what do you speak of the candidates for presidential, who may not go through, in case the NRM doesn't go through, what message should he speak? In case the NUP candidate doesn't go through, what message? In case the PFF doesn't go through, in case, so all the 8 candidates at presidential level, then all the candidates at various parliamentary level, what message now should they be preaching?
What you need to know is the compromise of the young people. They always compromised. We voted them. You remember 2021, we voted many of them. And I think NUP is going to have very reduced number in parliament. Why? Because people were seeing them being compromised. They were being corrupted, and they go with these book of feeders like this. In somewhere they are paid money, and so the people do not go. They don't want anymore being taken for a ride. So young people don't be compromised. If you go to parliament, now people have given you trust, and they have consolidated their belief, thinking that the bad condition they are in, when you go in, you will go to parliament and help parliament make laws. Then you are compromised, and so my work here is
Kambura,
that, yes sir.
I want you to listen to me carefully.
Yes sir, I'm listening sir.
When I'm asking
yes,
you.
Sir.
My question was, what message do you have
yes.
for the candidates
yes.
at all levels,
yes.
beginning with the presidential candidates,
yes.
at such a time like this,
yes.
where many may not go through? What message should they be passing out there? To elaborate this, I've seen candidates who lose, and then they come out and say, my supporters, in a later time, I'm going to declare my next step of action.
Yes, sir.
And the next step of action may not be a voice of peace. That was my question to you.
Your question, I am broadening it so that it's a full question. And in this context, the problem is that when people get into office, they become small gods. So that's what I'm trying to mitigate and try to curtail.
Is that the message they should be telling young people?
The younger leaders, the leaders that have taken on this position, from the president to the LOC1, possibly very soon we'll have elections of the LOC1. Remain humble. That's what I'm talking about. Do not allow to be compromised, because the people have given you the power to influence peace and democracy and economic transformation. Some of them reach there and get compromised. And when they are compromised, we no longer have leaders. We have just empty heads being driven to nowhere and not talking about the people and their problems. So what I'm talking about here on the National Broadcasting Corporation television, the national broadcaster, is that whoever is winning, whoever has won right now, go walk while you know you represent people who have given you that power. From the president, it means these 5 years, use them to unite Ugandans, to transform Ugandans. And so we will have a dream to turn this country into $1 trillion economy. Does it mean just talking about it? No. It means every village must have industries. It must have value addition catalyst centers. We must have what we call incubation centers in schools, so that young people really read and write, study mathematics, physics, chemistry to produce products to go to the market. That's what I'm talking about. Turning 15 million young people into producers of jobs and innovations and end youth unemployment. So pray, Mr. President, I want to work with you these 5 years doing exactly that, to transform the country from over talking of your MPs and RDCs to incubating products from the villages to all supermarkets, so that 90%, my brother, of all products in the economy are made in Uganda, going to the world.
Let me just help myself at this. Well, at such a time when we have just had elections and waiting for the results to be announced by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, of which we are very sure that by 5 p.m. today, all Ugandans will have known who of the 8 will be the next president of Uganda. To the candidates, it's important right now at such a time that you preach the message of peace to your supporters. We came in this election knowing there must be a winner, there must be a loser. It wasn't a done deal that for you, you must win. Otherwise, we would not have an election. But we came in this knowing that it's you to convince the people to vote for you in power. Peace is more important than victory, because victory without peace is meaningless. Even if you got victory today, but you never and we do not have peace, then it is meaningless. we won't achieve what Milton has been talking about. So candidates right now, preach the message of peace. Tell those young people that yes, we have lost, but let's remain peaceful as we pursue the arm of the law. If you are willing to go to court, if you feel, because the Constitution gives you that right, the message should be peace, peace, peace. Don't engage yourself in violence. These are the words that candidates should be speaking right now. Don't engage in violence. If things have not gone as we expected, we will try another time. If you feel maybe there have been certain things, then tell them, let's wait upon court. Let's wait for the rulings of court. Help us gather the evidence so that when we go to court, we can win. We can have a case to present and defeat and claim our victory. That is very important because Uganda will not end with you today. So, Kambura, that was the message that I feel is very important for the candidates at such a time.
And you see, peace is it has segments. That's why we are in war with the global north. And so to sustain the peace we are talking about today, the economy must be fixed. And so that businesses and investments become catalysts for peace. Because to achieve total peace, there must be an understanding that that is an outcome of what me and you are doing. We will talk about it. Yes, we have to talk about it. It has to be part of our culture. And so I feel at this particular time, the Kabaka of Uganda, for example, should have a press conference. And so he's talking about the things, for example, you're talking about. The king of Fort Portal, all the press conferences for all the MPs, whether they lost or they won, that is the message. And so when we move on with the peaceful message, it has to be the real blood, the lifeblood of our politics. And so I believe Bobi Wine did it well. Do you know why he did it well? We saw him saying, please remain peaceful. I want to thank Kyagulanyi Robert, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi, for having in his campaigns to have really appreciated and say, please, my brothers and sisters, let's campaign peacefully. And I believe the outcomes of these elections, we will believe and trust in the outcomes. And so the roadmap is clear, the president is clear, all the presidential candidates are clear, but then it ends with the spiritual realm. How God is going to keep Uganda together is the most important. All tribes, all religions, all political divisions, and that culture has to go down now, translated in how a Mukonjo can work with a Mchiga to open a company. That's where it begins. That is where now it can be translated.
Now, going back to the topic of the day, our viewer, we are looking at maintaining peace after elections. Now, two things happen. We've looked at the message that those that may have not made it should be passing on. But at such a time also, we do find that how people manage success is very, very important. We know some that have already been declared as members of parliament. I was watching a couple of interviews and I've seen some criticizing those that they have been contesting with and have defeated. Say, here, this was automatic, this was weak, that was weak. I've seen some supporters coming out and saying, we told you we would defeat you, and now you're going to see what we promised.
Yeah, they know the fire.
So for those that have emerged victors in these elections, of course, for presidential, we are still waiting, but we know by closure of business, today, that is 5 p.m. Just a humble reminder to you, you have known who the president of Uganda for the next 5 years is going to be. So, managing success, how should we to avoid conflict at such a time?
Yeah, managing success, but also managing defeat. Because we must have a reform. In some country, they tell you that before we give you permission to go and campaign, please first sign here that you will also accept defeat. I think we need that in our laws. So that as you write your victory speech, you must also write the losing speech. That is very critical. So those of you who have won, I guide you that do not exaggerate, because you have just started work. Your celebration means that you bring those people that you have been competing with on a round table and smile together because you have all won. Anyway, even someone to come and compete with you is a step forward to show that that person loves his country, her country. So he's not an enemy, he's a developing partner. To make sure it is actually this time, 5 years, you should actually encourage him to make sure his or her eyes are on you, so that he monitors you, he evaluates your performance, so that 2031, you come back and again compete for the same position. It's good, it's really good, and it is good to take yourselves out to Serena Hotel, to any Kafunda round, and you go drink some sodas, and we want to see some level of maturity this time. This time I want to see Kyagulanyi Robert Honorable and President Museveni and all the presidential candidates. I want to see a dinner, a presidential candidate dinner, where all the leaders, regardless of who won and who lost. No, in this game, it is win-win. Every and each one of you is a winner. All of you want to serve Ugandans. And so it is not by force that you should actually tell Uganda, I must pass through, I must lead you. No, it's really service, it's volunteerism. You volunteer, it's not business. And so if it's not business, why do you have ego in it? Why do you put beef in it? It's all about smiles, laughing, and wishing each other well. And because he has won, it means you who competed with him, you have also won. Just bring your manifesto and host him in your sitting room. Say, hey, we competed together. I lost, but I'm hosting you in my home. Let's come and share meal. And so through that, you pray for each other. You call a religious leader, a sheikh or a bishop, to pray for you, two of you, because you represent that community. You are the leaders of the community. And so the best advisor actually would be that person who competed with you. And so I see here Museveni, I see Kyagulanyi being an advisor of the president Museveni, whoever wins, or Museveni becoming the advisor of Kyagulanyi. Yes, tolerance and embracing and dialogue.
In the interest of our topic, I want to make a clarification, and that is from the police spokesperson. There are rumors of false information circulating that Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the National Unity Platform candidate, has been arrested from his home. Police has clarified that these are false. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is at his home and has not been arrested at all. So such information is wrong. Please disregard it. It is false. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu has not been arrested. He is comfortably at his home, according to police spokesperson. Now, and at this point, I want to bring in security as we talk about peace. How should security maintain the situation? I want to give you an example. This morning when I was coming to work at around 4:30, I passed through Machindi, because usually I pass through Machindi. Now, when I reached, how can I direct this? You come from Entebbe Road, you go through Machindi, that is Katwe Police Station, and you have to reach around Chicken Tonight. There's a petrol station there, Shell, and of course that is around the barracks. So I found a roadblock. I was stopped. And of course, at such a time, heavy presence, and when I was stopped, I was told to turn back. I introduced myself, I gave them my workplace ID, and they let me through. Again, as I was coming to the end of Machindi, I found another roadblock. And again, I was stopped. I told them, well, I'm so and so, this is my national ID, and they allowed me to pass through. But of course, shortly after that, I met some border young boys, about 300 or 400, like that. Oh, yonga iseo, tujaisa ochifuba, you know, so, and one told them, na yomanyi, but you see, I had to even reduce the speed. Because I was like, these guys may, in case they make how steady am I to go through this? So, security played a very, you see, it was a roadblock, it was restricted, but at least you would see that they were very humble, very calm, asking, who are you? Remember, for us bikers, there are those jackets we put on, helmets and all that. You may be scared to someone, but at least you would see that. Please identify yourself and pass through. At such a time, how should security agencies handle the situation? I know you're not an expert, but at least you can speak on this as well.
You are talking to a former commander in Middle East, So I know what I'm talking about, in chaotic times. And so I really wish that the CDF and the IGP continue to actually take control of the situation in the country, because Ugandans are peaceful. I've started with it. Ugandans are peaceful. They don't need to be provoked, to be seen as if they are enemies, or maybe they are going to do this. No, Ugandans have loved this nation for 40 years, and you have seen it. And so those roadblocks can be there possibly for reducing any possible situations. The intelligence can say, hey, those young people in this community, or maybe in front there could be something boiling up. And the next 5 years, it could really turn chaotic. Or there could be an installation, a government installation or security installation, which they do not want that maybe you pass through that road. So it's very good that our Ugandans respect the security procedures. If they say stop, stop. You are not, so if you provoke security and you just run, they will say you're a terrorist and possibly you're carrying a bomb. So the situation is really very tricky. Do not, and I repeat it, those who are listening to this television, do not provoke security by being like show that you're in a hurry, that you cannot introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. It's actually good for your safety, because maybe in the next junction, maybe there could be Al-Shabaab. Maybe there could be somebody at night who broke into people's cars and they are trying. Maybe there is a suspect. And so keep calm as usual. Ugandans respect leaders. To show you that Ugandans respect leaders, look at how Museveni has actually neutralized the use of the presidency. And now people call him Jaja. Can you imagine? Have you seen the title called judge in the Constitution? It's actually ridiculous. Some people out there say, but how do you, but it is culture. These Ugandans are cultured. And that's why all over the world, they say Ugandans are loving people. They have the best reception in the whole world. So you, the police officers, also on your side, know that Ugandans are different people from all over the world. They love, they listen, they respect, they are humble. So why would you, from a broken family, some of those guys come from broken families, and so you are stopping somebody's trying to tell you, I have a wife of mine who's pregnant, is in the car, I'm rushing to the hospital, please give me priority. You see, you will actually visibly see a pregnant woman, actually she's about to deliver in a car. And then you slap the man. You say, keep quiet, stop it. No, that means you are not security. You are not representing our security very well. So I feel, and I request Mr. President, last time, some General Biekwas, called, I think, Brigadier General Biekwas, who called him that, please, the blood blocks are too many. And somehow he reduced them. And so I feel this is no time for chaos, to show that the country is in danger. No, we should not show that, because elections are getting over peacefully. 90% are peaceful, and so somehow we should not show that our people are a threat. Already, if you have won majority of these things, some of these numbers that are coming in, it means we just have a celebration mood. Celebration mood does not mean you bring AK-47 in my face. You policeman, you policewoman. It means even if you have your AK-47, don't put it in a ready mode. No, keep the trigger down, because it is a mode of peace. And Mr. Trump is waiting. Next 2 weeks, I hear he's trying to prepare and watch around these reports that our diplomats are going to give out. So if they see chaos, they will report to the Western countries that Museveni and his government, as usual, and then they will be provoking us to stop our economics with them, our diplomatic relations with them. And the Chinese will say, okay, we are good partners, but wait, let me also keep quiet. And we don't want that chaos. So a mistake of a sergeant to kill one person will bring us to explain too much, yet we still need to have good relations with our neighbors. Our neighbors are watching us. And remember, we are their teachers. So Policeman, policewoman, you UPDF officer who's on the road on operations, please keep peace. Keep peace. Ugandans have loved you for 40 years and they have never provoked war against you. You are their children. Just to know those are your fathers, your mothers, just to know that you are brothers and sisters, and to us it is going to be cool. It's going to be peaceful, and Uganda is going to be transformed.
Well,
in these 5
that
years.
was a message for our brothers and sisters, the gallant sons and daughters of this nation in security forces. Yes, please, let's have a human face at such a time. Let's remain professional at such a time, because we know tensions are high. Accepting defeat humanly is a hard thing. Actually, one person said you will only judge a true man during his time of defeat.
Yes.
When that person has been defeated, some may go through depression, political defeat. Some that have supported, looked for votes, they have their campaign managers, they have been convinced. There's a way there's a way they convince you that even sometimes when you lose, it is hard for you to believe that you have lost. You've had campaigns and you've had multitudes, crowds.
Exactly.
A forest of
millions
people.
of them.
At the end of the day,
you get 0.
These people may not, because many come on campaigns for various reasons. The math doesn't math with what is in the boxes and what you're getting and the numbers that came to your campaigns. Some could not have voted. Some could have come for various reasons. To see who you are, some have promised there is money, others. So at the end of the day, accepting defeat may become very hard for you at such a time. So our such people must also understand that yes, some of the actions of these people are a result of this confusion. You find a honorable member of parliament. One time I saw one who sat down, talked all this. Honorable, you're forgetting your man. But it was because of acts coming to reality that you've been in parliament for the last so many years, and now it is time to go away. And you believe you've invested so much. Even now, also these youth, some love candidates and they go overboard. They don't, and they believe it must be a win. Yet they knew they were coming in an election. So those are things that you should have in mind. Not to say that you, Ugandan, should be reckless about your life at such a time. That doesn't give you justification to be reckless, because you may go. Now, Kambura, still on the topic of how to maintain peace after elections, let's look at how to treat information that trickles in.
Exactly.
I don't remember which exactly electoral cycle we were in, but one time there was information that moved all around. The Kabaka of Uganda has been arrested. And I was somewhere deep in the village. And people came to me and said, go Amahuri, hey, what has happened? It was wrong information, but then it was quickly diluted.
Yes, please.
Because later on, the Kabaka was seen moving from his palace and walking around. And of course, these images were circulating, TV stations were showing them. It was diluted, but it was a false story. However, it could cause havoc. Today, we were seeing allegations, that is on our screen, that Robert Kyagulanyi had been arrested. Picked from his home, is detained to unknown destination. How should someone treat information at such a time for us to maintain peace? So much is happening. Maybe the next you will hear. So you who is watching us, you are Ugandan. How should I treat information that is coming in to ensure that people are not ignited, then end in actions which can even take their lives because of these self-seeking people that are drafting this false propaganda?
Information is very key. And there is power in the tongue. The Bible talks of the power of the tongue to have capacity to burn forests. And so those forests is the human beings in this situation. And so it starts with the leaders, because it's you who influence the mindset and attitudes of the people. So it has to be really very critical that all the leaders listening to this television, that you can burn this country in a second right now. And remember, if it burns, you'll be the #1 to burn. And so you must be careful, completely careful, because we don't have anywhere to run. We have 2-point-something million refugees here. Yet for us, in those countries, in the region, if there was war here, it is not all about Uganda, including the refugees. Where will they go if they ran out from all these countries? So be careful, because Uganda is not all about you. That because you are angry, chiniga, you must go to the court, because Uganda must keep moving. It is a car ready to actually accelerate. Uganda is in a position to compete with the United States, to compete with Russia, China, Canada. And so we are unstoppable. So if you, an individual, you want to bring your anger on Ugandans because you are detestful of the electoral outcomes, no, we will not allow you. Do you know why we will not allow you? The pregnancy is 9 months. The child must be born. And that's a strong economy. That's a strong social cohesion. We are not in those 1970s. No, we are not that country. So every word that must come from your mouth must be bringing peace, must be bringing social cohesion for people to unite. Your words must say, okay, I have lost. What's next? I think I must wait for 2031, because good things are eaten by only those people who are alive. So heroes of those days were heroes who are dead. 21st century heroes must be the people who are alive. I'm here, I'm a hero. I am already a hero because I'm alive. And I'm a miracle child of God. And so God makes leaders. Yes, he can make a leader to come and punish you, or come and liberate you, or come and transform you. So we believe that leaders come from God. So if you want to challenge again, wait for 2031 and do things that leaders do to work with your competitor at this particular time. And people will know that you are a mature man if you can organize a dinner with the person who won you. And if somehow you tell the community and say, we are going to work together, I will advise him. And next time, they make it consistent. Don't go to the radios and abuse and remove your clothes. The children will see that you are a nonsense and you are useless, and they made a good choice not to vote you. So continue with your projects of making the wells for the people, so that the people can have clean water. Join your colleague to promote PDM. Work with your colleague to promote peace and security. Be in those village communities where families come together to plant trees and clean the environment, get plastic out of the environment.
Sorry to cut you short. I must inform our viewer that anytime from now, we'll be heading to the Tari Center, the National Tari Center that is in Reza, where the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, will again be giving us another dossier of results that have come in so far regarding the presidential elections. Who will take the day? Well, we've been having quite a number of them where the justice comes out and gives the public an update of what they have so far received. So let's head to the Tari Center in time from now. We'll be going there, but according to the images on the screen, I see the table where the commissioners sit, and of course the chairperson well prepared for them. In time they'll be moving in there, and of course they'll be giving us what the results are. By 5, it is confirmed that Ugandans will have known who the next president of this country will be out of the 8. Of course, he who scores 50 plus 1 will become the president. In case we don't have any score that, then of course you know what happens. But according to earlier results, it's proper that we are not going for a rerun. Actually, we will have a winner at the end of the day. Yes, Milton, coming back to you, we were still looking at how you should treat information. Now, wherever you are, know that at such a time, wrong information is so common. Ensure you verify the source of your information. Right now, a press conference is going on where security or police is trying to water down, to bring facts to you, that wherever this information came from, it is wrong information. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu has not been arrested and is in the comfort of his home. So disregard this information. And more of such may come. But please first verify. Do not put yourself in harm's way, showing solidarity, and later to find out that these were just rumors baseless information coming your way. Kambura.
I want to touch a very important aspect which political scientists like us really take priority. That when water comes to attack a community, there should be a gap, a door, where the exit of that water can be. It means that if you feel you are agitated, in terms of you have something in your heart, please don't commit suicide. Do not commit suicide. I've seen people who have been in these elections and they sold everything they have. They have gone to banks because they were told by their comrades, it is 100% sure. Possibly he has been winning for the last 5 times. Even 30 years he has been winning, and so that winning gives him comfort even not to campaign. Then a young star who has been riding on a bicycle comes in, he has no money, and people choose that person. It is happening. It's not all about money. The young man, the younger woman wins the election, even without a godfather. And so here is a presidential or a parliamentary candidate saying, how can he win me? That chicken, oh my God, that's a chicken thief, and people love me. Yes, those crowds could mean that they came now to give you the last chance. They are also tired of your lies. They came in big numbers or during your rallies. But the young man did not even have even 5,000 people on his rally because he didn't even have money. He went door to door to explain his ideas. Not giving money, but giving his ideas to transform the community. Now, when that happens, my brother, do not commit suicide. No, because hell will be waiting for you. You have suffered on the earth with Mabanja, but also hell will also wait for you, because that is a double tragedy. What I would do, and what I'm advising my brothers and sisters who are in that situation, I have ever been in it myself. I've ever contested and I lose. And Mabanja, Musajja Kukubira Nakasim, the moment they know you have lost, actually they will start on that day. Pay back, because they are not sure where you're going to get that money. Or definitely they will come for your house. They say, this is the only property that we know that belongs to you. My brother, things are made by people who are alive. You may lose 2 houses or 2 plots and maybe your car. But remember, be humble once again. Be in that community that raised you, that made you who you are right now. One time, once upon a time, even when Job, God had taken, it was Satan who took everything on the permission of God. He took everything. Job became the poorest man in the community, having been the billionaire of that time. Even the wife, even he remained alone. But God said to Satan that the provocation you are making on Job, please do not touch his life. It is only me who can remove his life. Tell you, my brother, my sister, right now I'm not a pastor, I'm not a bishop, but God is in me and telling me that please, I should tell you that please, you are alive. The oxygen that he continues to give you is for a reason, that more great things are coming. So you have been tested on the other side. More great things are coming to your leadership, to possibly be an LOC1, maybe be an advisor, maybe start being with your family. Some of them have not been with their families. And God wants to use this time that you concentrate on your wife and you show her love. And then you are a woman, you have been really in parliament. And so God is saying, no, you are not going anywhere. Remain here. Your husband has over suffered. And your children want you. And it's what they want to eat on your meal. So sometimes it is a spiritual warfare between the physical world and the spiritual world.
Well, just to remind you, dear viewer, that anytime we'll be heading to the National Terrorist Center in Reza, where Justice Simon Byabakama will again give us another dossier of the outcomes of the elections, or more results as they flow in. He's been coming regularly at intervals and ensuring that you're updated and know how far, what has come in, and of course who is leading at that particular time. But not to forget that we are assured that by 5 p.m. today, we will know who will have become the next president of Uganda, either the incumbent or any in the race, that will garner 50+ of the total vote casts will be the next president of Uganda. Our message to you is remain calm. Please do not engage in anything that may cause you trouble. Violence is not a solution. If you feel you've been defeated in a manner that is unjust, well, our laws are very clear. You head to the courts of law. If you feel that your candidate has lost and maybe he's so much of a darling, please do not do anything that is against the law, because security has assured us that they're on top notch, looking out for any acts of lawlessness, and they will not allow that to happen. So do not risk, don't put yourself in harm's way. We want you alive even in 2031, so that still you're able to cast your vote. Try again, and if you've won, our message to you is rejoice, celebrate honorably, factoring in that even those that have lost and you've defeated them desired what you've gotten. It's not by your might nor by your power, but by the grace of God. And above all, the people have entrusted you, not because the others were very bad, but because you were the best among the rest. So do not use provocative statements. Do not celebrate in a provocative manner, because even some that have been defeated once won this seat.
Exactly. Exactly.
Uganda is still around, so no need to cause provocation, to go to people's gates, to do all that. No. Well, we head to the National Tari Center. Jordan Lukomwa is there. Yes, Jordan.
Morning to you, tuned into UBC TV. We thank you so much for keeping it with us, not just now but all the days, and especially on this live coverage of the national tallying of the presidential election results that started on Thursday evening up to now. We have been receiving results 4 times now, with the Electoral Commission coming in, updating, and the 4th time was yesterday, where we got to know how different candidates were performing. And so far, according to what they gave us, candidate Yoweri Museveni of the NRM is still leading with 6 million votes, 851,406, which is a 73.72%, according to the Electoral Commission, as led by Justice Byabakama. Yoweri Museveni is followed by NUP's Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu with 2,105,921, which is a 22.66%, and that one is followed by Nandala Mafabi of the FDC, who has 175,331 votes, which is a 1.89%, and that there comes in Genom Jeshamuntu with 49,259, which is a 0.53%. That is how it stands, and the total of the votes so far that have been tallied and counted and brought in here are 9,524,709. That is how it has been. We have also gotten some updates about members of parliament. I'm sure our people at the broadcast house have been sharing them, and they are giving it to you live. So that is the situation here. This very morning, as we left here, the Electoral Commission chairman promised that they would give us another update, a public update, this morning at 9 a.m. So as we are here, that's why we are opening this broadcast, as we wait for the commission to come in to give us what other gatherings they have, what other update is there in as far as the tallying is concerned. We shall be talking to other leaders. Yesterday we talked to observers, the Electoral Commission, and so many others. We want to get now to talk to some leaders, especially in the opposition. What is their view of what is happening, and how are they performing? How do they look at their performance as the opposition? I have the Secretary General of the National Peasants Party.
Yes.
I am very right.
Yeah.
Just your name, sir.
Sheriff Sentongo Nambale.
Okay. So how are you personally? How have you observed the process from the polling day? Actually, let's start with the campaigns, where it started. How has it been on your side as a party to date?
We have done what we are supposed to do. Article 1 of the 1995 Constitution is clear. Power belongs to the people. We went to the people, gave in our message, we read to them our manifesto, showed to them what we are going to do to transform a new Uganda. And here we are. The tenets of democracy, one of it is election. The component of a good election must be a fair and a clear one, which must be free from obstacles, free from security, inclusion, free from bribery, free from threats, free from use of public resources, which has been established with clear observation in Uganda. So, if we came to participate in a free and a fair election, we expect to get results that are trusted.
We will get there. I wanted a picture to start from how the campaigns have been to where we are. How has it been? You a party that is having a presidential candidate for the first time, I suppose. How has it been testing the waters? How has it been on your side? How has it treated you?
We had our constitutional obligation. One, we are using personal resources. We had to struggle to see that we reach our message to all Ugandans. Of course, we faced a lot of predicaments. Some of them were the bad infrastructures, high costs of survival in the field, police brutality, because security could distort us. You know, distances connecting to one district to the other becomes a problem, and we had limited time. Of course, we are dealing with a man who has been in leadership for 40 years. He uses public resources. The consolidated fund is managed by the way he wants. And we, the opposition, and in fact starters in the race, we see a lot of challenges. When you communicate to other colleagues in the play, other political parties in the force, they tell you a lot of things that are relatively similar to yours. However, our colleagues have, other colleagues have also received a lot of brutal treatment from security apparatuses and security organs, which we think wouldn't be the case.
How many districts has your candidate managed to reach in the campaign trail?
We managed to reach out to 89 districts. Because of our limited resources. But indeed, since we are peasants, we have done a lot. And to other districts where we have not reached, still we tried to communicate through our task forces that we created. And that is why you see we have tried to gather a number of votes from different districts.
You said you're using personal resources. Yes. I'm imagining how stretching that is to sponsor a presidential candidate countrywide, 89 districts to date with posters and all that. One would wonder really how you are funding that as individuals.
You see, when you read the Commonwealth protocols, we must live in line with a growing democracy. However, these third world countries, development countries, are failing to reach to the standards. A country like Uganda, which has now a population of close to 50 million, would be cognizant to the fact that if you want to grow democracy, you must agree to have a relative competition. And that relative competition must be facilitated by the state. If you don't want to facilitate a smooth competition, you would not be looked at a person who is willing to see democracy grow. Now,
are you talking about government or the Electoral Commission, for that case, sponsoring the candidates?
Of course, initially, you saw Electoral Commission could fund political parties. Electoral Commission could offer a vehicle for a candidate. But look at a situation where you were given over 24 policemen. You take charge of facilitating them where to sleep in the field. You take charge of facilitating them on what to eat. you take charge. You see, when this...
I thought the Electoral Commission foots all that.
Do some consultations, because me have been handling them as in particular, because we are human.
So all they give them is this pickup where they sit and all that is all.
And a card of fuel. Then how do you eat when your fellow citizens are starving? As a presidential candidate who is sober, must be a human being. You don't need to have an in any heart. You sit there and eat when you in fact they are protecting your life, and you are not eating. So that is stretching. As for I could urge government to introduce new reforms, electoral reforms.
I'll come to that. You realize that by the time a party is started, built, and gets to a level of even taking national leadership, wouldn't this party be able enough to foot their bills, facilitate and sponsor their operations and their endeavors to take leadership? Why didn't you put up mobilization of funds, fundraising programs towards elections, or 2 years before that? As the Peasants Party, you can see we are peasants, but we have a program like this. We would need to fundraise and have some money. You get? Why didn't you take up such?
We need to look at the favorable part of the laws. When you look at the Political Party and Organization Act, it is rhyming from Objective 2 of the 1990 Constitution, which enshrines that all political parties and civic organizations must be manned in a democratic principle, through a democratic principle. Now, you as a party, before you get to that, you must have, one, a delegates conference to decide who is going to be the party flag bearer. And that one always goes through a process. By the time you decide that this is going to be our flag bearer, it is almost climaxing to the end of the political term. So we need to have reforms that protect these political players, to see that we get a relative political climate.
The other day I was asking Justice Byabakama here about the issue of people gathering at the polling station, where he said, yes, it is the law, but... So I asked him, why didn't you take steps to seek an amendment of this law? Because now it looks like you'll be breaking the law. I'm giving that as an example. All of you, the people in the opposition, I think you let your supporters down here in this line. You have MPs in parliament. They don't talk about political reforms, electoral reforms for 5 years. And you come out to complain. This is not the first time, and it is not you alone. But we get to hear complaints of unfair laws, unfair electoral laws, which you come to complain about during election time, when one would say it is already late. You get? Being on the opposition, much as you may not be having MPs in parliament as a party, but I'm sure you have MPs that you agree with in the NUP, in the FDC, in the DP, in all those political parties that are on the opposition. How come we don't get to hear these MPs front these reforms, only to wait for election time and we hear complaints?
You see, you must have a goodwill of a country to have such good laws being put in place. Initially, our legislators, such as the Right Honorable Mpuga, have moved motions and bills to see that we have electoral reforms.
How were those bills received? Actually, I would say they were they were beaten, they were thrown out, they were not supported by people in the opposition itself.
Okay, what about the people in NRM? Did they welcome them? Because when you have the majority, you need to have a blessing to good bills, to good proposals brought by other legislators. You see, we need to have change in the way we proceed in Parliament. Where an opposition pushes a bill that has advantage over Ugandans, we should support.
But as the opposition, you're the ones that are not favored by the current laws, electoral laws that we have. So one would expect that it is you to mobilize the colleagues on the NRM side to support you, where these may also would be favorable to them.
But before even we go to that,
Yes.
what is the role of the Attorney General? You see, we have a constitution, a Supreme Court ruling and decision where court, in the case of Mama Mbabazi versus Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, court gave orders that we must install electoral reforms. Up to now, there is nothing that has been done. I think it is prudent for the Attorney General to play his part. If a full organ of government makes a decision, it must be respected. Before even these people who give minority advices and reports come in,
Such other
steps from other organs must be respected.
You were talking about something. I want us to wind up with this one. You were talking about something to do with the results. When you forwarded the complaints, the Electoral Commission came up and provided a platform. Do you still have complaints as we wind up?
Absolutely.
What complaints again this time?
No, we are yet to give our conclusive report over the general overview of what we have so far observed. That is why we are here. And I'm now an agent of candidate Kasivante. There is a reason as to why we gave in all our time to participate. You see, there are a lot of inconsistencies within this election. When you look at now the BVVT machines, why didn't they work? Is there an express law that gives a mandate to Electoral Commission to suspend them? When you read under the rules given by the minister in the middle of the election, there are no express provisions to suspend such elections. Was a law, in fact this was a subsidiary law that was enacted to initiate this election, and once it is done, then you have breached a law. So we call upon this time round. I know Mr. Byabakama is observing. Me, I'm only agitating him to move in line with the law, because the law is clear on how Electoral Commission business must be manned.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's talk to the religious leaders as well, but we shall have more time because you're here and you're an observer and you're part of the process. Thank you so much. Yes, he's the Secretary General of the National Peasants Party, and that is his view of what is happening. He also shares the performance of his candidate with reasons. He explains why their candidate is performing in that particular way. If we are to share how that candidate is performing, according to the last update, candidate Kasivante so far has 28,080 votes, which is 0.30% out of the 9 million votes that so far the Electoral Commission has tallied in the presidential election. That is the Secretary General of candidate Kasivante's political party. Now, the observers here are of different categories. We also have religious leaders. I have the Deputy Mufti. He's going to tell us his name, and we shall have the discussion. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning, viewers and listeners.
Your name, sir?
I am Sheikh Waiswa Muhammad Ali, the Deputy Mufti of Uganda.
Okay. What would you make of the whole electoral process from when we started the campaigns till where we are, that we wait today for the final declaration?
Indeed, we thank the Almighty God for the appropriate preparations that were made, and the safety of the process since its beginning to date. We have been seeing everything being done in order as it was expected before.
Okay. As religious leaders, what would be the expectation, or what would be your role in such a process? And this time round 2026, do you think you have played it, that part that you have to play as religious leaders?
Indeed, our role has been to render necessary support for guidance, and also to mediate between the community and the players, the political players, and the the Electoral Commission and other parties over issues of concern. We have been able to visit the community entirely in the whole country, and we got to know their needs and concerns. So we have been providing these to the concerned parties, be it the Electoral Commission or the individual political parties, and also the government. So this has helped quite a lot to calm down a number of concerns of the public, and also to reinforce the peace that has been witnessed throughout the exercise.
Wow. There have been worries of the young people erupting into chaos and doing whatever. In fact, njagala tukikyuse tugize mu Uganda ku nsonga eno. Ensonga y'abavubuka okubakkakkanya bagoberera ensonga zino mu bukkakkamu. Sheko gyogirako ki?
Yes, abavubuka kituufu balina bingi bibatawaanya, balina bingi bibakwatako, naye nga okuyigirizibwa ku biki bye bateekwa okusuubira mu prosesi eno bibadde nga tebyakolebwa bulungi, kwegamba nga tebamanyi kiki kyennyini ekituufu ekigenda mu maaso, wabula nga bawuliriza sometime bye bawuliriza nga biri si bya mulamwa naye nga ate bibajja ku kituufu. N'olwekyo ne babuzaabuzibwa mu mbeera ezifaanana bwe zityo. Tugezezaako kinene era nga tuyita mu bavubuka bannaabwe okulaba nti tubamanyisa ebisuubiro ebituufu mu prosesi eno, n'okubeera nga bateekwa okubeera n'enneeyisa entuufu mu ngeri gye bakwatamu ebintu byabwe, n'obutabeera na buvuyo bwe beetabamu, kubanga obulamu bwabwe y'ensibuko ya buli kimu. Enkyukakyuka zonna zirina kujja mu mirembe, ate ezo zonna ezijja mu ngeri embi era zivaawo mu ngeri mbi. N'olwekyo ne tubakuutira okubeera nga bakwata ebintu empola, ate n'okubeera nga tebabuzaabuzibwa.
John n'omukulembeze gwe nayogeddeko naye era nga bwe twogera wano n'agamba nti abavubuka bagenda mu bujagalalo biki ne mugamba nti okusinziira ku bituwulira nga bwe tulaba ebigenda mu maaso, abavubuka balowooza nti balina ensonga ezitakwatiddwa bulungi. Mmwe abakulembeze bo ye gwe nabadde njogera naye ne mugamba nti balina ensonga z'abavubuka oluusi bavubuka ze balaba ng'eziba zitakwatiddwa bulungi. Bubaka ki bw'oyinza okuwa abakulembeze ku nsonga eno nti olumu oba oliawo balagajjalira ensonga z'abantu, abantu ne bakemebwa okugenda mu mbeera ezitaali badde ntuufu? Bubaka ki bw'olina kuba tulina abapya kati abagenda okuyingira betulonze?
Naye kwegamba abantu tulina okukitegeera nti tewali kiseera kyonna gye watagenda kubeera bwetaavu oba okubeera nga ensonga ezikwata ku bantu zonna zikwatibwako. Ate tewali kiseera ky'oyinza kugamba nti byonna bikoleddwa oba bituukiriziddwa. Olitakulimba nti ne bwali baani oba ali baani, oba ne bwe tugenda mu mawanga agaakulaakulana edda, up to now waliyo ebintu ebikwata ku bavubuka, ku bantu bonna, obwetaavu obutatuukiddwako. N'olwekyo olitakulimba nti wagenda okubeerayo omulembe ogumalayo byonna. N'olwekyo ffe mu mbeera eyo era twakolako ne conference y'aba youth bonna nationally ku Uganda Muslim Supreme Council okuba empoweringa, okubawa amaanyi mu ngeri ki y'okutegeera ebintu mu perspective entuufu, n'okulaba nti babeera bakkakkamu mu kunoonya ebyo ebitatuukiridde, okubeera nti bikolebwako, n'okutwala obulamu bwabwe ng'ekikulu, kubanga obulamu tebudda. Ate ne bwe buba weebuli nga naye bukututte mu kkomera, nakyo oba tolina kyobufunyeemu, oyinza obulamu bwo bwonna okumalira mu kkomera mu ngeri etabadde entuufu.
Olwo abakulembeze balagajjalire abantu ebintu ebibeetaaga, oba oliawo eriyo ebisoboka nga tebabifaako.
Abakulembeze tubasaba okubeera nti bakola ekisoboka okulaba nti embeera ezikwatagana ku bantu naddala abavubuka baziteekako essira ate n'okumanyisa ebibalemye okutuukiriza n'ensonga lwaki bibalemeredde kubanga ekituufu kiri nti tebasobola kubimalayo byonna ate era ebimu bituukibwako mu kiseera ekitono ekyokumpi ate ebirala birina kutuukibwako mu kiseera ekyewala nga bikolereddwa ekituufu naye tuve ku byobufuzi obw'okulimba nti ebintu biyinza okukolebwa mu lunaku olumu byonna tekisoboka n'olwekyo tulina okubeera transparent kwegamba abeerufu mu kulaba nti twogera ku nsonga zonna nga bwe ziteekeddwa okubeera n'okunnyonnyola abantu ekituufu
tutolere ku salaamu tuveewo.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Tubaagaliza mwenna emirembe n'obutebenkevu mu ggwanga era tusaba Omukama Katonda ensonga eno eggwe bulungi ate etuwe essanyu.
Amiina ya rabbi.
Webale nnyo ssebo.
Sheikh Waiswa, Deputy Mufti wa Uganda. Obubaka bwabadde nabo eri abavubuka okubeera abakakkamu wadde nga tulina obwetaavu bwe twetaaga bukolebweko naye ate n'abakulembeze ekisooka ebintu by'abantu ebisoboka mu biteekeko omulaka bisobole okukolebwa baleme kukemebwa kweyisa mu mbeera etali ntuufu naye ate era temusuubiza bye mutaasobole ogenda kuba ne office emyaka 5 Sheikh agamba nti naye ate osuubiza ebintu ebiyinza okukolebwa myaka 4 kakati abantu batuuka bikubanja mu butuufu nga tosobola bwe tutyo bwe kyatambula so nga bwe nagambye tusuubira electoral commission katuddeyo eri emmeeza enkulu webale nnyo okubeera nga otulaba. We are still coming live to you from the National Tally Center here at Lubowa, Machinde Sabagabo. We are still waiting for the Electoral Commission with the head of with its head, Justice Simon Wiabakama, to give us another update as they promised last night. We thank you so much for watching. We'll still talk to more leaders as we continue and other observers and other stakeholders as they will be coming in here to get their view of what is happening and different messages that they have to the public. Let's get back to you later, back to Broadcast House.
Jordan, and of course with those interviews, very interesting. I enjoyed the Sheikh when he said you're going in parliament for 5 years off of that elective office, and you promised things that can't be done in so many years. Now when people ask you for what you promised, there is not much you can do. And of course the Secretary General he interviewed but who said well, we weren't able to traverse the entire country because of shortage in funds. We couldn't have the monies that could take us around, but also pointed out some areas that he felt they have to be improved to enable fair play. Now let's begin with the promises being made.
Exactly, and I think we talked about it last time. Sheikh, thank you. I was the former second deputy Mufti of Uganda, and his message. Why would you promise what you don't even have, what you don't? It's like you're a liar, and most of them have been voted out. Some of these culprits that have become victims, you promise heaven and earth. You promise heaven, but you yourself, you don't know where heaven is. So the law is clear. The role of, for example, of a parliamentarian is to make the laws, monitor government programs, and the oversight, role to make sure government's budget is passed. Those are the roles of an MP. Now you hear them. Oh, vote me, your children, I'll take them to America. And now after, that's why they hide. When they pass through the first time, they say now her visa, now her Trump yatadeko chinji. And they will not come to explain.
Kambura, so, in relation to that,
yes,
and the fact that the last provisional results that came out,
yes,
indicated that 230,897 votes were invalid. What do you make of civic education? Because if I'm coming to contest as a member of parliament for a certain constituency, and I'm telling you I'm going to take your children to school, pay school fees for them, do this, and then you vote for me, and after 5 years you demand, why didn't I take your children to school? What does that mean? And also connect that to the number of votes that someone woke up, a mature person, because voting in Uganda, you must be 18 years and above.
Exactly.
Now, a man smart like Kambura woke up, the wife gave him breakfast, he gets his verification, voter slip, picks his national ID, and says, I've gone to vote, and he's among the 230,897 people who reached in the basin and didn't know what to do.
Truthfully, is that we need to increase funding to the Uganda Human Rights Commission, because they are the ones that are constitutionally mandated to educate Ugandans on how to vote, for example, who is the leader, qualities of a good leader, and also translating the constitution in edible, readable, understandable local languages. And so Ugandans are 45 million Ugandans. But you find majority of them, they even don't know the role of these leaders. What is the constitutional role of the president? What is his limits and his capacities? What is the role of the parliament? The separation of power, the judiciary. So that's why they are being lied. And some of them have ended up being victims of corruption. Someone who comes, no, that's not the role of the MP. And so some of them all along, now it is justifiable, some of us observers, and that, hey, wait a minute, why is it there is too much disruption? Why? Because people like us, Global Peace Foundation, have come to compliment on the role of government to educate Ugandans on the separation of power, the role of a citizen, the limitations of different leaders at different levels. And because of that, we are going to have peace during and after elections. My problem is that now we have brand new leaders. They must know that this work must continue, and they must tell the leaders, the voters, that as an MP, my role is not to bury citizens and contribute on wedding ceremonies and burial ceremonies and what. No, you were voted to do 3 roles, as I've talked about. The president was not voted to go and bring you to come and bury your citizens, and his role to keep Uganda safe, to keep Uganda peaceful, border to border, to make sure that the policies that he signs that are really the policies that are going to get you out of poverty. That is the role of the president. Now wait for your LOC ones. Those are your presidents in the villages. Those are the ones to visit you, who is dead, who is sick, who is what. And so the LOC ones are going to make the reports to the parliamentarians. The parliamentarians will take them to parliament, and then they will say, okay, I think we need a referendum on this thing. I think we need to increase more money in PDM. And that's how government works. But you find a policeman in this country operates like a judge. And you find an MP is like a small god in the community, and he receives the cases. No, if you have a case, go to police, report to the police, don't go to the MP. No, that is the role of the police station.
So people do not know what exactly.
And they have been voted out. They have been voted out because people are opening eyes. They say, always they are reporting problems. You see, the reporter will have the other teams, government departments.
So you've rightly said that the Uganda Human Rights Commission is in charge of this, and of course the law talks about civil society.
Yes, exactly.
And also they have a mandate to carry on civic education.
Exactly.
And because of lack of civic education, that is why we are finding that candidates at various levels promise things that are not within their mandate. And then they are given leadership positions. Then thereafter, people hold them accountable for things that were not in their mandate.
For example, I can give an example. MPs buy ambulances. It's a good idea.
Yes.
But why in this world would you manipulate? I take care of you. I am more responsible than the government. No, we want to see you and address yourself in the parliament and say, we want our government to add 5 ambulances on the national budget so that my village can have an ambulance. It's not your role as an MOP to buy ambulance. You are actually trying to buy Okwegura, and then after elections, they are broke because now they paid paid you a salary for us to facilitate you, to pay you. That's your salary, which now you think it should go to manipulate voters. That's why many of them went broke. They went broke finally. So if you are an MP coming to parliament, don't waste your time manipulating people. Tell them I will not come to bar each of you. Actually, my role is to make sure you don't die. That's why in parliament to pass laws that are good on health sector, not coming to bar every citizen, manipulating, buying suitcases of the dead people. No, that must stop. That is not your role. Yes, exactly, your role. Don't vote them again. Those who want to buy you more death, they call them these suitcases. They should actually prevent these suitcases. Caskets. Okay, you know English is not a good language.
Well,
if it was my local language, I would talk well.
Here, the Global Peace Ambassador, and as we wait for Justice Simon Byabakama, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, to come up yet with more provisional results on how and who is leading, but also we know that by closure of business today, that is at 5 p.m., we are assured that Ugandans will have known who their next president is out of the 8. So far, we've had four-time appearance of Justice Simon Byabakama giving provisional results. But of course, we know that we shall have the final results anytime. Because as we look at the clock, the way it's ticking here, we just have hours to 5 p.m. It's already 9:30, so we just have hours to 5 p.m. And by 5 p.m., Ugandans must have known who their next president is. The question is, how do you maintain peace with all this excitement that may come, with all this sad mood? That is in case if your candidate doesn't make it. That will come. How do you behave? How do you accept the news that so-and-so has won? How do you accept the news that so-and-so has been defeated? So it is first your personal responsibility.
Exactly.
So that as you jubilate, you do not break the law. You do not jubilate and end up in a police cell later in court. As you mourn or as you express your dissatisfaction with the results, still you do not end up in police cells, or you do not end up being tear gassed, beaten, because you've acted in a manner that is not within the confine of the law. Our constitution is very clear. If you're not contented with the outcomes, you go to court. It doesn't give any other option when it comes to elections. You're not satisfied? Go to court.
Exactly.
Gather your evidence.
Yes.
Go to court.
Exactly.
And the court will handle the next.
Exactly.
It doesn't talk about any other avenue like demonstrate, do this. Those are illegal. And should you engage in acts of violence, I'm told, and we had an interview, Timothy Nyangwesho had an interview with the IGP. He said, well, they're not willing to tolerate lawlessness at such a time. Milton.
Yes, you have said it very clearly. You know, the problem in African politics, and again it comes to us who are peace ambassadors, peace promoters, is that politics is seen as a die and do what. But people must...
We put in our money, we
not
invest
exactly
our
where
time.
do you get that money? Now, the problem
I've seen posters here that I went to a photo studio to get, and the cost they told me of that size, just one like this, said, hey, but I've seen people have almost entire streets, entire villages. So we put in money.
My problem is we have to push back the population so that the population has, they are like busy. I mean, we don't have people who are idle and they look at coming into politics as the last resort to survive on the earth. But then when we have a population, doctors are busy, billionaires are there, innovators. So people come to serve. You understand? There are these looters who look at politics as an opportunity to come and loot. It's like it's like gambling. Do you understand? But video work, ajana tunda izo no kutunda echibumba chi, even kid these body organs, and they come to die on somebody. I must pass through because they see also the privileges, the sweetness of those unregulated benefits. For example, in Parliament. Big salary, big vehicle. Now they are going to give them big cars, 200 million. No. That's why at this particular time, when we're in a junction, Trump did it in America. He shut down the whole government. This is an expensive government. And so somehow, politics, what you said, they are not coming in the parliament, for example, to come and present a private member's bill, convince colleagues and say, I think this is the time to have a new curriculum that segments and enables young children to graduate with jobs. They never talk about that, even after all, the qualification, that's S6 and equivalent. And that's why many of them also remain.
But very few, when we look at our parliament, very few have, most of them are very much above. We have professors, we have engineers, we have doctors, we have journalists, we have so many.
My brother, the last
that was just the best.
So that's my complaint. My complaint is, as I'm talking to you, we need serious leaders who are coming to work. So serious people must be doing something wherever you are. Don't sit there and say, 2031. Then you again sit in your village there and say, no more job now. Can need it. No, you must be working. So that, like, Lucy, I will use the example of Lucy. Lucy will not die on you like a mosquito. He's busy in the farms. He's busy in exporting coffee to Japan, America. And so he feels that coming to the ballot is actually to extend and come to serve Ugandans. And so here you have people who are target workers, who have been able to there, they can't create any solution, and they look at this period as a looting period, to ingere by force. So if you're in that category and you have lost an election, my colleague, I was there, I was once upon a time a politician. But what I learned from my elders is that they had to give up everything they were doing. Doctors left treating people in hospital, the accountants left work, the farmers left the land of their fathers, square miles in the village. They came here to Kampala, that we want to go to that parliament. And so after 5 years, they go back, they win them, they come back. It's like, even they go to banks, I am sure, give me more loan. No, this is not gambling. So we want to disseminate.
So when such people are some of the people in our politics, then that means they may not treat defeat easily.
We will force them. Do you know why a force is critical? If they fail to be convinced that the 21st century leadership is about moral and innovative leadership. So I feel it is very critical for Ugandans to understand that. We have refused to vote for you. It means you have enough time to improve. So it is this time between now and 2031. Improve your mindset towards the people you want to lead. Others are introducing tribalism. I think this community, they are more about, I think we should vote this Kabila. I think we should, then religion. Religion was playing critical role in Kigezi until the deputy speaker went to dismantle that. I salute you, deputy speaker, a youthful leader. He went to dismantle the center of religious intolerance in Kigezi mountains. And I thank him. Why? Because we want to see that leaders transcend what divides the population. And they use politics to unite people. So if you have that mindset that you will come and loot us, you think we are the yesterday's voters, no, you must go home.
In your opinion, what has changed this time around? Of course, you know the official results are not out yet for presidential, but when you look at parliamentary, we've seen some members of parliament that are not going to return, but it's seemingly unbelievable. Because some of these, I won't mention names because you earlier talked about them. Some of these, one would think they have been so active in parliament.
Exactly.
They have been very eloquent.
Yes.
Articulate.
Yes, please.
And maybe the people's favorite. Some have been trending on all social media.
Yes.
Media houses have been running to them almost on every issue that is raised for them to either analyze or make a comment. You know, when journalists run, the people when I was in the field, certain things happen and there are people you know
yes.
that I'll run to. You know, this member of parliament understands, he will give us a comment, you know. But shockingly, these have not been voted back
Number
into
one,
office.
structure. The moment you do not have structure, it doesn't influence your winning. And so somehow, political parties, you are welcome on the table of elders. In this election, we saw the power of our democracy. The power of our democracy through political dispensation as enshrined in the Constitution. And so it means we are growing. Our democracy is growing, yet being challenged. And where is the challenge? Is that if you are a political candidate, an MP, but your political party does not have a critical mass of followers and structures of good mobilizers.
Kambura, let me first cut you short. There is a special announcement, an official announcement on the reopening of all schools and education institutions. Reference is made to an official announcement issued on the 6th of January 2026 by the Minister for Education and Sports regarding reopening of all schools and education institutions across the country on 2nd February 2025. The ministry hereby informs you that due to the general elections and to ensure the safety of all learners, all schools and education institutions across the country are directed to reopen on Tuesday 10th of February 2026. For avoidance of doubt, this includes all international schools, tertiary institutions and universities, the vice chancellors, principals, head teachers, parents, guardians, school administrators, students and the public are hereby informed that term 1 for the academic year 2026 runs from Tuesday 10th of February to Friday 1st of May. All school administrators are directed to adhere firmly to these dates and the approved school calendar published on the ministry's website. Signed, Dr. Kendres R. Tuliagenda, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, as of the 16th of January 2026.
Congratulations.
So that is assessment that has come in.
Congratulations.
And of course, we want to go to the Tari Center at Kololo, and there we'll be knowing more of the outcomes of the elections for members of parliament. That is both, and also being reliably informed now that there is a press conference. Let's head there.
In case the agents are present,
so no, Rachel, I am the best candidate and I have been declared the winner for MP seat, Nakawa East constituency. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hindi. Thank you.
Yes, you're live on UBC TV. Your viewers, you're live on UBC TV. My name is Daniel Mugoya. Honorable. Honorable? Yeah, Honorable. Honorable, yeah, you get the vintu vinji, but no, it's not a special attention, Honorable. Yeah, they were not around.
Where were they there?
Congratulations, Honorable Frederick Wind.
If you record that one, I will just...
No, we are not recording that. Okay. Honorable, congratulations. What does this win mean to you right now?
But why don't we go far?
Oh, no problem, we can go. So we are moving with the Honorable, just away from the speakers. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, right now I'm with the declared Member of Parliament for Nakawa East, who is Council Frederick Ruindi. He is also the former Attorney General of Uganda. I will be speaking to him. I think this place is okay. In the tent. So I am lucky that I have been among the first people to move around with the Honorable, who is splashing the NRM symbol, the NRM sign. Everyone is trying to congratulate him. Yeah. So, Kororo Independence Ceremonial Grounds, the designated place for the Kampala District Tally Center. So, Honorable, we can face this way. Then I will take this, my left. So, Honorable, first, I have already congratulated you.
Yes.
But if I can see, you have won with 18,535 votes, which is... so, what does this mean to you? You're speaking to the viewers of UBC TV.
It's a very big achievement, not only for myself and my family, but also for Nakawa East constituency and for Uganda as a whole. Because, as I have been saying, I am in politics out of conviction. I am not in politics out of convenience. 10 years down the road, I have not been in parliament. 10 years down the road, I have not been earning a salary from government. So, I kept serving the people. Because me, I lost the money which I used to get in parliament. I lost an office. But I kept the job of serving the people. People have been coming to me at my office on Parliament Avenue, Ruhindi and company advocates. These days they call it Ruhindi and Nakawa company advocates. I kept serving my people. People come there of all walks of life, from all walks of life. And I give them pro bono services, free of charge. You see, at home in Bugorobi, Block 7B8, when they come, I serve them. There are those fellows who lack something useful to say, I only serve them with a cup of tea. Yes, when a person visits you at home, don't you share a cup of tea with him or her? But beyond that, we do so many things to serve the people. Otherwise, I would not have gotten this position 10 years down the road, which means I kept serving the people. So the people came and said, since for 10 years you have not had an office, since for 10 years you have not been earning a salary from parliament, and you kept serving us well, in your means, let us take you back to that office so that you can serve us better.
So, you left 10 years ago, and now, what are some of those things that your people have been missing in the constituency?
Many things. Actually, as a matter of fact, go there, those people will tell you that ever since Ruhindi left, nothing new has come in the constituency. During my time, we actually put there so many things. We built infrastructure. We are now building a strategic road, the Port Bell Road. Certainly that is President Museveni's vision, because when you reach Port Bell, you are connected by sea to Tanzania, to Kenya, and some other parts of our globe, or East African region. So, that road is a strategic road. And you can see it's going to be a beautiful road. And I want to tell you that even the agreements on which it is being constructed, I'm the one who signed them when I was still Attorney General. You understand? Schools, actually we have only one school, USA school in Nakawa East, that is Ruzira SS. And I want to tell you, there is land which I saved from being grabbed by thieves, which is part of Chiswa Primary School by the roadside. Let's go back to Parliament. We are now going back to Parliament. I will ensure that on that land, I influence other players of government to ensure that there is another USC school in that constituency, on that land. Let me finish, my brother.
Okay.
We would have started with Mutungo parish, which is the most densely populated parish in the whole country, because it has 51,000 registered voters. But of course, let's start with a place where there is already earmarked land. Yes, and so many other things. You know, yes.
I want to get back to your statement where I say that 10 years there has been nothing new.
Nothing.
But remember, in the last 10 years you're talking about, the NRM has been implementing the manifesto. So are you trying to say that the people of Nakawa East have not benefited from the manifesto?
Who would lobby for it? They go instead fight it. Take an example of PDM. Haven't you been hearing some of these opposition people fighting PDM? Haven't you? Just answer me. Yes or no? PDM ya kugumaza abantu. Why aren't they being gumazed by the salaries they get from parliament? Okay? Now these people are getting a small amount of money to improve their livelihoods, and people are fighting it. You get? So, when you say, but NRM has, with whom would it implement services? If the voices which would bring those services are not in those respective places.
Honorable, why is it that the country has turned the word lobbying as a prerequisite of a member of parliament? Because there are specific duties the member of parliament is supposed to do. So when a member of parliament does not lobby, then he's not working for the constituency. What is this narrative?
No, you get it wrong. There are four principal roles of a member of parliament. One is legislative, to make laws. Okay? The other one is representation for your people in your area. That's where lobbying comes in. Lobbying means that you go there to influence other people, not undue influence, but to alert them that there is a challenge in this particular area which needs to be sorted out. You understand? That is representation, the representation role. Law-making role, representation role, oversight role, to ensure that what is being earmarked to do a particular assignment actually does it. That is oversight. And then the other one is appropriation. Okay? Because Parliament is principally charged with the duty to appropriate the funds for the services of the people. So when you say that lobbying is not one of the roles for a member of Parliament, no, you are wrong. It is.
Okay.
That is the representation role.
Okay. Finally, ahead of your celebrations, you come to this position at a time when your major contender is in prison, and you're going to serve a section of people who are maybe partly supporters of your supporters and also supporters of the person in prison. So how are you going to bring cohesion in the constituency?
Let me reach there. I will of course be interacting with the relevant offices. Then I will fully the context in which he was arrested and in what context we can actually push that matter forward. You know, I had a man I served with in politics in Nakawa, Muzei Vidansai. He used these people who would ask him about certain things he didn't understand. He would say, but zendeke zendinge chenyanja, I'm like a fish. Mumbuze vyo mazi of the water where I stay principally, not on the Lukaru, on the land itself, on the dry land. So why don't I have been given an opportunity by the people? Okay, let me go to Parliament, then you come and ask me, what have you done about this matter and how do we go about it?
Honorable, 10 years is a bit long, because in the rules of the game normally change. The dynamics of that the ideas you had for your people that time still work for them.
That's the problem. That's what affects us. And I can see your mindset. Because your mindset seems to be fixed on tactics, not mission, not strategy. You see, values, human values, don't change. A human being will always want to eat. A human being needs to be educated. A human being, when he or she falls sick, needs help. need to help. Those are values. How do we help our people on not on convenience, not on expedience or personal greed, because what is actually killing us is personal greed and selfishness. And we must change. The sooner the better to fight against greed and selfishness.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Frederick Ruhindi. That has been Honorable Frederick Ruhindi, who says that human values do not change. Just to remind you, Honorable Frederick Ruhindi has been declared the winner of Nakawa East constituency. He is the third person who has been declared in this tallying center of Kampala district since we camped here on Thursday night. Ruhindi won with 18,535 votes. Then his major contender from the National Unity Platform, who is currently in jail, Alex Waiswa Mufumbiro, garnered 15,186 votes. The DF candidate garnered 3,020 votes. I will be leaving here because the returning officer of Kampala, Muhasia Rashid, I have already heard him calling upon other players that is matching the West constituency, and I think very soon from now he will be declaring the winner. But just to remind you that this morning at around 4 a.m. Other candidates, including Abubakar Kawalia of Rubaga North, and then Nasolo Ihujen, these are both candidates from the National Unity Platform. They were declared winners in the parliamentary seats in Kampala. So this implies that the four candidates who have been declared so far in Kampala, the NRM and the National Unity Platform are sharing the results, because INUP has so far secured 2 slots, and then the NRM party has also secured 2 slots, that is Frederick Ruhindi and Hajat Misa Kabanda. So Bekar Kawalia won with around 30,589 votes, then followed by Katongole Singh, who is also a long-time veteran politician, who garnered 9,526 votes. Mariam Lutale garnered 1,221, and total number of votes were 43,290 in that constituency of Rubaga North. But I want to bring my concern to the number of invalid votes, because when you look at the number of invalid votes in Rubaga North and Rubaga South, they tally to almost 4,000. So this really puts in a lot of question to civic education, because I've been witnessing the Electoral Commission trying tooth and nail to ensure that the public is educated on how to vote. So I don't know whether it is a mindset or it is anger. So it is something that needs to really be questioned, because in Rubaga North, the total number of invalid votes were 1,829, and in Rubaga South, where Nasolo won, the total number.
The national anthem, please. While standing, I would like to invite Sheikh Ali Waiswa, the Deputy Mufti of Uganda and member of board of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, to come up front here and lead us in a prayer to commit today in the hands and guidance of the Almighty. Sheikh Ali Waiswa, the Deputy Mufti and member of the board of the Interreligious Council of Uganda. You're welcome, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. I seek refuge in the Almighty Allah from the cursed devil. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of the Almighty Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. The reading from the Holy Quran, the opening chapter of the Quran, which the Prophet taught us is the best prayer. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense. It is you we worship, and you we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon you have bestowed favors, not of those have evoked your anger or those who are astray. Almighty God of all nations, the source of human family, we give you thanks, Lord, for the freedom we exercise and the blessings of democracy we enjoy. We pray for the divine guidance to preserve and promote unity in diversity in our beloved nation. Guide our leaders and the citizens to act with wisdom, justice, and compassion. May the prevailing peace continue always and always. Give healing to the affected. Give healing to the affected and enable us to achieve the common good as a society in the period as we transit and to transit to a new government. Almighty God, we pray that the new officials to begin service serve with dignity, tranquility, and honesty, regardless of the election outcomes, and for affected by changes to find grace, and for all the citizens to foster love, care for one another in the evolving political landscape. In your mighty name we pray.
You may take your seats. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ali Waiswa, for committing today in the hands of the Almighty. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugen Simon, the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, Commissioner Stephen Tashovia, Commissioner Peter Emomut, Commissioner Caroline Binamario, Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali, Commissioner Anthony Okero, Mr. Richard Kamushababo, the acting secretary, agents of presidential candidates here, representatives of political parties, heads of observer missions that are present, both local and international, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of civil society organizations, and those of government agencies, heads of clergy, media, members of staff of the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the EC grounds, Electoral Commission grounds here in Reza, which is the venue of the National Tally Center for presidential elections of 2026. I take this opportunity now to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to constitute us and lead us. Thank you very much, Lord Chair.
Thank you very much, Julius. Our distinguished guests in your respective capacities, good morning and welcome to the National Tally Center once again, where the Commission has the pleasure to update you and the fellow countrymen who are watching us on the various TV mediums. Today or this morning, would like to release further provisional results of the presidential elections as we stand at this hour. The total number of registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations are 50,739. As we talk now, the total number of police stations from which we have obtained the results are 47,499, representing 93.61% of the total number of polling stations across the country. The performance per candidate is as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 44,328, representing 0.42% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasivante Robert, 32,224, representing 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 2,601,150. Mabirizi Joseph, 22,274, representing 0.21%. Sorry, in the case of Kyagulanyi, I beg your pardon, that tally represents 24.46%. 24.46% for Kyagulanyi, who has 2,601,150. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 57,019, that is 57,019, representing 0.454 of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 30,509 votes, representing 0.29% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 202,802, representing 1.91% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,643,778 votes, representing 71.88% of the valid votes cast. The valid votes in total for all the candidates are 10,634,084. Invalid votes 264,015, 264,015, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether, 10,898,099, representing 50.34% of registered voters. Spoiled votes, 38,223. This is the current update, and as we have been doing, I'm going to ask our technical people to relay the breakdown of the summary I've been reading on our screens for the benefit of our participants, so that you analyze and appreciate where the results I've been reading have been tabulated from or have come from. I also wish to inform our distinguished guests that the next update will be at 2 p.m. The next update or release of the provisional results or results will be at 2 p.m. I thank you. You are welcome. Keep around, look at the statistics, analyze them, and you can have a cup of coffee if you want. Thank you so much.
results on how and when they do come in. Of course, we may be waiting for the last update. That is at about 2 p.m. as he has mentioned, given the fact that we have so far covered 47,499 polling stations, making a total of 93.61% of the 50,739 polling stations. So for those who are watching us live, you can just get a pen on your table, get a paper, do some calculation. 50,739, when you do subtract about 47,499, you realize that we have less than 10,000 polling stations left to probably get us the winner. Who will take it away? That is something we are yet to find out when the final verdict does come out from the chairperson himself and the entire commission. Of course, the race being between the NRM candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the NUP candidate, that is Robert Kyagulanyi, who has about 2,601,150, making a total of 24.46%, and the candidate of NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni having about 7,643,778, making it 71.88. Now, for those who can still get a calculator, it is very important for you to as well do your own chemistry in there and mathematics to find out who will take it away. But still, that is something we cannot confirm yet till when the justice himself, Abiawakama, comes back with the entire commission to give us the last update. And of course, the valid votes gotten so far are 10,634,084. Those are the valid votes, and the invalid being in there with 264,025. The question is, if we do have a number of registered voters being 21.6 million voters, where are the rest? Where did we have the low voter turn-up? These are things that Ugandans must be asking themselves, but there are very many reasons that Ugandans need to know, not forgetting that yesterday, but one and yesterday, those were public holidays. So you might think that very many Ugandans decided to probably stay in the comfort of their homes as they wait to see what will happen. But those who took it as a constitutional mandate to get out and vote did the right thing. Remember, every vote counts now. Whoever member of parliament, whoever president-elect will be announced by the Electoral Commission, those are people that Ugandans will have to look up to for the next 5 years. A number of manifestos have been read out and given out to the public. If you made the wrong choice, do not blame anybody, because you had the right to choose the right candidate to go and represent you either in parliament, but also when it comes to that heavy seat of the president-elect. But we wait to see. Right now, we still have a number of observers. We do have agents from the different political parties, the CPP, NPP, NUP, NRM, and FDC, and also ANT. All those are highly and well represented here at the National Tally Center, where we do expect the final results to be given at about 2 p.m. Kakati omulungi alaba UBC Nesta TV njagala okutegeeza nti omulamuzi Simon Byabakama mugenyi amaze okubanga ate yatubuulira byebadde bakafunawo ebitali byankomeredde buddakiika nga 5 mabega. Atubuulidde nti omukulu bakafuna obululu okwa polling station oba ebifo ebironderwamu 4,497 nga bikola ebitundu 9 n'obutundu 16 ku buli 100. ate bwe tugenda ku mukulu Bulira Frank asobodde okubanga afuna obululu mu budde buno 4,328 nga bwe butundu 42. Kasibanto Robert akafuna obululu 3 1224. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu yakafuna obululu obukadde 2,610. mu 5 ng'akola ebitundu 24 n'obutundu 46 ku buli 100 ate omukulu Mabirizi Joseph naba nga yakafuna emitwalo 2 mu 12,274 obululu nga yakafunawo ebitundu awo akatundutundu kamu ku buli 100 ate Gwegwere Mugisha Muntu wa Ant naba nga yakafuna emitwalo 5 mu 719 naba nga naye yakafuna obutundutundu 5 mbona ku buli 100 Munyagwa yakafuna obululu emitwalo 3 mu 509 naba nga yakafuna obutundutundu 2 ate omukulu Amafaabi naba nga naye yakafuna obululu emitwalo 2 mu 12,8 mu bubiri nga ke katundu kamu n'obutundu 9 mu kamu ku buli 100 ate ye candidate owa NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni naba nga wetwogera ayingidde obululu emitwalo obukadde 7 mu emitwalo 64 mu 13,778 nga ebitundu 7 mu kimu n'obutundu 8 mu 8 ku buli 100 ndine honorable minister w'abavubuka omukulu honorable Balaam Barugahare alina ensonga gy'ategeezezza twagatuulire kiki kyagamba okusinziira ku ebyo ebisomeddwa honorable
ndi mpulira ennaku kubanga twakola nnyo nga manyi tujja kufuna obululu milioni 13 tubadde wona bwe tutambula nga tugamba 13 million votes naye kyembi tukyali tetunaweza milioni 8 sensuubira nti oba electoral commission erina obululu bwaffe bwetabala kisimanyi
naye omukulu agambye akoba ku 8
anti kati nze mbadde nsuubira nti bayinaawo twandibadde tuli kubanga tuli mu 94% okusinziira byayakalangirira so tusigazayo ebitundu 6 naye nina okunyolwa nti performance yaffe eri below average tetunafuna obululu bwe twali twagala twali tunoonya obululu emiliyoni 13 oba miliyoni 11 nene miliyoni 10 tetunaziweza so nkyensuubira nti candidate waffe munyiivu alaba tetuna kye twakoze so nsaba candidate President Museveni otusonyiwe obutakufunira bululu bungi kubanga wadde oyagala miliyoni 12 kusinzira amaanyi ge bateekamu naffe ge twateekamu
ne vota tanawo tono ebondoozo giraba okusinzira ku bukadde 21 n'obutundutundu obugwamu awo n'abaakafunibwawo obudde buno
nti abalonzi tebamanyi mugaso gw'okuba akalulu kubanga projection ya NRM yali enoonya obukadde 13 naye kati tulina obukadde 7 n'emitwalo 6 nsuubira tetunaweza na miliyoni 8 ate tusigaza 4% sekitegeeza tuyinza obutaweza obukadde 8 so tukoze bubi tetukoze bulungi tukoze bubi nnyo era candidate kyemanyi munyiivu naye kati nga omukuba campaign be nsaba candidate atusonyiwe abantu batukoze bubi kubanga tebazze nga twabadde tubasuubira twabadde tusuubira obululu mungi naye njagala kuyozayoza abo abawangudde n'okugumya abo bye batanalangirira nti tulina obudde paka ssaawa 11 okulangirira ebivudde mu kulonda mu bitundu by'eggwanga byonna akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kusinziira ku mateeka bakawa ssaawa 48 so nsaba bannayuganda buli omu abeere mu maka ge ekirangiro tusigazaayo nnya kati Bobi Wine ayinza otusingira mu 4% mu 4%
kyetulinza okulaba honorable
tasobola tusinga mu 4% kati kyogamba 4% of polling station zisobola omukolera obukadde 3 n'atugjayo waggulu kuba olaba ali mu 25 tuli mu 7
ensonga za kibalo honorable anything can happen
tewali kibalo kya 4% polling stations za 4% ezisobola okumuleetera otuwangula so me what I think wetubanga tugudde tujja kugwa mu 69 projection insobola nga bwe mbadde mbagamba 68 to 70 is not bad but candidate was expecting 80%. Yeah, it is really unfortunate. We apologize, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for not scoring and not getting enough votes as we had promised. Because I knew we would get you about 13 million, not 12 million votes, or 11 million votes, but we are yet to make 10 million. So we apologize to Your Excellency for not delivering the 10 million we promised. And we are yet to make 8 million, but at least the person following us is yet to clock 3 million. Has he clocked 3 million?
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Double the person following
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. He does allege that as they do their own counting, probably he has, or they think they are supposed to get to a certain percentage, but that is in their own books. But of course, for us here, we are following the information that has been and is still to be given by the Electoral Commission Chairperson Justice Simon Simon Byakama together with the entire commission. So apparently we shall be getting back to the broadcast house for further proceedings, but of course keeping a tab right here to see how things will be unfolding at a later time. I'm going to be interviewing one of the agents here from a given political party. He will be introducing himself. He will be telling us what he thinks, what has he observed so far, what are his fears, that is if he has any. Oweekitiibwa, how are you, your names, and from which political party?
Yeah, my name is Agaba Nelson from the Alliance for National Transformation Party, the official agent of candidate Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera. We have just received the update from the Electoral Commission, and of course, even as of yesterday, it has been candidate Museveni in the lead. But the most concern is not about what they read here. We need to look at the process to which they come up, because an election is a process. So I can start making analysis from the day of polling. And when you look at prior, before the polling day, Electoral Commission for months and days, they had given us confidence, reassurance of how they had got a medication for any possible vote rigging by introducing the BVVK machines that would read our fingerprints, that would read our faces or iris.
But EC
that wasn't followed.
But EC said that shouldn't be an issue as long as you have the voter allocation slip, you appear on the National Voter Register, you have a right, you have a national ID, you can go ahead and vote.
Yeah, but in the first place, the assurance they gave us before when they introduced the BVVK machines, that shows that they had diagnosed the problem. They were not sugarcoating a cake. There was a problem that they were trying to address. So the question is, was that problem addressed? That's very key. So two, when you give assurance to the country that you are going to do ABCD as the commission, even on the last observation briefing by the Electoral Commission, they gave that assurance. And the following morning, there are different orders, machines are not working, that's taxpayers' money in the first place. But also, Electoral Commission and voting is about confidence to the citizens. So when the confidence hangs in balance, then many questions arise.
So do you have voters who were refused to vote simply because the machines were not working? Is that your issue?
I think majorly it's not about that, because people voted. They came and voted. But the question is, why? Because we need to be critical here as the nation. The number one thing, if you go to the hospital and you diagnose malaria and you're suffering from malaria, and they say we have got a new cure which is going to be applied strictly to cure any possible illness in terms of the malaria. So the question is, when the time for medication comes and it is not given, and they say go back to the old dose that you had, questions arise. So there is that issue of the especially with the polling, which gives the outcome of the results we have.
So you're not you don't agree with what has been given out by the EC, because I'm saying your candidate Mugisha Muntu has about 57,019 votes so far that has been gathered, making it a 0.54%. What is your next move?
Yeah, one, we are getting the results and also further gathering evidence, and at an appropriate time we will, after analyzing the evidence that we will have on table, we'll give a public briefing on the course of action of what possible has to be made. You cannot make a course of action without making proper analysis. We are a party that is designed on values, that is designed on principles that have to give confidence to the nation. And so we cannot just make you first cross the bridge and then take a decision.
My last question, the Electoral Commission did put the laptops here for you as agents for the given political parties. You have looked into the system, into the graphs and the graphics in there. As and when votes are being input there, do you agree with what is in the system?
Fast forward, I raised an issue yesterday evening. That portal, one, is not user-friendly. Number two, there are some polling stations, polling stations that are given in summary, where my president votes from, when you check that portal, you will not find the breakdown of the Ruashamiri Town Council as other polling stations. For example, if it is Ruashamiri Town Council, how many polling stations are there? And the breakdown of the voting pattern on each and every polling station. Here it is not shown. I raised this yesterday with the Electoral Commission. They advised me to reach the technical head of the technical team, which I did, but by this morning it has not been rectified. So that shows if I have discovered one, how about if I was given more time to critically analyze that system?
Okay. Thank you so
much. Which really creates some little of, major, dissatisfaction of how that portal works. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you do still hear allegations that are being said out by some of these agencies is representing the Alliance for National Transformation. This could be an indicator that it is not yet over, because if agents still have issues, where does this lie? How will this unfold? How will this end? These are things that we shall be understanding at a later time as we still wait for the final verdict at about 2 p.m. But if you've been following some of these proceedings, the EC chairperson did say that if anyone has any issue, the courts of law are open. So the only way anyone can really go and try to testify or bring out any issue, they are ready to go and tussle it out with the courts of law. That is in case they do have all the evidence that they need to ensure that they make their points valid. But that is something we cannot rule out. So we wait to see. For now, I will be returning back to the broadcast house for further programming.
Thank you very much, Jethro Kasaije, for giving us that update on the 6th, what you would indeed count as the 6th provisional results from the Electoral Commission. And indeed, just to reiterate, in case you're just joining in and you have missed the numbers as being read by the AC chairperson, Justice Simon Biabakama, total number of registered votes is 21,649,067, and the total number of polling stations considered to have elected 50,739. Results so far from this 6th provision: 47,499 polling stations, accounting for 93.61% of the total polling stations. And looking at the candidates' performance thus far, Bulira Frank, who has so far 44,328 votes, that is getting to a percentage of 0.42% of the valid votes. Robert Kasivante, who has 32,224 votes, accounting for 0.30%. Robert Chagulanyi has 2,601,150 votes, accounting for 24.46%, and Mabirizi has 22,274 votes, that is to 0.21%. General candidate Muntu has 57,019 votes, accounting for 0.54%, and candidate Munyagwa has 30,509 votes, accounting for 0.29%. Candidate Nandala Mafabi has 202,802 votes, accounting for 1.9% of the votes. And candidate Museveni so far in the lead with 7,643,778 votes, accounting for 71.88%. Valid votes there so far 10,634,084, and invalid votes are 264,015, accounting for 2.42%. Total votes altogether so far are 10,898,099 votes, accounting for 50.34%, and spoiled votes so far account for 38,223 votes thereon. That is as the standings from the 6th provisional results by the Electoral Commission. My name is Julie F. Nantava. I am with Joan Murunji, and it's at this point that I want to engage you, Joan, as we look at what you think of the numbers, what you think of the rest compared to the 5th provisional results as of yesterday. We'll definitely be doing comparisons. Keep in mind that right now, as we speak, 47,499 polling stations have so far garnered results as being read, and we are left with about 3,240 polling stations.
Okay, that is about 6.39% of the remaining polling stations. Of course, first I want to commend the Electoral Commission.
Right.
It has been a bit swift in telling these results. And of course, numbers keep changing, and hopes and stakes are high. And of course, a lot is being expected, as well as, yes, tempers are flaring up, and of course, so many mixed emotions that are going on within the candidates' minds, and of course, the voters' minds. But of course, the Electoral Commission is always here to guide us through and give us the provisional results. I'm seeing the candidate who is in the lead, with over 71.88%.
Indeed. Joan will definitely get back to you, but right on standby is Timothy Nyangweso, who is also at the National Tallying Center. So let's hear from him.
Closing and counting.
Welcome to this edition of the results that are coming in provisionally. We have just finished almost the final session. Lastly but not least, we'll have one more session at 2 p.m. that will be giving us exactly what is happening. But I'm joined by Benjamin Katana, the Treasury General of the National Unity Platform. He's with me this morning. Benjamin, how are you?
Well, I'm not fine.
What is it exactly?
Especially with what has been happening. Clearly, I want first of all to put the record straight that what is being announced and relayed here is not a reflection of the will of the people of Uganda as expressed through the voting that transpired the other day. We started here by the Electoral Commission giving figures and without showing us where they were coming from. When we challenged them, they started giving a breakdown. When we compared with the declaration forms that we have so far, because on account of the internet breakdown of blackout, we don't have all of them. But the ones we have, clearly there is a discrepancy between what they are presenting and what obtained at the polling station, clearly indicating that these figures were preconceived even before people went to the votes, the fabrication, and of course the NRM must have been embarrassed that after all they have taken us through, the people went ahead and defied their orders and voted for our candidate. That's why they have resorted now to fabricating results. But we are very confident that the people of Uganda heard the message, because throughout the campaign, the president has encouraged the people of Uganda that under Article 29 of the Constitution, they have a right to express themselves peacefully and lawfully and reject any attempt to subvert their will. And I believe that they will exercise that right and challenge the illegitimate and unlawful actions of the Electoral Commission.
What's the state of the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu right now?
Well, we may not be able to speak with certainty about what the situation is in now, because 2 days ago, the army and police besieged his home, denied us access, denied the media access. Last night, we received a call from the members of the household that the security forces were breaking into the house. After that, their numbers went off. Nobody has been allowed to access the home. So we don't know if he's hurt. We don't know if he's in jail. We don't know if he has been taken away. We have seen a statement from police this morning denying. But we want to challenge the media to ask them why they cannot allow them to access the residence and speak to him and establish the state in which he is. But because they know they are up to mischief, they want to do it in darkness. They know they switched off internet, they have denied him access to media, they have denied media access to his home, they have denied the leadership of the party access to his home, and whatever they are doing is clearly outside the law, because his home is not a gazetted detention facility. He has not committed any crime. The only crime he has committed maybe is running against Museveni. But we challenge them, if they are speaking the truth, to allow the members of public the leadership of the party, the media to access his home and establish the facts as they obtain.
Finally, you've made very strong assertions. What is the way forward for the National Unity Platform plus your presidential candidate?
This is not a matter of National Unity Platform. It's a matter of the citizens of Uganda. It is their right to choose leaders. Now, if you take away their right, they have very many options under the laws of Uganda, and particularly we have been encouraging them to take advantage of the provisions of Article 29 of the Constitution to lawfully and peacefully protest against any attempts by the Electoral Commission to subvert their will. And we believe that they will exercise that right to assert their wishes on how they want to be governed.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. We appreciate your time this morning. You have heard it from the National Unity Platform, the Treasury General himself, Benjamin Katana, informing us of what has happened, that the DR forms they have vis-a-vis the results they are seeing, there is something that is differing between the two, but also he has gone ahead to make assertions on what is happening with Honorable Robert Sentamu Kyagulanyi, and he says as late as last night his house was broken into, and that's the last communication. The police has also made a statement claiming they do not know anything about it. That is developing story that we need to keep our eye on to see exactly what has happened. But from us to you, we'll keep you bringing the updates to you, but also interviewing more people. We hand you over to the broadcast house.
Thank you very much, Timothy Nyangwe, so for that particular conversation. And indeed, we let's start from right there, Joan. Benjamin Katana, who's representing NUP at the National Tally Center, shares his observations, says that results at the Tally Center do not match what is on ground, and goes ahead to say and claim that the NRM is actually fabricating these results. The results that the EC chairperson is releasing are fabricated by the NRM, and says that they are not exactly what is on ground by their own mathematics. But of course, before we even get into the uncertainty of their presidential candidate, that is the new presidential candidate, perhaps let me hear what your perspective is on the claims made.
That provides spending limits and effective enforcement mechanism to curb.
As you can see, it's a press conference at Sky's Hotel Naguru. That is for the election observers. Let's take a listen and we'll be back.
Governing the utilization of technology in elections. C. Review the Constitution and election laws to strengthen the independence of the Electoral Commission by reconsidering the process for appointment of the members. To the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission should ensure the consistent application and respect of the Constitution and electoral laws without any interference. 2. The Electoral Commission should improve and observe election nomination procedures to address the pitfall of denomination of candidates duly nominated. The EC should fully finalize the nomination process before printing of ballot papers. 3. The EC should consider a waiver or reduction on the payment of nomination fees for women, youths, and candidates with disabilities to incentivize and enhance their participation in competitive seats. 4. The EC should disaggregate electoral information, including on disability status, to allow targeted provision of sign language, ramps, and accessibility adjustments. 5. The EC should facilitate early setup of the polling station through timely delivery of material to allow voting to start on time in line with the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. window. 6. The EC should conduct robust test runs of new technologies such as the BVV case before voting day to ensure their effective use on the election day. 7. The EC should compensate equal time loss in each polling station in line with international and regional best practice. 8. The EC should consider providing shades in the polling stations to cultivate favorable and inclusive voting environment for voting officials voters and other stakeholders. 9. The issue should invest in disaggregating election data based on the age, the gender, and disability status. Security agencies. Security agencies should operate within the law and mandate in a manner that is proportionate, impartial, and respectful of human rights to ensure that electoral security measures do not create an atmosphere of fear, curtail human rights, fundamental freedoms, and undermine political participation. 2. Security agencies should refrain from issuing directives on election-related issues that are not within their purview to do so. And we say so because one of the most controversial things as we came in was the issue of after voting, the law says stay within 20 meters radius. But then the chief of the Ugandan Defense Force was the first person that was quoted as issuing that when you vote, you should leave, contrary to the law. And this is coming from the very, the head of the military, created so much tension in the country. If probably that statement was issued by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, which have the authority to do so, citizens would have taken it differently. So security agencies should not make statements on election-related issues that are not within their purview to do that, so that citizens will not be apprehensive. Political parties. Political parties are encouraged to promote internal party democracy, introduce quotas in all leadership positions, and equitable access to campaign resources, particularly for women, youth, and candidates from marginalized groups. This is our interim report presented to you today, but the final report, by tradition of AU, Commercial, and IGAD, will be ready in a month's time. And that report will also be sent to the government of Uganda and a copy to the key stakeholders like Electoral Commission and the security operatives. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. So that was the report from the combined mission of AU, COMESA, and IGAD. And now we'll hear from the head of mission representing East Africa community. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, good luck. Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and head of combined mission AU, COMESA, IGAD. Excellencies, High Commissioners, representing East African community member states, Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, East African community observers, international observers, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Upon the invitation by the Electoral Commission of the Republic of Uganda, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Honorable Veronica Nduva, deployed the East African Community Election Observation Mission to the 2026 general elections in the Republic of Uganda. Observing elections in the East African Community is in line with the fundamental principles of promoting good governance and democracy in the community, which are ensured in the Treaty for the establishment of the East African Community and East African Principles for Election, Observation and Evaluation adopted by the East African Community in 2012. This election observation mission is comprised of 58 observers under my leadership, and I'm deputized by Honorable Maina Karobia Mwangi, who is the chairperson of the Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution Committee of the East African Legislative Assembly. The members of the mission were drawn from the East African Legislative Assembly, East African Community Secretariat, national assemblies, government ministries, and electoral management bodies of the East African Community Partner States, other than the Republic of Uganda, in compliance with East African principles on election observation that provide that no national of the country holding the election should be a member of the election observation mission. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to constituting the election observation mission, the East African community conducted a pre-election assessment from 14th to 20th December 2025, whose objective was to evaluate the electoral environment and the preparedness of relevant institutions and stakeholders involved in the electoral process in 2026 elections in the Republic of Uganda. The mission engaged with key electoral stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission, the police, the judiciary, political parties and organizations, the Human Rights Commission, the media, civil society organizations, Uganda Law Society, and heads of other international observation missions. The mission also engaged with the incumbent President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also the presidential candidate from the ruling party, National Resistance Movement, as well as the presidential candidate from the main opposition party, National Unity Platform, Honorable Kagulanyi Sentamu Robert. The mission is grateful to all stakeholders who freely and willingly accepted to meet and interact with the East African community election observers. Ladies and gentlemen, the East African Community Election Observation Mission deployed 12 teams spread across all regions of the country to observe processes, including final phases of the campaigns, preparation of polling stations, opening, voting, counting, and tallying processes, and the other limited post-election activities. On polling day, the East African community observers were able to observe elections in 184 polling stations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present the preliminary findings of the election observation mission, which are based on the interactions and engagements the East African Community Election Observation Mission had with the various stakeholders observation mission on key election and election day activities. The East African Community Election Observation Mission made the following observations. The 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, as amended, and other relevant laws provided the legal framework on which this year's general elections were conducted. The mission noted that Uganda's legal framework offers a robust foundation for the conduct of democratic elections in line with international and regional commitments that Uganda has ratified, including the East African Community Treaty. The political context was characterized by heightened competition, with 8 presidential candidates running for presidency, including the at presidential, parliamentary, and all municipal elections. This reflects rising public interest in governance, broadening political space, and voter choice. The mission further noted that there were several petitions arising out of the political party primaries and several unsuccessful aspirants opting to run as independent candidates. Although this provided voters a wider spectrum of candidates to choose from, It points to internal weaknesses in intra-party, including ineffective dispute resolution mechanism. The electoral environment has been largely peaceful and conducive for the conduct of elections. Electoral campaigns were mostly calm and peaceful. The mission noted that Uganda has a legal and regulatory framework on political party financing whose objective is to enhance fairness and integrity of the political parties. However, the mission noted that the law does not provide for campaign financing to cater for campaign expenditure so as to ensure a level playing field during electoral process. The mission commends the effort by the Electoral Commission regarding preparation and management of the 2026 general elections and the systematic stakeholders' engagement throughout the electoral process, including briefing international observers on the preparedness and the overall conduct of the elections. The Electoral Commission published a comprehensive roadmap as early as August 2023, covering electoral activities, including demarcation of electoral areas, updates and display of the voters' register, and the nomination of candidates. The mission notes that the National Voters Register had 21,681,491 registered voters, which reflects a laudable 70% increase from 18,103,603 in the 2021 general elections. The mission noted that 53% of the registered voters are female, which demonstrates commendable women participation in the country's electoral process. The mission noted some concerns raised with regard to the high number of candidates denominated by the Electoral Commission after previously being validly nominated, candidates declared unopposed, and appeals arising out of nominations and denominations process lodged before the courts a few days to the election day. There is need to streamline the procedures and timeline for these processes to minimize confusion and enhance credibility and public trust in the electoral process. The mission recognizes the active role played by civil society organizations in civic and voter education and election observation. The mission commends peace initiatives led by the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Inter-Religious Council of Uganda, which culminated in the signing of a peace pledge towards peaceful, inclusive, and accountable electoral process. The mission noted that the law provides for equal coverage of candidates by state-owned media. Generally, media offered extensive coverage of the electoral process and were also essential in dissemination of voter information to encourage meaningful participation in the elections. The mission noted that although there was no female presidential candidate or disaggregated data on female candidates, youth, and persons with disability, political participation of women is promoted through district women representatives in parliament. Inclusivity is further enhanced in parliament through special interest groups elections, together with youth, workers, persons with disability, and UPDF. The mission noted that on 30th January 2026, the Uganda Communications Commission issued a directive suspending public internet access, which had a direct impact on the compilation and analysis of field reports from our observers. Regarding voting, counting, and tallying, on polling day, the mission observed the following. During opening, all polling stations visited opened late, with an average delay of 3 hours due to late delivery of election materials, manufacture of biometric voter verification kits, and delayed setup. These delays caused frustrations for voters at some polling stations, with some deciding to leave. Despite these delays, the mission observed that the environment was generally calm and peaceful, with noticeable presence of party and candidate agents. All the polling stations observed were accessible to persons with disabilities, demonstrating efforts toward inclusivity. Assistance was provided to voters who needed it, including those with visual impairments, in line with the legal framework for election day procedures. All polling stations visited were in open areas, allowing for more transparency of the voting processes. However, some of the polling stations did not have shelter for polling officials, party agents, and voters. The observers noted that authorized stakeholders, such as party and candidate agents, had seamless access to the polling stations and performed their duties without difficulties. The presence of party agents and observers at polling stations demonstrated a vital principle of transparency in the electoral process. The presence of security personnel at all polling stations visited ensured peace and order. The conduct of security was observed to be professional, non-intrusive, and discreet. Identification of registered voters was conducted transparently and confirmed by party and candidate agents who had copies of the voters' registry at each polling station. Voting proceeded uninterrupted in all the polling stations visited throughout the day. The mission observed that most of the polling stations had queues with an average of 50 to 100 voters. An average of 5 polling officials were deployed in all polling stations visited. There was a commendable gender balance, with at least 50% women constituting the election personnel. The polling officials demonstrated professionalism and handled election duties with knowledge and understanding of the procedures, a reflection of adequate training by the Electoral Commission. Most polling stations closed an hour later than the prescribed time, 4 p.m., acting on the directive of Electoral Commission to compensate for the delays at opening. Voters still on the queue were allowed to vote. Counting was conducted transparently in the presence of party and candidate agents, observers, and voters who maintained the 20 meters radius as prescribed by law. There was a considerable number of invalid votes. At the polling stations observed, candidate agents received and signed declaration of results forms, which were posted outside polling stations. Then we have some recommendations. The East African Observer Mission makes the following recommendations. Political parties and organizations should strengthen their processes and dispute resolution mechanism and procedures to address the high number of independent candidates arising from the primaries. Legal reforms should be introduced to provide for campaign financing with a view of enhancing transparency in campaign financing and ensuring a level playing field during electoral process. The Electoral Commission should endeavor to publish disaggregated data indicating the number of female and youth candidates in each election to inform public policy and advocacy. The Electoral Commission should enhance voter education to minimize the number of invalid votes in future elections. The Electoral Commission should provide shelter for polling officers, party and candidate agents, and voters at polling stations, and make use of school buildings or other public buildings not in use during the election period. There is a need to ensure that public access to information through ICT, such as internet services, are available and accessible to all persons during the electoral process. Measures should be put in place to balance security concerns with the benefits of public access to internet services. The Electoral Commission needs to minimize cases of denomination of candidates by enhancing mechanisms for verification of requirements before nomination. The Electoral Commission should investigate the causes of the manufacture of biometric voter verification kits and seek to ensure that this does not affect use of technology in future electoral processes. Conclusion. The East African Election Observer Mission congratulates the people of the Republic of Uganda for exercising their right to choose their leaders during the 2026 general elections. Considering that the electoral process is still ongoing, the East African Community Election Observer Mission urges all stakeholders to continue to uphold peace and refrain from any action that could undermine the integrity of the process. The mission further urges any actors dissatisfied with the outcomes of the process to address their grievances through peaceful and means established by law. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Eda, from the East African Community. And now we hear from the ICJLR Parliamentary Forum, and after that we will hear from the East Africa Standby Force. Thank you.
Your Excellency, former Republican President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, heads of mission, honorable members of Parliament, ambassadors and diplomats present, distinguished delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We are extremely honored to present the preliminary statement of the Forum of Parliaments of Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, which is based on the observations made by our electoral observation mission during the general elections in the Republic of Uganda, held on the 15th January 2026. Our sincere gratitude goes to the people and government of the Republic of Uganda for their warm hospitality accorded to us since our arrival. The deployment of the short-term election observer mission underscores our dedication to uphold the principles of Article 6 of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region Pact on security, stability, and development in the Great Lakes region, with particular emphasis on the protocol on democracy and good governance. Furthermore, our observation mission is a response to the generosity invitation extended to the forum by the government of the Republic of Uganda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in person to foster a culture of democratic governance in the Great Lakes region, we deployed 21 observers from the member states of the forum, namely the Republic of Kenya, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Republic of Zambia, and the General Secretariat headed by me, Moses Moyo, as the head of mission. Given that the Republic of Uganda is a member state of the forum, we consider it significantly honored to be among the international observation groups accredited to observe the 2026 general elections. Ladies and gentlemen, let me summarize the electoral observation activities that we carried in run-up to the January 15th general elections, in accordance with our mandate as follows. In order to ascertain the state of preparation and preparedness towards the January 15th general elections, the Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region conducted a pre-election analysis. Upon arrival in Kampala, the observers participated in a comprehensive briefing and orientation on the 9th January 2026 before being deployed in areas of responsibility. In order to increase public awareness about the presence and mandate of the mission, upon arrival, we officially issued arrival statement on the 9th of January 2026 at the regional training facility in Munyoyi. The mission met electoral stakeholders such as the Center for Policy Analysis, briefing by the Electoral Commission, members of the press, heads of mission of international observer groups, and members of the diplomatic corps accredited to the Republic of Uganda. The engagement meetings were aimed at understanding the state of preparation and preparedness towards holding the January 15 general elections. The observers were subsequently deployed in teams of 4 to observe the polling proceedings in Kampala Central, Kampala East, Kampala West, and Kampala North. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our pre-election analysis of the 2026 general elections in the Republic of Uganda reviewed the following. The Electoral Commission developed a roadmap for the 2026 general elections, which was implemented in a phased manner. The mission noted that the Commission carried out all planned activities under the roadmap as scheduled. In line with the international, regional, and national framework, the mission conducted civil and voter education in collaboration with key electoral stakeholders such as civil society and the media, among others, to ensure that all eligible citizens understand the purpose, procedure, and significance of the elections. The mission also noted that the Electoral Commission utilized the digital platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, which are increasingly important in engaging with the youths. This intervention helped in providing real-time interaction and prompt response to inquiries. The mission commends the Electoral Commission for integration of physical identification features on the biometric voter verification kit, in addition to the use of the thumbprint. The mission commends the Electoral Commission for the intention to place the notice only in polling stations where nominated candidates would have lawfully withdrawn from participating while appearing on the ballot box, in order to give guidance to the would-be voters not to vote for particular candidates. The interaction with stakeholders revealed that the campaign period was generally calm and peaceful as compared to 2016 and 2021 general elections, which were attributed to adherence of campaign guidelines stipulated by the Electoral Commission and by all political parties. In this regard, the mission commends the Electoral Commission, security operators, the competing political parties, and all the citizens for their effort in maintaining peace. There were also concerns raised by increasing misinformation, disinformation, and use of hate speech on social media. The temporary suspension of public internet access and selected mobile services during the election period as a measure by government to mitigate spread of online misinformation, disinformation, and electoral fraud, as well as preventing incitement of electoral violence. Ladies and gentlemen, the mission would like to clearly state that in its finding on the 2026 general elections in the Republic of Uganda are purely based on the pre-election analysis in country polling procedures and voter counting at the polling stations. Let me now address the polling day activities. According to the Electoral Commission, there are 50,739 polling stations and 21,681,491 registered voters countrywide. Let me highlight that our observers were given the opportunity to observe the opening, voting, and closing procedures in all the polling stations. The mission observed the following. Most of the polling stations visited by the mission in Kampala Central, Kampala East, Kampala West, and Kampala North did not open on the official stipulated time of 07 hours. The opening was delayed by 2 or 3 or more hours. The reasons being due to malfunction of the biometric voter identification kit. In some instances, polling officials did not receive the passcode. There were fewer numbers of registered voters present in some polling stations during the opening, below 10 as required by the law to officially open the polling station for voting. However, as the day progressed, more voters turned up to vote as observed in long queues. Elections were conducted in a peaceful, calm environment that allowed the people of Uganda to exercise their democratic right to vote. The polling stations were laid in a manner that allowed smooth flow and guaranteed secrecy. There were presence of police personnel, security personnel in all polling stations as observed, and they conducted themselves in a professional manner. The presence of political party agents in the polling stations, particularly the Ideological Party of Uganda, National Resistance Movement, National Unity Platform, Democratic Front, and in some instances, independent candidates was commendable. Generally, the opening procedures were followed by the polling staff and demonstrated a good knowledge of the opening procedures. The mission is glad to note that there were no incidences of voter inducement in the polling stations observed. Also, there were no form of campaign activities by political parties observed outside the polling stations. However, the mission observed the presence of campaign materials in some polling stations visited at the time of opening, contrary to the law, which requires non-existence of campaign materials within the radius of 20 meters from the polling center. Our mission had the opportunity to observe the voting procedures in a significant number of polling stations in Kampala City District. The mission is gratified to report that notwithstanding the delayed opening of polling stations, the voting process unfolded in a serene and orderly manner. The polling stations that the mission visited were staffed with women and youth generally constituting most of the workforce. As a concern, the mission noted that non-participation of women as presidential aspirants in this year's elections, which does not promote the participation, inclusivity, and gender equality in the political sphere. The requirement of voters to be 20 meters away from polling stations after voting was difficult to implement, especially in polling stations situated in marketplaces. In some polling stations visited, application of indelible ink to voters was done by police officers. In other instances, it was done by political agencies and at times by voters themselves. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the mission observed the close The mission calls upon the relevant authorities to handle formal disputes in a manner that promotes a culture of peace dispute resolution. The mission will issue a more detailed and comprehensive report shared through its diplomatic channels to all relevant stakeholders. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So that was the report from the International Conference on the Great Lake Region Parliamentary Forum. And now we go to the last report from Honorable Ambassador. I would want to say your name so that I pronounce it wrongly, but I believe it's Ndadaburishimana. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Your Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Head of the Joint Mission, AU, COMESA, and IGAD. Your Excellency Bernard Makuza, former Prime Minister and the former Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Rwanda, Chairperson of the Panel of Elders of the Eastern Africa Standby Force, dear colleagues, Head of Missions, dear Excellencies, Ambassadors, and Member of the Diplomatic Corps present here, dear observers, Member of the press. At the invitation of the government of the Republic of Uganda, the Council of Ministers of Defense and Security of the Eastern Africa Standby Force, in accordance with the East African guidelines on election observation, approved the deployment of an ESF short-term election observer mission to observe the conduct of the general elections. Specifically, our mission focused on observing the presidential elections that were held on 15th January 2026 in the Republic of Uganda. The ESF election observer mission was deployed in accordance with the African Union Charter on Elections, Democracy and Governance, and the International Declaration of Principles for International Elections Observation, with the authority of the chairperson of the Eastern Africa Standby Force Council of Ministers of Defense and Security. Ladies and gentlemen, our objectives were to enhance public confidence in the electoral process, to promote the fundamental freedom of political rights of the local population in Uganda, to conduct an objective assessment of the polling process, to support the democratic process of the Republic of Uganda, to observe any situation that may lead to a political crisis that may emerge after the elections, and then to uphold ESF's mandate in the promotion of peace and security. The mission was led by myself, Ambassador Jedon Ndabashimana, from the Republic of Burundi, as head of mission. I was assisted by Right Honorable Bernard Makuza, chairperson of the ASF panel of elders from the Republic of Rwanda, who acted as special advisor to the head of mission, and by Swef Kamaradini from ESF executive staff as deputy head of mission. The mission comprised 19 short-term observers drawn from the ESF member states, including Burundi, Comoros, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, and Sudan, as well we were assisted by the technical team of ESF. Our mission was deployed from 10th to 18th January 2026. Observers were deployed in 9 field teams. One team was manning the Mission Coordination Center, MCC. The field teams observed the polling process in 113 polling station. The field teams were deployed to all regions of the country, covering Kampala Central and the peripheral areas, Wakiso District, Jinja Municipality, Entebbe Municipality, Mbare City, Gulu City, Fort Portal City, Mbarara City, and Lila. The mission leadership participated in local and international observers briefings with head of missions at the regional and continental level, met with the Uganda Electoral Commission, media and civil society organizations. The objective was to have a fair and objective understanding of the electoral process and the political context. We have the pleasure now to present our main findings. This preliminary statement gives an overview of the assessment of the elections and provides details of its observations. The statement is based on objective and independent assessment on the electoral process, specifically at the end of the campaign and electoral period and on the actual election day, and refers to the national legal framework on electoral matters. These include the last days of the campaign and the management of election day operations, including the counting process. Our key findings are the follows. On the aspect of campaign, the campaign were conducted in a largely peaceful environment with sporadic cases of violence. Most candidates conducted mobile campaigns that did not have large crowds of people. The campaigns were mainly done in local dialect. The teams observed use of state resources in some cases, which is contrary to the law. The presence of security personnel was also witnessed. On the aspect of security, voting was largely peaceful in all polling stations, observed despite some anxiety that was noted in a few voters, especially those who reported early to cast their votes but were unable to due to the delay in the commencement of the voting process. In addition, there was a clear and heavy presence of security agents across all polling stations observed. On the aspect of time, most polling stations observed opened late, mostly due to the late delivery of the election materials. In some polling stations, elections officials failed to report on time, hence affecting the preparations of their stations. In most of the polling stations observed, the biometric voter verification kit, BVVK, failed to work, occasioning the late commencement of the voting process, which was long after the stipulated time at 7 a.m. The presiding officers were unable to log into the BVVK kit as the system could not verify the credentials at the polling stations. The polling stations were opened at averagely 10 p.m. In order to mitigate the situation, the Uganda Electoral Commission issued a directive for polling stations to use the manual voter register for purposes of voter verification prior to casting of ballots. On the aspect of communication, the nationwide internet blackout, which started on 30th January 2026 at 6 p.m., negatively impacted the work of the observers, since information could not be shared in a timely manner between different teams deployed in the different areas and the mission coordinators. On the aspect of voter turnout, lower voter turnout was observed in polling stations that may have been occasioned by the late opening of the polling station. On the aspect of media, there was a little to no visible presence of the media, including live media coverage in most polling stations that our mission observed. On the aspect of local observers, our mission encountered very few local observers in the polling stations that they visited. This brings into question the process of registration of domestic domestic observers. On the aspect of training of polling staff, in general, a significant lack of harmonization of processes in the polling station was observed, which pointed out a lack of proper training of the polling staff. In certain instances, we observed the presiding officers handling the voter register while issuing ballot papers, at the same time leaving other polling staff with no work to perform. We also observed the voters being inked on different fingers, which deferred to the set guideline, which indicated that fingers are to be inked on the voter's cuticle on the right hand thumb. On the aspect of crossing, due to the late opening of the polling stations, crossing was extended by 1 hour from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. However, this communication came very late, and some polling stations were unaware of this directive and even questioned the veracity of the information. On the aspect of counting, the observer teams indicated that the vote counting process in most areas were conducted smoothly and in accordance with the law. In a few polling stations, the 20-meter rule that ensured the public overwhelmed the polling station was not observed. On the issue of gender balance, in the 113 polling stations observed, 56% of the polling officials were female. Ladies and gentlemen, recommendation. Our mission recommends the following: urges all the stakeholders to take note of the objectives and findings to improve future electoral processes in Uganda. Encourages continuous civic education in support of efforts already in place. Urges restraint to all stakeholders and further encourage adherence to the Constitution and the laws of the land in case of contestation. In conclusion, based on its observations and findings, our mission concluded that the electoral process took place in an overall orderly and calm manner. This preliminary statement will be followed by the final report, which will be released within 90 days to the Republic of Uganda and shall be available on the ESF website. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador. Thank you for your attention and patience through the 4 statements that have been made to us. We've listened to the statement from the Joint Mission of the African Union, Kumekucha, and IGAD, by His Excellency Jonathan. We had from the East Africa Community, from Honorable Madam Eda Mugiza. We also had a statement from the International Conference on Great Region, Parliamentary Forum, read to us by Honorable Mrs. Moyo, and finally from the East Africa Standing Post, read to us by Ambassador Shurimana. Members of the press, this is your session. If you have an opportunity to ask questions, if any, seek clarification from any of the statements that have made before us. As you do so, please state your name and the media house that you represent. Keep your questions brief and to the point.
403. Mutahi Ramadan, 183. Zambari Rasul Hassan, 46,144. As a returning officer for Executive District, in accordance with Section 77(1) of the Parliamentary Elections Act, declare Zambari Rasul Hassan, who has obtained the highest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Nasa and Municipal constituency in the official district.
Let's think about Uganda. Let's avoid self-seeking goals, things that will put Uganda into trouble. We come into election not to fight. This is not a battle. This is not a war. We are here to bring ourselves to those who are going to vote us, and people will choose their leaders. And we believe that's the democracy we are talking about. Let's have a free and fair election rather than going into battle, rather than going into running battles. I was telling my campaign agent and those who saw me where I voted, I got a lot of issues. The soldiers were chasing us from the voting areas.
And they arrested some of our people.
And they also arrested some of our people. I think that should stop.
Accordingly, as returning officer for Executive District, in accordance with Section 77(1) of the Parliamentary Elections Act, I declare Queen Muada, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for the East constituency in the Official District.
Surrounded by security, so he cannot go out. But I've not seen him, so to know whether we are preparing for this conference. But before we leave, because we will include some of this in a final report, because we are still observing. Before we leave, we'll find out why is in a semi-house arrest situation, though he's in his own house, not where we visited, because I was told that it's not in the house where we visited him, but that is in a different house, but that is his own house, surrounded by security people. That is the information we have. Though there's flying news that, in fact, somebody asked whether that even helicopter flew out in the night. Got that information. That was the wrong information. It's not been flown out of this of the country. But we don't know details, and I cannot just guess. I have to tell you exactly what I know. Somebody asked evidence of ballot stuffing. Well, to the best of our own knowledge from our team, the African Union Commencer and IGAD team, there was no evidence of ballot stuffing. We did not observe in all the polling stations in the country, but based on, I think, 400-something polling stations that we observed, and especially where we witnessed the closing, there was no evidence of ballot stuffing, no.
Okay, calling for the last time. Anyone else with any question? Members of the press?
My name is Akre Papa, and I work with Mlengla News. My question is Excellency to Nathan Kulak. Sir, given the fact that the internet was shut down, did you get a chance to hear from the Electoral Commission on how they were receiving these results from the regional tally centers and the polling stations on the ground?
Thank you so much. Because we got information about the internet on Tuesday. In fact,
we thought it was our time now, but it seems this government is making it very impossible once again. But people of Uganda, I want to thank you very much. You have spoken. You spoke. Your voice spoke. And I know they must be feeling it. They are feeling it. And one time, one day, we are going to overcome. We shall get there. We are not jubilating now, not because we have not gotten any victory. Some of us have been declared as winners, but our colleagues inside there are still suffering. So it has been a lot, I must say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zahara. We can now qualify to
But allow me to appreciate all members present here, starting with the various heads of mission, the committee represented here, the observers mission, or rather observers who went to the various missions, long hours of dedication, some in very rough terrains, drafters of the various speeches, communication and visibility team, coordinators of the various missions in here. Thank you so much. And of course our drivers who went to very long drives. Thank you to you all. As you go home, we wish you journey masses and a prosperous 2026. Thank you.
I don't have much to say as now. Thank you. That is a challenge. You know, I always
proactive update and analysis of the developments. So thank you very much. I'm glad to be part of this show, and I'm available to share a thing or two about what is happening around us within the political space, more specifically the electoral updates.
All right, it's a pleasure always having you and learning from you. And before we even get into the conversation of the observers and what you make of their report, let's just in a bit look at what Kampala looks like for now. Yesterday, the Honorable Mr. Kabanda was announced as the direct member of parliament for Kampala, defeating Louis Rubongoya of the NUP party. What do you make of that win, and what does it mean for the NRM party?
Yeah, it means quite a lot. One, I think people need to appreciate that the NRM applied a unique campaign strategy, which was dubbed the parish mobilization model, which then took the electoral process within the NRM in terms of mobilization to the structures, right from the SEC, the NEC, the conference, the district conference, sub-county, parish, and then village. So we were able to engage the entire leadership of NRM at the village level, where we have 63 leaders per village. And that has had a big effect on awakening the consciousness of members, and Kampala has benefited from that arrangement. I was in Kampala working with the Honorable Rose Seninde, and we were working in Kampala and in PG at the parish mobilization model, and it has had impact. So what we are seeing in terms of the voter turnout, in terms of performance, has been an outcome of a deliberate strategy, an intentional strategy, and a purposeful strategy. And that's why we've been able to get even other MPs coming out. Getting 3 MPs from a point where we had none in the entire city is something good to write home about. So I'd like to thank the Secretariat that came up with that wonderful strategy. I'd like to thank the coordinators, and I would like to thank the chairpersons of the NRM districts within Kampala that made a great contribution to what we are seeing.
All right. And what you can see on your screen right now is a congratulations for Honorable Shamim Malende as she holds her form, declaring her as the official member of parliament for the 12th August House right there. We'll definitely be getting sound and the sound that matches that footage in just a bit. But Honorable Mike Sabalu, just to come back to our conversation on what this means for Kampala. Yesterday, as the Honorable Mr. Kabanda was being congratulated, some questions that came through for her were in regards indeed to her campaign. Her counterpart, Louis Rubongoya, definitely is not satisfied with what came out of the result. But she also talked about her style of campaign, and she made mention of the fact that Louis Rubongoya did not campaign. He was overly confident and took it rather for granted. Do you think it's the same story?
Yeah, I just want to say that I do agree with Minsa Kabanda in terms of campaign strategy. She campaigned, but also the party structures were available to campaign for her. Just like I told you, I was part of the team that worked in Kampala. We made the 63 leaders that make up Central Division in all the parishes that make up Central Division. A situation where you have a structure, you know, a good campaign depends on 4 serious pillars. The first pillar is candidate.
Honorable, kindly allow me interject there as we hear from the Honorable Shamim Malende, who's looking forward to serve Kampala in the 12th August House.
Currently, especially the disappearances, the abductions, the illegal arrests, but above all, the fact that our president, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, his life is actually in danger. Right now, I specifically want to thank the people of Kampala for entrusting me with this mandate once again, and I promise not to disappoint. The biggest task that I'm going to handle is, first of all, to ensure that we defend our victory at the presidential level, because I know and I'm sure that the people of Kampala and Uganda did vote and have voted for Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I'm going to embark on the issue of bailing out our political prisoners, our comrades, together with our other team of legal officers at NUP. But I'm going to put the issues of the people of Kampala and Uganda at the forefront, especially issues touching women, the business community. Currently, you have all witnessed the irregularities, the rigging, but we shall not get tired. We are going to keep pushing until justice is served, until we are all free as Ugandans. The most important thing currently is to ask ourselves, how is our president Kyagulanyi Ssentamu faring currently? Because the last information we got is that his home had been broken into by some military personnel. And what is the stake, or what is going on in the life of other persons or Ugandans that are supporting change? Because we have also seen and heard that outside there, homes are being broken into and people are being taken, tear gas is everywhere and gunshots are everywhere. These are the injustices that we are fighting as the National Unity Platform. And we just promise you.
All right, that is Honorable Shamim Malende, who says that what her victory means is that she is to ensure on, first and foremost, defending the NUP presidency, the NUP candidature and victory at the level of presidency, but also focus on the welfare of the NUP president, that is Honorable Kyagulanyi, and of course bailing out political prisoners and putting the issues of Kampala people, especially the women, at the forefront right there as she indeed gives her victory speech. Honorable Sebalu, it's like you had something to say into that particular matter.
I really, first of all, I congratulate her for making it.
Right.
But I want her to be reasonable and apply intellectual honesty. There's great intellectual dishonesty when she talks of Kyagulanyi's victory being taken. She no evidence, no nothing. I think the politics of populism has no space in the future. She should appreciate that where Kyagulanyi has had great support, he's been able to win. He's won Kampala and he was won largely in Buganda, where he has majority of supporters. Everyone knows that beyond Kampala, beyond Buganda, Kyagulanyi has isolated support out there. So for her to come up and say that the first point of her is to defend a victory, because first of all, the elections have not been declared. The winner has not been declared, so there is room for that. For someone to begin by saying that the victory is robbed is really being intellectually and ethically very dishonest. Yeah.
Speaking of the politics of populism, as you've indeed rightfully identified it as, let's go back to the issue that you are completing of the campaign strategy of Honorable Mr. Kabanda.
Yeah, Mr. Kabanda. Yeah, a good campaign. One, you must have a good candidate. And in Mr. Kabanda, we had a good candidate for Kampala Central. One, she's got a name visibility. She's got brand recognition. She's got brand visibility. She's got good image. She's got a good profile. So when you talk about Minsa in Kampala, it is synonymous with the Kampala. She's been in the politics of Kampala as a councillor at LC3, at LC5, and she is currently the minister in charge of Kampala. And she's been able to articulate the issues of Kampala. So for her to stand in Kampala Central, she was overqualified for Kampala Central. And when you talk about Lubongoya in Kampala Central, in the issues of Kampala Central, he's an alien. He's a stranger. He's not served in any position in Kampala politics. He's not been anything in Kampala politics. If anything, he got a lot of votes unexpectedly. Whatever he got to me was more than expected, given his profile within Kampala, his background within Kampala. He's a stranger, he's simply coming, and I think he benefited from the overall popularity of the umbrella. It was not about his qualities, it was more about the party. So for him to complain about Minsa is to be dishonest. So first, the candidate was more credible, was more compatible with the people of Kampala. Two, you talk about the message. She had a better message, a message that was informed by the overall mantra of the NRM message of protecting the gains. There are so many gains people in Kampala have been able to register, and that message connects with the people, resonates with the people, is relevant, is positive, is desirable, and is most welcome. So with that, she had a good message. Three, she had the structures. The NRM structures within Kampala Central were all activated to support her. She had people talk for her, you know, at the division level, at the sub-county level, at the parish level, and at the village level. And the NRM Secretariat sent a special team to Kampala, and Kampala Central was part of the beneficiary. I addressed a number of rallies in Kampala where she was not, in support of her, and many coordinators were available. So the structures are a big factor in any campaign, and a party without structures like NUPs cannot match, because there can be a lot of popularity and a lot of good messages, but the structures mean a lot. Then three, the party supported her. She had support. There was a budget to support her as a candidate of NRM, because NRM took responsibility to support its MPs. So there are those areas like agents, like some of the meetings, the party came in and gave her a helping hand. So with research, you wouldn't be surprised that he made it. On top of that, she had other structures, she has other networks within the city, because she's a city born, she's a city resident, and she's a big city stakeholder.
All right, Honorable, let's look at the patterns now that you stated that way, in line with structures and strongholds. Let's look at the shifting patterns. 2021 was rather different. NUP was everywhere, almost everywhere. And in Kampala, of course, it's quite a surprise. Many indeed thought that Louis Rubongoya would take it because of the red and...
AFP. I think the questions are similar. They rotate around his status. Mr. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, as far as I'm informed, he's not under arrest. That is one statement I would like to make categorically clear. The deployment around his place, yes, it is visible, but we have deployed in all areas where our intelligence estimates give us a point to such areas as areas of interest, including places or precincts around Magere. First and foremost, would like to share with you that in some of those pockets, not necessarily at Magere, but in some areas nearby, you know that we had youths who became disorderly. We also have information that most of these are under incitement by specific political actors So we are dominating as security all areas that are of specific security interest. So it should not surprise you when we have a pickup or two near the residence of Honorable Kyagulanyi. And we don't commit any offense when we deploy in Magere. We have the right to deploy anywhere. But what I would like to categorically make as a statement is he's not under arrest.
Can I just ask?
Please do.
If he's not under a house arrest, is he free to leave his compound?
Has he?
All right, in just a bit, that was from last night's report, but in just a bit we'll be at Lubowa. That was from earlier today, but later on in just a bit we are going to go to Lubowa with Jordan Lukoma, who is going to speak with Afande Rusoke and get clearer information and more information at that in regards to security, especially to the matters of Bobi Wine, his whereabouts and his welfare. So do stay tuned here on UBC TV as you follow all the updates. Right now in studio is Honorable Mike Sebalu, who is with me, and we're having a conversation chewing on elections as they come through, as the results come through, as the patterns are looking like, the statistics and the provisional results that we so far have. In just a few hours before 5, we shall have known. If anything, at 2 p.m, when Justice Simon Byabakama comes back, if anything, he could probably might tell us and give us the final result of Uganda's constituency as to who is the next leader of Uganda's constituency 2026-2031. Julie F. Nataba here with you, and coming back to you, Honorable Mike Sebalu. Indeed, now I was asking you of the shifting patterns. Right now, what we've seen, 2021 was a wave. The name was a wave.
Yeah, it was.
And 2026, it's different. It's different. Where you expect NUP, you see NRM. NRM is actually making surprise wins in different areas. What do you have to say is an attribute to the patterns?
Yeah, I think what we need to appreciate is that different political or electoral cycles are influenced by the factors pertaining on the ground at a given point in time. 2021, we had COVID. So there was quite a bit of surprise. Even the candidature of Honorable Kyagulanyi was a surprise in itself. There was no precedent, there was no nothing. He was a bit of a mystery. Right now, he's not a mystery anymore. He has been demystified. Now people know the quantity and the quality of candidate Kyagulanyi. The NUP leaders that came out of that wave have been able to be assessed, and many of them have been found to be wanting in terms of leadership. So the excitement has disappeared, and so the operative situation on the ground is different.
All right, Honorable, let's head to Lubowa right now. Pardon me, not Joan, but Jordan is on as he is.
Yes, we thank you so much for watching UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa, matching the Sabagabo at the National Tally Center, where the Electoral Commission is holding that tallying of presidential elections results as they flow in. We are already beyond 50% of the polling stations, and we are still waiting for more results. Now, we are going to have a chance to talk to the police spokesperson again. We have had a number of opportunities to talk to him. Afande Kituma Rusoke, I beg your pardon. He's already with us here. And mainly, there are allegations that the president of the NUP, their candidate as well, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, has been arrested and is not at his home, and everyone close to him is not allowed to access his home, his contacts, or anything like that. We have an opportunity to talk to the police spokesperson, and we'll have that cleared. Afande, good morning once again.
It is afternoon.
It is already afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yes.
We thank you so much. Okay. Now, what is the fact about this? Have you guys arrested Bobi Wine?
One of the facts is that he's not under arrest. The other fact is that whoever is peddling this allegation is a naked liar. Why? Because he is in his home. And I guess you need to give the people the extent of the naked lie they gave. One, they said that we had deployed a chopper which came, airlifted him and took him to an unknown destination. Yes. Lie. It's not true.
Is there anything that could have been misinterpreted as an arrest?
No, they are trying to be relevant. And this is not the first time that they peddle this kind of lies. They come up one day, they killed, then it's not true, then they wake up another day. It has been a song. The only difference is that people still believe it. That's why they have found it. Because in other countries you lie like this, you are even supposed to resign. You get it? But these are people who society has come to accept them. They are not answerable for their immoral conduct. They seem to be in a comfort zone of sorts.
They say you have denied access of his close kind of relatives and party members and his officials. They cannot access him neither on phone nor you have even cordoned off his home. They are not allowed to enter. At least if they entered, they would know that he's not arrested and come to tell the world a different story. Have you stopped anyone from accessing him, and why?
There is deployment around Magere, like so many flashpoints and hotspot areas of the country. Of course, as security, we also cannot allow somebody to use his home as a springboard to cause chaos. But to say that we have sieged him and is under arrest is an overstatement.
So what about the allegation that you have denied them access to the home?
No, these are the same people. They thought they would use Magere for organizing public disorder, and we said no.
That's why it is a no-go zone.
Who said it's no-go zone?
That's what they say.
It is a zone.
Have you denied some people from accessing?
It is a zone where they cannot go the way they want to do things wrongly. Yes, that's what I can say.
Okay. So some people can't access it because of the information you have?
They can't access it the way they want, and to particularly to fulfill the ulterior or those insidious motives.
To calm down the situation and the worries and the suspicions, how can you help the world to know that the man is there, he is with no problem and he's okay?
Let them believe us. The man is there. Only that, unless you are saying that again we should pull him out of his house to parade him before public, which is indecent.
If that's what it may take.
No, he's there.
How about his phone calls, his contacts, is what they can't access him?
I can't go into those details. What brought me here, you got information that he was not there. I have answered you, exactly.
Okay, still around security. We've heard of some places that had shootings the previous day, people arrested. Is it Machindie, Samatuga? What happened last night in those places as police, if you can tell the world, and those who may be scared of going there, if they have relatives there, what happened and what is the state of affairs in those places?
First and foremost, nobody should get scared of going around with his normal business. It is only lawbreakers who need to think twice. You cause chaos, you don't cause chaos and then start asking the outcomes of your chaotic behavior. Do your business well, go your normal business. If you have any discrepancy, go and use lawful and legal channels. Challenge whatever you want to challenge, but do not dream of using violence, because violence begets violence. Secondly, you cannot control the outcomes of violence. Because what some people want to do is to be violent and then question the outcomes. Why hasn't it come out this way? No. Once you begin a war, how it ends is purely, totally, it is a totally different business altogether. So we have to appeal to people. Use legal channels, means and approaches. in any area where you feel there is a what? There is a conflict. There were incidents in a few areas, pockets of the Greater Kampala Metropolitan, but in those flash areas we sorted it out. We came into contact with those rowdy and all perpetrators and applied our public order capabilities, which neutralized those things.
There are allegations that in Machindi some roads are even closed. Is that true?
Not now, at least. Okay. And even if it was to do, we would apply countermeasures to ensure that there is tranquility.
Afande security ensonga nkulu tugenda kuddako mu Uganda tulina abalaba ku Star TV. Waliwo ebiteeberezebwa nti mukutte candidate wa NUP.
All right, that is Afande Chituma Rusoke, the police spokesperson, giving us a report of what security looks like right now, and to one who was worried as to the welfare of Kyagulanyi. He mentions that he is safe and he is at his home in Magere, and also says that those who want to organize public disorder indeed have been stopped from accessing him at Magere. And he says that with the pockets of insecurity here and there that you are seeing should not stop you, who is a peacekeeping citizen, from going about your business for as long as your intentions are well-meaning. And thank you, Jordan, from Lubowa, for giving us that insight into what the stand of security is like right now. UBC UG polls 2026. We are looking at the state of affairs as the votes are being counted for who the next president of Uganda is going to be. In studio, I do have Honorable Mike Sebalu, and we are chewing on matters here and there as they come through, and of course as the conversation does flow. Honorable Mike Sebalu, we were talking about the patterns, and indeed you did mention that 2021 NUP was not tested, it was a mystery, and 2026 it's known, so people knew what they were voting for.
Yeah, it is demystified because that time there was a wave. People got excited. They took decisions without serious thinking, without serious consideration. And in many cases, they lost good leaders, replaced them with the leaders who have turned out to be not very meaning in terms of output. And the dynamics that have come up along the way, you know, with the Mpugas and all these breakups, right, the disintegration, literally, the counter abuses and malignment. So people have come to appreciate what NUP is in terms of quantity and terms of quality. The kind of members that came to Parliament, some of them are yet to make their maiden speech, and yet they are campaigning for re-election. All those dynamics have been able to demystify the mystery around NUP. So coming round, we prepared for them because we knew what they were made of, what they stand for, what they are capable of, and what their ability is in terms of leadership. And so NRM has organized and reorganized, and we've been able to liberate quite a number of constituencies that were hitherto occupied by NUP. Even in terms of performance, NRM is performing much better than it did in those areas that are considered to be NUP favorites. So basically, it is not surprising at all that in Kampala we are able to get 3 MPs so far. And even the average performance at the presidential level is much better. All that can be explained, and it is attributed to the strategy that we used. The strategy of using the structures, right, the strategy of using the leaders, the strategy of letting the campaign be owned, championed, and undertaken by the leadership across the entire structures. And it is paying dividends.
Let's throw light onto areas like Wakiso, where still NUP is rather a stronghold. Yes, NRM has had its wins like in Busiro North, but if you look at Machidi Sabagabo, NUP has won, Rubaga South, NUP has won, Busiro East, Yes, well, where Honorable Medad was, which is where you were?
Simply put it this way, in Wakiso, NUP had 100% win in the parliamentary race in 2021. As we speak, 3 constituencies have been recovered by NRM. That is Busiro North, Busiro South, and Entebbe municipality. Again, it confirms the narrative I'm giving you that we've demystified. And this is work in progress. We are going to liberate all of them. It is a question of time.
Now, when we get to what is at the tally centers and what the candidates say is on ground, the stories seem to be different. It is stated for candidates, most of the candidates, that overnight a different statistic is displayed or is told, and by break of day it's a whole different shift of the paradigm. What do you have to say into this matter?
Yeah, you know, we are dealing with competitors who are not ready for losses. When you go into any contestation, if you're a very objective person, you should be able to look at 2 possibilities, a win or a loss. And if you are that objective participant, you should be ready for either. But our colleagues are not ready for any. That's why even at the presidential level, you found that at one point there was a statement by the candidate that he will never participate in any electoral process that is managed by Justice Byabakama. That is on record. Another very prominent member of the same party, to be specific, Honorable Lutamaguzi, came up with even a wild statement where he did indicate that whoever ever participates in an electoral process presided over by Justice Byabakama would be the fool of the century. What was so interesting is that he was on the ballot and he lost miserably. You know, losing someone getting twice as many votes as you got. So with that background, it clearly shows that they entered the race well knowing that they would use anything to explain their loss. You remember at one point, mid-term of the electoral process, again a candidate came up with a statement to the effect that even if he won 90%, he would never be declared. Now, those kind of statements clearly show that someone is preparing for their loss, preparing to give justification that they could only lose because the process is not fair. Otherwise, theirs is a win and only a win and a win and a win. Now, that kind of mindset, that kind of attitude is not democratic. Because definitely, even if you went into the mathematics, you know, as we speak, we have over 200 MPs. They hardly have 30 MPs on their name. We had candidates in all electoral areas. They had candidates they didn't have candidates in over 20 where our members came and opposed. Those are very early signals of a loss if you're talking about a national election. If you can pass with 20 constituencies almost without you having a candidate, that clearly shows that in that area you are simply on the basic minority. And those are scientific. That is the evidence. It's not a dream, it's not a wish. Those are serious early signals of a loss. So it is not surprising at all what is coming out. Like Kampala, I'm not surprised that they are having majority because they have some good grounding in Kampala. But for NRM to have some 3 clearly shows the effort we've put in, and I would like to salute the Secretariat, Secretary General, Right Honorable Todong and your team, Madam Seninde, Mobilization Director, and the team. You've done a good job, and the leadership of Kampala, the chairpersons and the decks, you've done good, you've delivered. Even the average in terms of the presidential tally is much better than 2021.
Right. On that note, I would like for us to actually look at the general overview of the results as they're coming through. But before that, would like to say thank you very much to Cafe Pub that is making sure that we are enjoying African coffee on set as we take on this marathon, bringing you updates and facts as they appear. Now, Honorable, looking at the general overview, 6th provisional results as they've been released so far. Of course, candidate Yoweri Museveni is in the lead with 7,643,778 votes. And then second to him is candidate Kyagulanyi, who is at 2,601,150 votes. But to add to that matter, some of the agents of all the candidates, some of the presidential candidates that have contested in this election cycle have been have made statements. Our field reporters at Lubowa have got to have conversations with them, and they've given comments such as the NPP's representative, that is Sharif Sentongo, the Secretary General of the NPP, says that the results do not match with the declaration forms on ground. And he also says that the process has not been clean at all, and that Justice Simon Byabakama has not followed the law, especially with the question and event of the BVV case. When it comes to the BVV case, the ANT representative, the one representing General Mujisha Muntu, also said the BVV case was such a shady move, especially with how quickly the decision was made to switch to Ugandans using their registers, manual registers. Of course, many candidates indeed come through with different comments. With the provisional results as they appear right now, we are left with probably one. By 5, we'll be knowing who our president is 2026, 2031, and with some of the comments coming through from agents of opponent candidates. What is your general overview?
My general overview, first of all, I would like to congratulate the chairperson of the Electoral Commission for having taken leadership to manage a difficult situation that was not foreseen. The failure of the biometrics gadgets was an unfortunate incident, but it needed good leadership to take a decision in order to avert a situation that would not be good. So for them to have taken a decision, and a decision that gives a formidable alternative, was something good to write home about. We need to appreciate the biometric gadgets vis-a-vis the voter register. What is PRIM? What is PRIM is the voter register. That is the authentic source of reference. What the biometric machines were going to do was to help validate what is in the voter register and put a higher level of transparency and make the process more accountable. Because what is in the voter register is what is confirmed by the biometrics. You know, your facials, your thumbprint, and all that. So without the voter register, the machines would be useless. But with the voter register, you can still do a good job even when you don't have the machines. Although when you have the machine without the voter register, you wouldn't be able to do anything. So the voter register was a very fundamental reference point. So in a situation where the machines have failed and you don't have a fallback position, you could easily throw the country into anarchy, where then you have to postpone the electoral process, something that would be very risky. So the decision taken was a good decision. For me, I even want to say they took a little long to take that decision because it delayed to a bit of about 2-3 hours. That decision ought to have been taken even much earlier. So that is the explanation for that. The second aspect of those agents, like my brother Sentongo, who is at the Tale in Chigo, some of these political parties, I appreciate them. I don't want to appear like I'm undermining them. But I want to say the Peasants Party. I never saw any representative where I voted from. I hardly saw any representation anywhere in the country. And I think they are just represented at the national tally. So for them to come up with the generalities when they were not active across, because even in terms of engagement, in terms of the campaign, these are candidates who are there. We appreciate them, and they are given an opportunity to say something. But I want to say I take their points, but I don't take them seriously.
All right. While you appreciate the Electoral Commission on the decisions made and how they are performing, the one representing candidate Muntu at the Tally Center made mention of the portals that are through which the results are being transferred. And he said that they are not user-friendly and they are a very huge indicator of a lot of the unfairness going on and the results mismatch going on right now between what is on ground and what the Tally Center is receiving. What would you have to speak into that, especially on the side of the Electoral Commission?
First of all, I wouldn't want to go so deep because that is an allegation that I cannot verify. But my view is that the chairman has been sharing the details on the screens of the source of the overall pronouncements that he makes, and that is subject to engagement. And if they have any issue, I simply want them to take the rightful channels. I don't want to believe that the candidate, the agent of Mugisha Muntu, is contesting what they are having, because in many of the areas that I listened in, they returned 0. And whether that has been manipulated and changed, I'm not too sure. But if they have evidence that the system is defective, let them point it out. I think the Electoral Commission was very clear in saying that they are making pronouncements and allowing opportunity, the details to be shared on the screens so that people can get, if someone has evidence, then it is good to bring that evidence against what they think has been pronounced in error or by intentional kind of misrepresentation. That is the best I can say.
Very profound at that, especially in regards to speaking with evidence as opposed to misrepresentation. Just in case you are watching UBC TV and UBC Uganda goes to the polls, we are getting all the updates as they come through. And of course, as every Ugandan, we are eagerly waiting for the official announcement to know who the next president of Uganda is. Justice Simon Byabakama did mention that at 2 p.m. he will be back with either the provisional results or the final result of announcing who the next president of Uganda shall be. Generally, by 5 p.m., you will already know who your president is, 2026 into 2031. A special, indeed, vote of thanks to Cafe Pap, who are sponsoring our meals here on set. And that is Cafe Pap, Parliamentary Avenue and Ntinda Shell. You can get in touch with them via the number 0759430720. That is the one at Parliamentary Avenue. And Shell Ntinda, it's 0706058463. Now, an update coming through is Honorable Mary Paula Turiakayo has been announced winner for Woman MP Rukunjiri District. And indeed, definitely her congratulations go through as well for her. As they come through, we'll be giving them to you. Now, looking at the provisional results, the 6th provisional results that were announced about 10-something minutes a.m. in the morning by Justice Simon Byabakama. In case you missed them, let me just share them with you so that you are right on board. Bulira Frank stands at 44,322 votes with 0.42%, and Robert Kasivante stands at 32,224 votes That is at 0.30%. Robert Chagulanyi stands at 2,601,150. That is at 24.46%. And Mabirizi stands at 22,274, pardon me. Mabirizi stands at 22,274, and that is at 0.21%. Candidate Muntu stands at 57,019, and that is at 0.54%. Candidate Munyagwa stands at 30,509, and that is at 0.29%. Candidate Nandala stands at 202,802 votes, and that is at 1.91%. Now, on the screen, we can see Jordan, who is at Lubowa at the National Tally Center, and he is with Honorable Dombo to have a conversation with him as well. Let's take a listen as to what they have to say.
Yes, we thank you so much for watching. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa at the National Tally Center here, Machindi Sabagabo, as we wait for the Electoral Commission to come and give us another release at 2 p.m. We still talk to different stakeholders in the electoral process, political parties, security, the Electoral Commission, all of them, because they have information here and there that we need as the public. Now, I have the spokesperson of the National Resistance Movement, and that is the Honorable Emmanuel Lumala Dombo. They are leading in the presidential results that are provisionally available. We want to know, how have they made it? There are also allegations, Ntibabie. Is it true? How have they, what is the magic? Honorable Dombo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to our viewers.
Yes. First of all, how have been the campaigns, the whole process to now, ever since your candidate was nominated to now? How has it been?
From the time of nomination, we have run a very serene process with our candidate observing all the agreed SOPs of the law, of the guidelines, and of the dates of the rallies that were agreed by the Electoral Commission. We only had the challenge in Ilango sub-region, where we had to omit 2 rallies, the one of Kole district and the other of Lirat district, because of unscheduled or scheduled state duties that were more important than the campaigns, and where the candidate had to go and attend to them. But we had to make up towards the end of the elections, and we moved in all scheduled rallies, including other meetings that were also agreed with the Electoral Commission as a process. So the campaigns has been very serene, very good, and the public has been very enthusiastic, coming to our rallies in big numbers, and at times members of the opposition, or those who don't support us, would allege that we are using school children, but school children don't vote. If the accusation was that we are using AI on the rallies, that we are using school children, how about the voting, which was witnessed by the agents of every candidate? So we have been able to deliver a victory, which is about to be announced by the Electoral Commission. But it took a number of things. The first one, the message of the president in the manifesto. It was a consistent message from the first rally to the last rally. He could only change it by different examples given, or by changing the names of the areas where we were. But the message was one, the 7 matofalis contributed by NRM and His Excellency the President to the government or to the Ugandans. And those were consistent. The second one was the organization of the campaign. Previously, we used to have a national task force. This time, the Central Executive Committee served as the central campaign task force for the campaigns. And the Secretariat served as the operational level in order to ensure that the facilities, the resources, the materials are transmitted to the party structures, and the party members and leaders took over leadership of the campaigns. And then finally, vote protection was ably done and provided for by the party. They selected very good vote protectors. They were trained. They retrieved all our declaration forms. And I'm very sure, even if anybody chose to contest the victory, we are very ready with the answers.
Okay. So, the performance you had in 2021 is not as good as what we are seeing currently. Did you have some mistakes in what you have listed, 2021, that you went ahead and corrected all that you didn't do right in 2021 in order to have a better result now?
In 2021, there was a pandemic. We did not have open campaigns. The president only addressed, or our candidate only addressed leaders, some of whom did not even transmit the message to the voters, because they had either to rely on mass media, because themselves they were under pandemic and shut down. So under such circumstances, we were bound to perform the way we did. The regulations were not favorable. The president would only meet leaders. There was altercation between the opposition and the security forces, part of which affected our performance as NRM, because we were being accused as if we were the ones sending the security forces to confront the opposition. So there were many things that did not favor us at that time. This time, the organization has been good, the resources have been available, the security improved on their human rights record, handling the population, and all of us have been beneficiaries of the improved status of the affairs.
I've seen an improvement in the results in Buganda region. What do you bank that on?
Buganda is not different from any part of Uganda.
Yes, but you didn't perform well 2021.
The people of Buganda expect good services from the politicians, expect good water, they expect good jobs, they expect security, they expect good health services, they expect good roads. Now, if they are members of parliament, irrespective of the parties that they are, who do not provide those things to their people, the people will get tired and they will vote them out. Because the members of parliament who come to parliament, they get better money and they are well off. They are taken abroad to be treated. So they must also talk for their people, for them to be well off. They must work for the wealth creation of the population of Uganda. They must work the good roads to be improved. So the statement in Buganda has been that the voters are tired of rumor mongering, altercation. They want services, they want good roads. Here in Kampala, for instance, why should people be in the ghetto with bed bugs when the government is here with people who can spray bed bugs?
Were they accusing you for the same problems in 2021 as the NRM?
Partially, yes. In Buganda, there was a wave because the young people came and promised heaven on earth, but the people discovered that these people did not have heaven. They had hell instead. So these people delivered the hell with a lot of lies. And the people of Uganda have refused that. So amongst the NRMs, we have lost many important people.
I was coming to that.
We have lost ministers. If they did not cling on government programs to do good service to the people, the population will throw you out.
Okay. Ndina abalabi ku Star TV tugendemu ko mu Luganda. Kiki olowooza kibayambye okukola obulungi leero okusinga bwe mwakola 2023 nga NRM?
Njozaayoza bannayuganda abali eyo.
All right, welcome back from that interview of being sold hell or heaven. That is Michael Jordan Lukomwa, who has been speaking with the Honorable Dombo from the NRM party. Now, at this point in time, definitely UBC UG goes to the polls, and it's that time I get to hand over to the newsroom, but we'll be right back with Honorable Mike Sebalu to speak more into the matters and events as they unwrap, and we'll definitely look forward to a conversation from the chief mobilizer, Honorable Seninde. She'll be speaking with us a little later on. And former EC chairperson, Badru Chigundu, will also be having a conversation with us. Looking forward to those conversations, but definitely so looking forward to what the newsroom has in summary, of course, with what's happened, but of course, most importantly, the updates coming through as to who has won, who has lost, and if the numbers have increased for the different parties in regards to parliamentary representation. It's UBC TV that you are watching. UG goes to the polls 2026, and definitely eager to serve you, definitely eager to give you all the information that you need as it comes through and indeed as you receive it. Thank you so much for being on as well. For those who are sending text messages to our text number, thank you so much for notifying us and allowing us to be your company in your living rooms, especially as you spend time home in this rather forced or long holiday, but one that has allowed you to relax on just your screen, getting back a bit to the analog, seeing as in Uganda it's quite dark with no internet whatsoever. It's a good afternoon, about 2 minutes after 1 p.m. and indeed it's that time that I get to hand over to the newsroom. Good afternoon.
Indeed, indeed. It is a wonderful afternoon right here at Broadcast House on Nile Avenue. And thank you so much for taking us through the morning session.
Right.
And thank you so much for the updates. And indeed, we have a lot in store for you, Uganda. Today is the final day. I would say, should we call it Judgment Day? But today is the final day when Uganda will be announcing the head of state or new head of state for the next 5 years. I'm Loreen Masika Kazimoto, and of course I will be joined with my colleague Edward Kijanangoma Rukidi. He will be joining me later on in just a few, actually. Now, we have a lot in store for you when it comes to the updates of the presidential polls. That happened on Thursday. Thursday, the 15th of January, Uganda took to the polls to elect or to vote for their presidential, the new president from 2026 to 2031. And from what we're looking at from the EC, the latest updates from the Electoral Commission, President Yoweri Museveni has taken a commanding lead in the Thursday's presidential elections, well ahead of his main challenger, Robert Kyagulanyi of the National Unity Platform. Now, Museveni dominates with 71% of the votes as EC tallies 93% of the polling stations. Robert Kyagulanyi is in a distant second with 24.46% of the total results as so far released. Let's show you an update on that. All right, that you saw on your screen. We do apologize. That was the EC chairman's update for yesterday, but we will be bringing you the EC chairman, Justice Simon Bebakama's update on the presidential race. We'll be bringing you that footage and that update throughout in this particular hour. I am finally joined by my colleague, Edward Kijanangoma Rukidi. Thank you so much for coming in this afternoon. And it indeed is, I should say, a bit tense. It's a mixture of tense and excitement at the same time. It is the final day, the day that all Ugandans have been waiting for. And
yes, Lorraine, good afternoon, viewers, and thank you, Lorraine. Indeed, it is, as you say, it is a day of mixed emotions.
Yes.
Some of the people who thought probably they would win have lost. Others who have won are actually celebrating. And so there's a lot that is going to be taking place in the course of the day, but also in the days coming ahead. But also we need to understand that, of course, the news that has been coming through from the National Tally Center in Lubowa, the results are there for everybody to see. And of course, we shall be talking later on this program about some of the areas where things have actually changed, where the unexpected happened, but that will be in the course of the day. But for now, I'd like to actually talk about what is out there in the open. That is allegations that the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, has been arrested, and that his home has been, broken into. But the police has come out to actually say something about what these rumors are all about. And let's hear what the police has to say.
The comrade from AFP. I think the questions are similar. They rotate around his status. Mr. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, as far as I'm informed, he's not under arrest. That is one statement I would like to make categorically clear. The deployment around his place, yes, it is visible, but we have deployed in all areas where our intelligence estimates give us a point to such areas as areas of interest, including places or precincts around Magere. First and foremost, would like to share with you that in some of those pockets, not necessarily at Magere, but in some areas nearby, you know that we had youths who became disorderly. We also have information that most of these are under incitement by specific political actors. So we are dominating as security all areas that are of specific security interest. So it should not surprise you when we have a pickup or two near the residence of Honorable Kyagulanyi. And we don't commit any offense when we deploy in Magere. We have the right to deploy anywhere. But what I would like to categorically make as a statement is he's not under arrest.
Can I just ask?
Please do.
If he's not under a house arrest, is he free to leave his compound?
Has he moved and he has been denied to move?
He's been denied to move.
I'm not aware.
So he is free to leave his compound when and...
At least I am not aware that he has been denied an opportunity to move. And I don't know when that opportunity was denied to him. Because the last time I saw him move, that was the time when he was going to cast his vote. So, like I've said, that if any information particularly comes to my attention that is particularly restricted, then we shall tell you and we shall share with you the reasons as to why.
I find that you want to clearly state it here in the media that Chagula is free to move and free to get out of his home and go. So that information can be passed out.
I have said I have no information to the effect that Chagula is under arrest. So pick it from there. Let me hope we are together on that. The allegations that his guard was shot and killed, I don't know where you picked that from. Yeah, you can see, and you know the quality of social media in the world today. It is full of very unserious allegations, very unverified, and very insightful. I think let's always pick information from credible and reliable sources. Because what we know is that most media spaces, especially social media, the diaspora, are simply trying to create that kind of insightful picture. So that allegation cannot be true. Yes. As to whether public can access him, first and foremost, like we have told you, we have controlled access in areas we feel are security hotspots. We have not necessarily denied people from accessing him, but we can also not tolerate instances where people use his premises to gather and cause unnecessary violence or incite violence. So we cannot allow an environment to be used as a springboard for chaos or violence.
Yes, police spokesperson Chituma Rusoke giving you an update on security and more so making a clarification on the alleged arrest of Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the presidential candidate for the National Unity Platform. Now, I want to take you back to the Electoral Commission chairperson update on the presidential race as it stands, as per this morning. Remember, the Electoral Commission gives an update on how the race is going every after 3-4 hours, and we're expecting another update at around 2 p.m. But I take you to the update that happened earlier on today morning.
Today or this morning, would like to release further provisional results of the presidential elections as we stand at this hour. The total number of registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations are 50,739. As we talk now, the total number of police stations from which we have obtained the results are 47,499, representing 93.61% of the total number of polling stations across the country. The performance per candidate is as follows. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 44,328, representing 0.42% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasvante Robert, 32,224, representing 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 2,601,150. Mabirizi Joseph, 22,274, representing 0.21%. Sorry, in the case of Kyagulanyi, I beg your pardon, that tally represents 24.46%. 24.46% for Kyagulanyi, who has 2,601,150. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 57,019, that is 57,019, representing 0.454 of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 30,509 votes, representing 0.29% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 202,802, representing 1.91% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,643,778 votes, representing 71.88% of the valid votes cast. The valid votes in total for all the candidates are 10,634,084. Invalid votes 264,015, 264,015, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether, 10,898,099, representing 50.34% of registered voters. Spoiled votes, 38,223. This is the current update.
All right, that is the Electoral Commission Chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, giving an update on how our standing when it comes to the presidential race. And as you have heard from him, he has given you an update when it comes to votes and tallying into in percentage form as well. We continue to bring you updates on what is happening, of course, across the country. And of course, we have heard, Edward, a lot of celebrations here and there. It's mixed feelings, you know. We've been getting updates from some of our reporters who are in Kololo, at the Kololo Tally Center. Updates are coming in real hot. So don't dismay. We still have a few more hours to go. And yes, indeed, we still have about 3 hours to go until the president is finally announced.
And you did correctly, as you've put it, celebrations going on in different places across the country because some people have already known their fate. Those who have won are actually celebrating, and you know, the returning officers continue to announce winners of the directly elected members of parliament and district women representatives. And the thing, Laureen, is that Several long-serving members of parliament have actually lost their seats, and this is a clear wave of closely contested parliamentary seats in as far as voter delivery is concerned, and this is a surprise. But candidates of the National Resistance Movement, several of them have actually registered significant gains, defeating incumbents. If you allow me, I could read some of these people that have really, made it. We have the latest regarding the parliamentary representatives. We have to CJ Stephen of the NRM, who has won the Buyaga East, while Dennis Namara, who also of the NRM, has taken Buyaga West seat, with Naziwa Margaret, also of the NRM, winning Kagadi Women Member of Parliament seat. Meanwhile, Matia Kaseija of NRM is retaining his seat. Then we have Buyanja County in Kibale District, Dr. Emily Kuginza, NRM, who has won Buyaga East. Nabaduka Annette, who is an independent Kibale Woman Member of Parliament. Premier Robina Nabanja, retaining the Kakumiro Woman Member of Parliament seat. Then Professor Lubega George, NRM, Bugangezi South, Onesmus Twin Namasko, NRM, who has actually bounced back for Bugangezi East. We have Lydia Wanyoto, who has bounced back for the Mbale Woman Member of Parliament. The Dr. Crispus Kionga, NRM, bounces back for Bukonzo West. Kasese District gets 5 NRM members of Parliament, and this one, Lorraine, we shall really be talking about it in the course of this broadcast, because formally, if you remember, Kasese blue and opposition 100%. But today, when this is happening, this is it's now yellow.
This is big news.
So this is
big celebration for the NRM party.
Exactly, and of course we're talking about celebrations here.
Yes.
5 MPs, yes, all NRM.
NRM.
It is something people are going to celebrate. Then also we have all FDC MPs have lost in Kasese District, as we've just been talking with my colleague here. Then we have, of course, that means candidate Yorim Seveni has taken Kasese. NRM has taken Kasese. Then we have Dr. Rude Amande, who has won Bukonzo East seat. Kambale Ferigo retains Kasese municipality seat. Itungu Sara has won a Kasese district woman seat, and Kitenywa Sowedi has won Usongora North. Other people we can talk about are Professor Ephraim Kamuntu, who has taken Shema South, and also he is NRM. We have NRM, and we have Dixon Kateshumwa, NRM, who wins the Shema municipality. Then we have Kahindo Tafide, NRM, who has taken Ruhinda Central, and Dr. Elioda Tumwesije, also NRM, taking Shema North, and Amelia Chambade has bounced back Mawokota North. So those are some of the winners, and definitely they must be celebrating. Should we also talk about the people who have won? Let's look at that one first.
At the parliamentary results, the big shots who lost, we do see NRM Beatrice, a team losing her seat there. Another is NRM, also for NRM, Joyce Kaduchu Morichu, who also is a state minister for education. We also have NRM's Adoa Helen, who has also lost her parliamentary seat as well. And by the way, might I add, some of these are cabinet ministers, so you can imagine the impact there. We have other big shots who lost their seats. We have NUP's Semakula Mutamaguzi, who lost his parliamentary seat. UPC candidate Betty Amongi, that is for the Lira City Woman Member of Parliament. She also lost her seat right there. Not forgetting Henry Onyem Okello, also losing his parliamentary seat. More losers stood for independence. Former Minister Moli Kamukama has emerged winner under the NRM ticket. Now, we see Jim Muhwezi coming in and winning this particular seat under the NRM ticket. That is for Rujumbura County. Asha Mafabi, Sironko woman, Member of Parliament under the NRM ticket, has also emerged winner. And then we also have Emmanuel Magola, that is for Busiro East, an independent taking on that mantle to represent the people of Busiro East. We will be bringing you some more updates on that.
Now, of course, I think those are the...
Oh.
Nearly 71,000, 214 villages. But so far, as we had, if that is the total number of polling stations in the country, and so far we have about slightly more than 90% of polling stations, all of them having brought in their results, then that means we are almost done.
6%
exactly
remaining, which of course by end of today we would have those results for you. So as we continue to bring you updates, just on standby, just to let you know that Jordan Lukomwa is at the EC Tally Center in Lubowa, and he is on standby, ready to give us a brief and also an interview with the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, that is Thomas Tayebwa. He will be talking to him briefly today. So as usual, we will be bringing you more updates, and also not forgetting our team that is in Kololo. I will also be bringing you results as they come.
Yes, we thank you so much for keeping it UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa, and that is Machindi Sabagabo, Wakiso District, where the Electoral Commission is holding the national tallying of the presidential results as per the electoral process. We expect the final announcement today. And as we wait for the other update at 2 p.m., we are talking to different stakeholders as per the electoral process. Now, we are privileged to have a chance to talk to the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, that is the Right Honourable Thomas Tayebwa. He is also an NRM member. They are winning. We want to know, just to get his view and a number of other issues. Right Honourable, we're delighted to have you on UBC TV live.
Thank you, thank you.
What would be your comment about the whole process from nomination till where we are? What observation have you made?
Number one, at first thank Ugandans, because I've seen the provisional results as we await the final announcement. Thank Ugandans for putting trust in our president, in our party chairman, and our party, our flag bearers. Because from what I'm seeing, it seems we are doing extremely well. Number two, to say that this was years and months of good work. But also majorly of explaining to Ugandans what has been achieved by government and diffusing the lies of the opposition. And no one could do this much better than His Excellency the President, who repeatedly focused on a very strong message. Because you know how difficult it is to stand with someone who just says we are protesting, that is a protest vote. Because you see, if it's a contest, you want to weigh someone's manifesto against yours, you respond. But we even had no way of responding to a protest manifesto, because the issue was we are protesting. Now, that made His Excellency the President, our candidate, to focus majorly on explaining to Ugandans that whereas these people are protesting and seem not to know what we've achieved as a country, there are gains, very clear gains, that we must protect and consolidate. And then as we look forward to a much better Uganda. So I'm really excited, and I think that was the differentiating factor. Yeah.
Honorable, you are an MP and
protesting does not build a country. protesting does not. But giving a clear program, a very clear manifesto, builds the country. When I'm voting against hope. I'm hoping that the leader I'm going to choose will do ABCD. But when the leader I'm choosing is saying, no, we are protesting, then I don't know, even if I had a vote for you as an individual, it becomes totally difficult for me.
Your roots are in parliament as a leader. You have big trees that have fallen again in parliament. I was asking Honorable Dombo here and he added his answer, but now you being in parliament, why would a big party leader be uprooted in the village? Why would a minister, a big person in the country, big in the party, big, get problems to win an election in the village? Do they get too busy in town here because of the assignments in the parties and in parliament and wherever and get problems in the village? What really goes wrong?
You know, my colleagues who lost are still in pain. I don't want to be seen judging them. It's empathy. Empathy requires that you feel for your colleagues, because we have that spirit of Ubuntu, and it always feels painful seeing a colleague exiting the house, you know, unwillingly. In Parliament, you people always see us on the floor. The debate is hot, the near exchange of blows and all that. But behind the scenes, we are family. We share meals in the committee. We attend each other's parties. You find sometimes we are all struggling. You share fuel. So we have that connection as honorable colleagues of Parliament. But unfortunately, when it comes to choosing, we have to go and support our own party because each one is deploying. So I feel for my colleagues who lost, but again, I'm happy for those who came, because even me, when I came, someone was happy for me, and unfortunately, that's the life in politics. We transition like that. So and in Parliament, I don't want us to have MPs and then MPs. I want everyone matters, because each one has one vote. Each one passed through the same furnace to enter that house. So me, that business of big names, big what, no, whoever lost, you know, it's an MP, and whoever comes in is an MP. And that's where we get it wrong. We even make some of the new MPs lose confidence, okay? And we also had a habit where you find you're chairing a session, like a senior MP wants to stand up and grab the microphone without even catching your eye as a presiding officer. But then you have this MP who has been standing up several times, who is new, whose voice has not been heard, but is also representing their constituency. So I think we've been trying to have that balancing act, saying no, we must listen to each and every one of the MPs. On why we lose, it depends on several factors, okay? But I would focus on why NRM has made a one, without judging individual MPs. Number one,
you will not tell us why the party has lost in some constituencies?
Because of the message we have been putting out consistently. A message that is focused on serving mass population, not a few privileged individuals. A message of hope. And also the structure of the party being able to come in and support these members. And also our presidential candidate. I mean, our presidential candidate, associating with him, is a ticket in many cases. Is a direct ticket to Parliament because he's so much loved by the people. So those who were able to do that managed to achieve more. And then why we lost some of the constituencies, yes, you have in areas where we are disconnected. But then you also have some of the constituents, and I want to be as honest as possible, who might not know what they want, but they are very clear on what they don't want. Someone can come and say, I don't want NRM, if you associate with NRM. But when you ask him, what do you want? Okay? He says, for example, he says, I will vote Kyagulanyi. You say, why? Unemployment. He says, so will Kyagulanyi give an employment? He says, when he came here in our area, he said, when we vote him, we shall have we shall have jobs. He said, but how will he create jobs? Where will he get the money to facilitate the programs? Someone says, I don't want to know about that. Naendo uza, when chuka, some new opportunities might come. So you have that kind of, those kind.
Allow me
and then we also have opposition members whom you must give their flowers, who have put in a lot of effort.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of effort.
Honorable, allow me to take you to Parliament a little, because that's where you...
And then maybe I forgot divisions in our party.
Okay.
Like, for example, we lost many seats in Busoga because of the infighting. In fact, to me, the biggest threat to NRM, is not NRM, but it's not opposition. It is NRM. The day we have unity, we shall be doing extremely well. As you can see, the biggest threat to opposition is opposition, because I'm sure Mkurucha Guranyi was interested more in the loss of Semuju, in the loss of Mpuga, in the loss of Segona, than even winning the presidency.
Really?
Than even winning the president, I'm sure. Because I could see the kind of effort they were putting in. And you say, wow. And you see the celebration they were having when they say Basari. You say, wow. So these are your MPs who are in opposition, whom we should be bringing together to strengthen the opposition. But you can see you're preoccupied by ensuring they get out. You don't care.
So the divisions are there in the NRM and in the opposition?
Of course. And really, it surprises me.
But as somebody who presides over the House and sessions, give us an ideal picture. What do you think it is like when you have lost? You will not delete out the element of seniority. Debate without these senior people. You have new entrants. Yes, they are MPs, but new entrants, junior men and women who have just come, some from the district, some from other employment sectors. They are now MPs. You have a serious bill. How do you imagine this to happen?
You know, we always strike a balance, by the way. A very good example.
Even on the NRM side, there are now so many juniors.
Yes, very many juniors. But I can give you examples. Like in Akash Sekenos, we have brought a professor. We have brought a professor whom I know, Professor Wilbur, whom I know is going to do a very great job. A person like Eriab Natuinda, who has replaced Honorable Bahati, is a serious lawyer who has come in. So he will add on what he can add on. A person like George Msisi, by the way, who has replaced Honorable Semuju, is one of, I am sure he is going to be an astute debater. Because I followed him.
NRM, you can believe it.
Yes. I like giving people a chance. I don't like writing off people. Because if it was like that, I wouldn't be in my position. Where I came, I had no political godfathers. Someone gave me a chance. So it would be bad for me not to give a chance to others. So it is true. There are seniors whom we've been running to, especially for mentorship. Yes. And also even me as a deputy speaker, I can tell you, like the Honorable Katuntu Abodo is an encyclopedia of rules of procedure. So when I'm stuck, I would quickly signal to him. And sometimes I'm on the fly, say, Honorable Katuntu, what do you say about this? Because I need his guidance. I remember there is a honorable lady who got a hard time on the floor. And she struggled and she had lost all hope. What did I do? I got the Honorable Cecily Ogwar. I called her to my office. I called this new legislator. I said, I hand over this young legislator to you for mentorship and guidance. And she did a fantastic job. Within 2 weeks, the same MP came on the floor and was totally different. So seniority is very, very important. And I think the leadership of parliament that will come next, because I'm a candidate for the position of deputy speaker, I'll be offering myself, but I still wait for colleagues to confirm me. I think we need to look at how we can tap into the experience of these senior legislators and how we can utilize them to mentor the new colleagues. On top of the senior colleagues who are still in, we still have many seniors. We have the Jacob bosses. Now, Nobert Mao is a senior. He has come. Lydia Wanyoto is a senior legislator. he has come. So to me, we don't have a shortage. We shall strike a balance.
Honorable, I shouldn't forget this. You are among the unopposed MPs. Personally, how did you manage to score this? Some people are insinuating malpractice, fraud. I have an opportunity to talk to one of you. How did you manage to pull it off as an opposed MP?
Number one, 2016 I was unopposed.
This is the second time.
I don't know why it surprises people. 2016 I was unopposed.
How do you do it?
2021 I was almost unopposed when you look at what I got. Okay? 2026 I'm unopposed. And how do I do it?
Exactly.
I always have competition in the NRM primaries. And then after the NRM primaries, we always sit as colleagues of the same house. And we talk to each other. And I promise to adopt the programs of my colleagues. And I usually tell people that, like one philosopher said, that you judge the competence of a leader by how he treats those whom he doesn't agree with. So the people I don't agree with within the NRM, when we finish the primaries, I reach out to them. I can't just go and celebrate. I've never had celebrations after primaries. Because, yes, how do I celebrate over winning over a member of the same family? You know, sometimes the celebrations we make, the words we use, they create a lot of enmity, but also during campaigns. I'm always cautious that after campaigns, I will need this person. So I'm always very, very civil.
So you put up kind of mood
yes, I don't have...
You know things people insinuate.
I don't think I can win by abusing someone. I don't believe in that. I cannot win by abusing someone.
Oh, people insinuate a lot of things. Abaguze, I'm what they say. Hey, abaguze, I lead day.
Yes, I think we need to go back and reflect on this as politicians. The trust we've had with people is dwindling. People think everything is transactional. People don't think you can genuinely have a friend or you can genuinely talk to people. They think it is kitu kidogo or is underground and all that. I think that's what we have to work on and reduce how much money we are putting in politics and promote more peace.
And the Right Honorable Speaker is telling me to tell you that it's time for lunch.
That's my boss. She has summoned me.
For lunch.
I don't know why she said lunch. She should have said hurry for a meeting.
All of the best, Right Honorable. That's the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and we are going to have a word also with the Chief Mobilizer of the National Resistance Movement, my brother Timothy Nyangweso here, is going to talk to her. To you, boss.
Thank you very much, and we are really grateful that we'll have this opportunity to be able to address the Honorable Rosemary Seninde, who has been doctor, who has been behind the engine of making sure everything goes well. Director of Mobilization at the NRM Secretariat. Happy New Year, Honorable.
Happy New Year to you, Ugandans, my fellow friends, brothers and sisters. I congratulate Uganda. I congratulate His Excellency the President and Mama Janet Kataha Museveni upon this wonderful and great success. And the NRM family, congratulations.
Is this the fruit you expected after all the hard work you have put in for almost 3 months?
First and foremost, I want to thank His Almighty God, because to be honest, much as we have put in a lot of effort, we cannot claim it without God's grace. So God has given us the grace to win this election. He has given us the wisdom. He has given us the energy. He has given our candidates the energy to traverse the whole country. Now, I want to thank the people of Uganda for accepting our message, because I want to say that for one to win an election, or for us as a party to win an election, we had to look at 4 major things. One of them is the issue of the candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, we were lucky that we had a sellable candidate. Our candidate was a quality candidate, if I can say. He had the image, he had everything it takes for him to be accepted by the people of Uganda. Number 2, we had the best message. Our message of protecting the gains is a very crucial message. It encompassed a lot of things. When we talk about protecting the gains, we are looking at the peace, the security and stability of this country. We are looking at the security of the people of Uganda and their properties. We are looking at the development and you know, and the wealth creation. Because let me tell you, there is nothing you can do. You cannot develop, you cannot even talk about socio-economic empowerment when you don't have peace.
Interest
alone is very, very important. So the issue of the message was very crucial. But then you also look at the method. The methods you use to deliver that message and to reach out to the people. So for us, we had the structures, and we want to thank the members of our structures, the leaders at the grassroots that have been the campaign teams of our campaign. We have worked well with them. They have been delivering the message that our chairman gave us and the messages that we designed, summarized the manifesto, and we gave them those messages, and they delivered the messages. So everywhere the president hadn't gone yet, the messages were being delivered. By the time the president would come for his rallies, he was only emphasizing. Even where the president had left, we were always there to ensure that our messages are really concretized and the people get to appreciate and understand. Many other strategies we put in place, but that was the major strategy of ensuring that we use the village mobilization based strategy. So that one alone has really helped us do wonders. I want to say, in the last elections in 2021, NRM didn't perform well, and I also understand, I know, we all know, that the president got about 5-point-something million votes. Our target this time around was between 8 to 13 million. I'm sure if the turn-up was high, we were going to score more than that. Yes, the turn-up was low, lower than we anticipated, but we thank God that we have gone beyond the 5 million we got in the last elections. So getting 7 million, and I'm sure by the time they are going to announce the last votes, I'm sure we shall have reached around there. We shall be nearing 8 million. To me, I think we have made it. God has made it for us. Look at Uganda. Look at Kampala. Look at Central. In the last election, we almost totally lost the Central region. Actually, the entire Central was colored red. Maybe the people were convinced by what our counterparts had convinced them, but I'm very glad that the people of Uganda have been able to appreciate that the heaven people promised them on earth did not come to pass. So the people woke up by our messages, they woke up by the things the president has done in the last term, in the term we have concluded, because we must appreciate that President Museveni implemented, and the NRM government implemented our manifesto that we are concluding, which had in it the PDM, the parish development model, which has helped Ugandans. People of Uganda have realized that the government can do that much to empower them and help them move forward. Because it is through the PDM, people have been giving testimonies how they have been able to use that 1 million to develop, to even employ others. The skilling programs for the young people that the president has put in place in all regions of Uganda. Young people have been giving testimonies. They don't even admire going to offices because they can now start their own businesses. They can even employ other people. They have created jobs. And because of those things, the people of Uganda, even the young people, have woken up. I want to tell you, my brother and our dear viewers, when many people realized that the young people had registered to about 13 million, between 18 years to about 35 years, everybody would say, when the young people get confused, because we have always believed that there are times when our young people can be swayed. But to be honest with you, if you look at these elections, the story has been different. Even the young people have been a blessing to us. So I want to thank everybody who has participated in this, that we have reached this not as a single person, but as a team of the NRM family. But I want to thank in a special way His Excellency the President. All the things that we have done is because of him. He has been our chairman. He's actually our chairman of the party, much as he has been our candidate. He has been constantly guiding us on the strategies that we have employed. The President has been at the center. Actually, as a candidate and as a chairman of the party, he has been at the center, guiding us from time and again and giving us very good guidance. Your Excellency the President the president of Uganda. We are very proud. You have made us proud. Some of us, I think we are very grateful that we have done it. God has done it. We have not done it because of ourselves, but because of you, His Excellency the President. Your wisdom, your continued guidance, the love for this country you have, the commitment you have given to this country has led this country and has led NRM win this election. I want to assure you on that. So we want to thank you, Papa. We want to thank you, Jaja, for being such a good leader, a leader that has mentored us, the young people, because His Excellency and Mama have really mentored us. I want to assure you, the work we have done during this campaign is not going to leave us the same. We shall never be the same. I'm sure we can do much more. And even the manifesto we have, made Ugandans appreciate. We need to help His Excellency the President to ensure that it is implemented. Because these are the promises we have given the people of Uganda. And once it is implemented, then the people of Uganda will trust us even more. And I want to assure you, after these 5 years, for us as a party, this is the time I want to tell and to call upon my fellow Ugandans, especially the NRM fraternity, the NRM family. We have to start the next campaign now. Because if we do well, if we do our work and fulfill our promises, then next time it will be a walkover.
Honorable, I wanted to ask, there have been a few incidents. You hinted on the voter turnout not being that good. What do you suspect caused this voter turnout to be this low?
First and foremost, I want to use an example of my own polling station. People had come in big numbers very early in the morning. In fact, I was even surprised that people came that early. But I realized that many people wanted to come early so that they can go back and do their other things, or even, sometimes people fear to stay in very long queues for a long time. And it was a scorchy sun. So people came early. Truly, people came very early at the polling stations. But we had a challenge of the delay in starting the voting. Because of the machines, we trusted the machines, but unfortunately, it didn't come to work out as we expected. So because of that, many of our people were going away. They were like, okay, let me go away, maybe I'll come back later. Let's go, we shall come back later. And it kept on like that, and some were calling. Have they started? If they get to know they haven't started yet, they stay on. And now, unfortunately, some of them didn't come back. And so that alone could have been one of the factors that reduced on the number of voters.
Honorable, my last question to you is that out of the 26 districts of the Buganda region, you have split it into half, 13. But also, how do we galvanize this country? Regardless of what color they chose, whatever they chose, you are going to have the social contract to be able to run this country. How do you bring this country together?
It is a responsibility of all of us, my dear fellow Ugandans. It is a responsibility of all of us. If we love our country, we need to work together as a team to bring the country together. First of all, as a party, I must appreciate that we had independence. And because of this independence, of course, there was divisions, conflicts here and there. And those conflicts generally affect not only the party, but they affect even our followers. So at the end of the day, we get challenges even in implementing and fulfilling our promises to the people. You as an individual, as a member of parliament, if you, for example, our people have to trust you, that you'll be the spokesperson of the people in parliament. But if these challenges are there, then sometimes you fail on your responsibility. So I think the onus is on all of us to ensure that we urge those who have not made it to remember there is always a winner and a loser. Now, if you have not won this time, it does not mean you have to antagonize Uganda. If you have not won this time round, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world or the end of Uganda. No, the country has to move on. So just remember, it is God who chooses leaders. So believe in that and know that maybe you'll get a chance another time. So can you come back and we work together and we unite our people together? Maybe they will appreciate you and they will be able to give you votes another time. But this time round, there are specific people God has given the blessing. So let's allow them to work, and then maybe another time it will be our turn or your turn. So this is my call to the people of Uganda, more so those who have not been able to make it. We have to unite the country together, because Uganda is today for all of us. Tomorrow it has to be for all of us. And we must also remember, and I want to urge our parents and the young people. The young people are saying they want to be the leaders of tomorrow. But how shall Uganda believe in you and trust you if you are the kind of people who are antagonizing the peace and the stability of this country? You are the people who are coming out to throw stones at people's cars and to say you are coming to demand for your votes. The people of Uganda have spoken, and they have spoken peacefully. The president and the government of NRM have kept the peace during this campaign and during this election. And you see, even those whatever has happened during the campaigns, it's because there has been lack of complying with the guidelines of Electoral Commission. If they say don't pass here, don't go with a convoy to your rally, and you decide to bring people from Kampala to Masaka, to where doing gari, going, throwing and stealing people's things, what do you expect? If you are the people who are throwing stones at security personnel, a person who has a gun and you want to throw stones at them, those challenges, of course, would happen. But all in all, I think it has been a very peaceful election. It has been a peaceful and fair election. That is why we are all here. I have seen the opposition members here who have come to observe, who have come to confirm what exactly has happened. Otherwise, if it wasn't a free and fair election, maybe they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here. They would probably say we shall not come because we have not, it hasn't been free and fair. But because of that, they are all here. Even in Nupa, I have seen them here. Everybody I have seen here. So I want to thank His Excellency the President, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. May God bless you. May God give you energy. May God give you wisdom to lead this country for these 5 years. And I have no doubt the President is going to set the country even for a better future. So that's why Ugandans have entrusted him with this responsibility. I want to thank NRM once again. I thank the Secretariat. I want to thank our teams that have led this campaign. I want to thank SEC, our Central Executive Committee. I want to thank everybody who has participated, all our pressure groups, more so our structure leaders. We respect you because you agreed to take up the mantle and you have fulfilled it. We have won Uganda. To me, we have won Uganda. The mere fact that in the last election it was all painted red, and this time it is and I'm sure by the time they complete the announcement, we are going to be beyond the 50% win in Uganda. To us, that is good enough for now. But for the future, it will all be painted yellow, by God's grace. And remember, I want to be very proud because we divided ourselves, members of the Secretariat, and even we incorporated other team leaders. For example, Mama Wandera Kazibwe was the one heading Busoga sub-region, and others were really heading other sub-regions. I was personally heading Kampala and Wakiso sub-region with the Honorable Mike Sebalu, who was my assistant. But I want to tell you, I'm very proud. I'm a very proud woman because I have been able to bring 6 members of parliament, 3 from Wakiso and 3 from Kampala. And President Museveni has also, the votes have increased greatly as compared to 2021. Praise be to God.
Amen. Thank you, Honorable Seninde. And she has given us a preamble of everything, the 4 strategies they use there to be able to look at the messaging, the candidate they have, and that has been able to get them to where they are. They're already celebrating, but also thanking God for where they are and grateful for what is happening to the National Resistance Movement. The next announcement will be coming in exactly 45 minutes from now, 55 minutes from now, and the Electoral Commission will be here to give us the final results that then will be able to declare who will become president-elect after this. We thank you so much, and we hand you over to Broadcast House.
Thank you so much, Timothy Nyangwesto, for giving us that update, and also Jordan Lokoma for having those interviews at the Electoral Commission Tally Center in Lubowa. And we want to News just in hot and just in here at UBC. The Electoral Commission is to announce the final results at 3 p.m. Away from the anticipated 5 p.m. It has been extended to 3 p.m., which is a good thing, Edward, for, of course, Ugandans and also for the EC. But that means less anxiety for Ugandans, but that means more work for us in the newsroom.
As newsrooms all over the country, we shall be getting to do more. But of course, thanks to Jordan and Nyangweso for those interviews. Of course, Laureen, the Deputy Speaker there, telling us that, you know, the losers especially, they have to, what I see is if you lose honorably as a person, as a candidate, as a party. I don't see why you should lose and then you go on the streets and start lighting tires, you know, attacking people.
Causing unrest, you know, to
cause unrest for no reason.
Community,
exactly. So he talked about like, of course, his party, the NRM, the people who lost, who were very unfortunate not to come back or even to come in for the first time. He talked about something that is actually, we noticed also, and that is divisions. He said there are divisions everywhere in the parties. There are divisions, not only in NRM. He gave an example of Soga, and you know what has been happening. NRM lost some seats there because of the divisions there. Then also, he said even NUP and other political parties, they have got their divisions, and those divisions actually cost parties seats and so many other things. Then the other thing also that he talked about was, you know, party cohesion. For party cohesion to happen, people must be united. You work together as a team, and I think this time round for NRM to have, you know, secured, you know, so many, you know, seats in the country, but also the presidential bit of it. You know, when you look at the map, it is all yellow almost. Almost 90% is yellow. So I think that shows that the NRM this time round, probably their campaign strategy compared to 2021, this time round it was really on point. And I would really like to commend Dr. Aseni. They was just been talking to the nation there. She really mobilized, as in mobilizing. They also this time round, they used you know, the internet, you know, social media. They were campaigning there, and that is a strategy that they never utilized in 2021, and also that one was a plus to them, and that is why you find that they really did a lot.
For sure. I also, maybe some things that I picked from Thomas Tewa, he said, unfortunately, that is the life of politics. You know, in politics, there will always be winners and there will be losers. So it is, and everybody goes through the same furnace. That's what he also
Even today we're going through that. I mean, when you look at football, Arsenal, Man U, someone will have to win.
Exactly. So it's universal. It's not only in politics, but also, just like you said, in football. It also happens. It happens. And you'll see the frustration of a supporter. Said, I've supported this team. They even start saying, I thought that the coach would do this and this, and you know, maybe would have won this game.
And a good supporter will not start attacking the others who have won.
Exactly. So that should also be pushed on into politics as well. Do not attack the one who has won, you know, has won the race. Instead, just like Honorable Seninde said, let's work together, you know. Because when you talked about division, we'd see that someone leaves the party and decides to stand as an independent. And, you know, that you start to create that division within the party.
And also, Laureen, sorry, because you know, what you have just talked about, you come in as an independent, but, you know, leaning to your party, but then you lose again as an independent.
Imagine the frustration.
It's a double loss.
Frustration is
that yes, the frustration. We understand. However, at the end of it all, you go there, you know, to become a member of parliament, not to serve your own interests, but to serve the interests of the people who have sent you, for the interests of the country. That is something that we should actually...
Let them not forget that, actually.
Exactly. That is when you're campaigning, when you want to go to represent people in parliament. The major thing that you should look at is, why am I going to parliament?
Indeed.
And I'm sorry to say this.
What am I going to deliver?
I'm sorry to say this. Most of the people who have gone there today, they are egoists. They just look at their own interests. They forget about the people who send them there. And that is why some of these people have actually been kicked out.
Imagine that.
Oh, yes.
But also, I want us to take a look at the presidential race. You talked about how Honorable, the Chief Mobilizer, NRM Chief Mobilizer, Honorable Rosemary Seninde, this time around, it's like they repackaged themselves and went head on. Campaigns, mobilization, etc., etc. Looking back at the 2021 general elections, if you can tell, first of all, it was just 1 year after COVID-19.
After COVID, yes.
And then here we are, we have to elect a president. And of course, there were the challenges that came with its challenges. And I feel at that point, President Yoweri Museveni didn't reach as far as he did this time around. And I believe that has contributed to the numbers that we're seeing on your screen. And also and how he's been performing.
Yeah, the strategies, door to door. You've seen the members of, the aspirants who want to, the MP aspirants. They have been going door to door, but not only campaigning for themselves, but also campaigning for the president. And that was a very, very good strategy. Which they never did, which they never used in 2021. And that was on. And they also talked about social media. This time round, the NRM, they were there. They were on social media campaigning. Even some messages were coming through SMSs. And this is something that they never did the other time. And when you remember, if you recall, 2021, NUP, they used the media.
They did.
Social media.
It was a serious wave.
Won people through that. So I think the NRM just sat and said,
what can we learn?
What did we not do the other time that we should do this time round? And that is exactly what they did. And I'm not surprised that this time round they really got so many people to vote for them.
Absolutely. Also want to commend those, of course, who stretched out so much, campaigning for the NRM presidential candidate. We also want to say that in just a few minutes, we are going to be handing over to the next team. Remember, the final results for the presidential polls will be announced at 3 p.m. So we pretty much have about 45 minutes to go. And of course, as the next team is preparing themselves, Julie is getting ready to jump on set, of course, to give us more interviews, of course, with people that matter and also influential voices when it comes to the elections of this particular year. Also still, results are still coming in when it comes to the parliamentary results, of course, that is at Kololo. And we'll also be giving you updates on that as well. So keep it to UBC television and as we continue to inspire you inside out. I am Loreen Masika Kazimoto, and of course together with my colleague
but our work doesn't stop here. Actually, it continues. We shall of course be giving you all the updates. Even tomorrow shall be continuing because the elections are not yet over.
Yes.
Yeah.
That means voting still continues actually for the different other positions, which we will be getting into. But for now, this is crucial.
Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon.
UBC UG polls 2026. In case you haven't yet caught up with the statistics, as of the last provision, that was the 6th provisional results from the Electoral Commission, a total number of registered voters 21,649,067 voters. Now, this number actually quite beats me and confuses me. I don't know if it does for you, because general statistics out there is 21,681,492. But Justice Simon Byabakama has been on and on making mention of the fact that the total number of registered voters has been 21,649,067 registered voters. The total number of polling stations as of the last provisional results was at 50,739 polling stations altogether, which definitely stays the same. But on the 6th provisional results, only 47,499 polling stations had been collected from, with the votes, leaving us with a balance of 3,240 polling stations. And those 3,240 polling stations will be added to the statistic at 3 p.m. Bulira Frank was standing at 44,328 votes, carrying 0.42% of valid votes. Robert Kasibante was standing at 32,224 votes, carrying 0.30%. Robert Kyagulanyi was at 2,601,150 votes, carrying a 24.46%. Mabirizi at that time was at 22,274 votes, carrying a 0.21%. Candidate Muntu was at 57,019 votes, 0.54%, and candidate Munyagwa was at 30,509 votes. That is a 0.29% of the valid votes. Candidate Nandala was at 202,802 votes. That is a 1.91%. And candidate Museveni, they are leading with a 7,643,778 votes, 71.88% of the valid votes. And the valid votes counted thus far were 10,634,084 votes, and invalid votes were at 264,015 votes, carrying a 2.42%. Total votes altogether at that time, 10,898,099 votes. That is a 50.34%. And spoiled votes thereon were at 38,223 votes registered. At 3 p.m., we shall be finding out the total of votes carried from 50,739 polling stations across the country of Uganda. Indeed, the countdown does begin. And as the tension rises, as of course we do expect a number of petitions to take shape in the aftermath of this election cycle. But as UBC TV, we're definitely here to bring you all the stories and up to date. Looking at yesterday's provisional results versus the last provisional results, obviously the numbers went high for each candidate. But as we did hear from the likes of Honorable Malende, Shamim Malende, who indeed was just recently, a few hours ago, was announced as the new woman member of parliament for Kampala. She did mention that right now her focus is to fight for the win of presidency for her candidate, Honorable Kyagulanyi, who indeed she believes is being cheated, as she rightfully said. But also she focuses on fighting for the political prisoners, those who are still in prison. You are watching UBC TV here, coming to you live from Nile Avenue. And I'm not alone in studio, therefore this conversation, we're having it here and there, left, right and center. And indeed, the Honorable Mike Sebalu comes back to have this conversation with me. Once again, you're welcome and thank you so much for choosing UBC TV this afternoon. An afternoon that is rather quiet on the streets of Kampala as far as I've studied, but also I believe quiet right now as everyone is either biting their fingertips and counting down the minutes left to know who the next president of Uganda is. Honorable Mike Sebalu, once again, thank you so much for joining us on set.
Thank you very much. I just want to correct you a bit.
Yes, please.
When you are referring to Honorable Malende,
yes, please.
And her desperate speculation about the post-electoral process, where she indicated that she was going to petition the alleged victory, you said, as she rightfully said. No, I think as she desperately speculated, because there's nothing right about that statement, and we need to put it in a good perspective.
Right.
Now, regarding the situation, there is a big question here. Who will be the next president? And I would like to answer that the next president will be President Museveni, and President Museveni will be the next president, because all indications are clear that he's destined for an overwhelming win. And this is informed by the story of his journey to success. He started strong and is going to end strong. He started well, progressed well, and he's going to conclude well. Like a long distance runner, you plan your race. You plan the energy, you plan the endurance, the consistency, and the finishing power. The strategy of candidate Museveni is interesting. If you are to guarantee your victory in a long distance race, start off well, gain momentum, and build good momentum to overtake your next, the possible challenger. The way we are now, President Museveni overlapped candidate Kyagulanyi 3 times. If he's at 2.6 and candidate Museveni is at 7.6, that is an overlap 3 times. There is no possibility, even fertile imagination, that he can catch up and overtake. That possibility is simply not there.
As per the previous the last provisions, not previous, but rather last provision, results released from the EC, candidate Museveni was at 71.88%. Was this your expectation? Did you expect more? Did you expect less?
Actually, we expected more. And the explanation that we are not having more was the mishap of the biometric gadgets that caused that delay in the beginning of the electoral process. There are many people who had come up to cast their vote. Because of the delay, they went back and they never came back to exercise their right. There are those who are still home, who kept calling the polling stations, and since they didn't begin in time, they went off to do with their other business. So the voter turnout was largely affected by that mishap.
Right.
And largely, quite a number of those were those that do belong to the NRM. So we expected more. Even where the little that came up, we still command majority.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's look at the Observer's report as they read it. I don't know if you caught up with some of the highlights they stated.
I did.
What do you think of their observations and their recommendations?
Yeah, they came up with some very objective recommendations, but they also came up with observations that needed to be clarified.
Right.
For instance, they talked about inclusivity. And the inclusivity, in their own view, they kind of restricted it to women presidential candidates. Definitely the world over, that level of inclusivity, because it is according to the parties, but it is also according to the individual interested parties. We've had quite a number of female candidates come up in recent times. This time around, the fact that none came up You can't put it to anyone. You can't put it to the NRM. You can't put it to government, because offering yourself as a candidate is an individual decision. So if there are no ladies that took up that decision, it's not something that you can blame to the Electoral Commission or to the party or to anyone. But the inclusivity can be seen in terms of parliamentary, to the extent that in the Constitution of Uganda, there are those slots and there are those offices, there are those constituencies that are exclusive for women. Like, for instance, the woman member of parliament, and we have them. And that is exclusive. So that answers the question of inclusivity through legal framework. It is provided for and it is reserved for women. So when you talk about inclusivity, Uganda is an inclusive space where women and affirmative action is guaranteed. When you look at the women, they are provided for. When you look at the youth, they are provided for. When you look at workers, they are provided for. When you look at disabled, they are provided for. In terms of inclusivity, I've not seen or heard any jurisdiction in the world that is as inclusive as the Ugandan one, where different aspects of stakeholders are provided for. If anything, the Ugandan policy framework and constitutional framework is like a mirror. Our mirror is such that when you look in there, every image of stakeholder is there in this electoral process. You have the women there, you have the youth there, you have the disabled, you have the workers, you have the veterans, you even have the elderly. So tell me which aspect of the Ugandan polity is not reflected. And this is provided for in our legal framework. So the observers need to appreciate that. If anything, they should be congratulating us and appreciating us for being such an inclusive country where all sections of society are provided for. And they are going to be reflected in different levels of decision making. At the national level, even in the local government, the same principles do apply. So for me, I simply say we are the most inclusive world over. I'm not aware of any country that plays the inclusivity card to the level, the scope, and the spread that we do it. And all that was as a result of the NRM government that is led by President Museveni, and that is part of the gains to be protected. So all those candidates that offered themselves were protecting the gains that were shared by the NRM government under candidate Yoweri Museveni.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Mike Sevalu. Now, on your screen, indeed, as you've seen, Jethro at Lubowa, that is the National Tally Center. He is going to have a conversation with the Vice President of Uganda, that is Major Jessica Alupo. I cannot imagine what she feels like right now, but let's head straight to the National Tally Center and hear that conversation as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for keeping it UBC. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa, the National Tally Center, where we do expect the EC Chairperson Justice Simon Byabakama together with the Commission to come and give us the final and the last update or the verdict on who will be the President-elect, since all results do come in to this very side. But the last that we did have, of course, we had gathered about 47,499 votes from the different polling stations out of the 50,739, meaning we had covered about 93.61%. But of course, we do have different dignitaries, we do have different observers, we do have different agents who are coming in to witness, but also to hear the exact information on how and when and who will be the President-elect expect. I do have the opportunity to talk to Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Jessica Alupo. She will be telling us her opinion. What does she think? Her Excellency, thank you so much for sparing time. First things first, you went in unopposed as a woman member of parliament to represent Katakwi district again. How did you get to this? How did you make it once again that the people decided that you go back to parliament to represent them?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, viewers. The election process is a process that is very crucial, and therefore all the stakeholders are normally very keen in participating and contributing to the process. Therefore, I would like to start by thanking all Ugandans who have participated in these elections as candidates, as electorate, as mobilizers in different capacities. For the case of Katakwi, I would like to state that my journey on this election process was very interesting. But what I would like to point out is that the elections in Katakwi during the NRM primaries and from the time I got nominated in the national election were very free and fair. The atmosphere, the environment was extremely conducive and level for all candidates. All the candidates who contested against me were very free to interact with me at all times, and we did our campaigns as sisters. For my sister who withdrew and gave way for me to become unopposed, I thank her very sincerely for her insight in recognizing that that was a good and a better option for all of us as the people of Katakwi district. And I indeed thank her and all the people of Katakwi district. So in as far as the elections for the presidential elections is concerned, somehow I participated in some parts of the country. I also noted that there was a conducive environment across the country for all the presidential candidates to reach out to the electorate. And I noted that all the people of Uganda are now aligned, are now aware and conscious that they must exercise their democratic right to select leaders after every 5 years. And on the election day, as early as 7 o'clock, the people were very many in the polling stations. I thank the people of Uganda for going out to demonstrate that it is possible to freely and democratically elect our leaders after every 5 years. I have seen from the results in the tally so far is that His Excellency President Museveni is leading with 71.8%, and I think it is permissible to congratulate him even at this point as we wait for the final results that are going to be announced. His Excellency the President has presided over the campaigns in a very peaceful and fatherly way. He has presided over the campaigns in a way that was enabling all leaders of different colors to freely mix with the people, and I think we should also pay tribute to him for that.
Your Excellency, talking about very many politicians who went through unopposed, there are rumors that very many honorable members of parliament are actually buying out these people. What do you say about this?
For that statement that you have just made, I ably responded to the situation for Katakwi district, where my opponent voluntarily withdrew to give way for me to be unopposed in a mutual way, in a way that was not out of coercion, in a way that was out of pressure. My thinking is that that should have been the case for all the candidates that went unopposed. If it is not the case, then I think it is also not my responsibility to delve into that. I think it is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission.
Your Excellency, my last question to you. Today and any minute from now, the EC will be giving out their final declaration. What should Ugandans expect? We have received different phone calls. There is fear that anything might happen when it comes to security, but you are on the top.
As I have said, from the results, His Excellency President Museveni is leading, and the Ugandans are all watching the TV, they are listening to radios, and they are following. It is important for all of us to prepare for the outcome of the elections. In whichever category we belong to, in as far as parties are concerned, I call upon all Ugandans first and foremost to recognize that in any and in every election there is always a winner and those that may not win. But that does not mean the end of the story. We need to recognize that even when we do not win, we remain Ugandans and we remain to offer service to our people. And I have noted one of the strong undertakings that the president has made in the country is unite all of us. So after the outcome of the results that are due to be announced, I call upon all Ugandans to remain united and rally behind the president who is going to be announced so that he can be able to implement the programs for the betterment of all Ugandans. I call upon the security forces also to exercise their right of securing all the people of Uganda under the law. And I want also to persuade all Ugandans to recognize and comprehend the role and responsibilities of the security teams who are deployed. I would like Ugandans to look at them as their own brothers and sisters who are also there to play their role, to ensure that whether the election, after election, we must remain Ugandans and continue conducting our businesses as we have been doing so before the election.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency, retired Major Jessica Alupo, for that insight. Ladies and gentlemen, anytime from now, the EC chairperson will be coming in to give us the last update, and we shall be knowing who will be the president-elect anytime from now. For now, I hand over to the broadcast house.
Jethro, for that conversation with the Vice President of Uganda about 2:45 p.m. when the Electoral Commission comes back to give us the final result of the constituents of Uganda as we find out who the President of Uganda 2026-2031 is. That is for the next 5 years. You are watching UBC TV and we come to you live from Nile Avenue, UBC, UG goes to the polls 2026. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. In studio with me is Honorable Mike Sevalu, and we're having conversations here and there regarding this particular season that we are in as Ugandans. And on that note, one of the mentions that the Honorable Vice President has made is on security. Coming back to you, Honorable Mike Sevalu. She did talk about the fact that as Ugandans, we should not fear security members. We should look at them as our brothers and sisters who are also playing their role. Do you really think that Ugandans are able to perceive men in uniform in such a stature?
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie. One thing on a light note, when I hear people say that when the chairman of the Electoral Commission is coming to tell us who the next president is, I just put in a bit of a light moment that when he comes to confirm, because for sure we all know that the president at the level of 71.8%, that is irreversible. It is not something that can be reversed. Like I did indicate earlier on, the president overlapped his next opponent 3 times. So to undo that and be able to gain victory is something that may never, even miracles of that nature can't happen now. Now, regarding security, one of the biggest gains that we are protecting is peace, security, and stability. And what is the reflection and the attraction of majority of you?
standing, I would like to invite Apostle Dr. Joseph Serada, the presiding apostle of the Born Again Faith in Uganda, to come and lead us in a prayer to commit this afternoon, this evening, this occasion in the hands of the Almighty, that He may guide us in whatever we're going to do. Apostle Dr. Serada.
Let us pray. Father God, we, the people of Uganda that you made in your own likeness, the nation that you prepared for this day before time, on whose wings we have sailed throughout these days till today. Allow us today to come to your very presence with thanksgiving. When we started out, at the beginning of this exercise, every one of our prayer houses centered their prayer on this day. We asked for your help. We could not look to the heavens, we could not look to the hills or the valleys, because our help comes from you, O Lord. Guided by the word of the Bible, in the book of wisdom, in Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 18, where King Solomon advises and guides that the ballot puts an end to quarrels and decides between powerful contenders. We asked for your help so that you cover us with your peace, because you are the Prince of Peace, and heaven is the source of that peace. We ask for angels to be on guard as the season ahead of us and ahead of the nation threatened violence and agitation began to build up. We asked for wisdom for the chairman and indeed the entire body of the Electoral Commission, for capability and capacity, so that they may be equal to the task to manage this awesome exercise. They have done their best, and we know that the rest is now in your able hands. We asked for discipline in the armed forces, and we've now marked improvement in their conduct during this trying season, as you have indeed prevailed over each one of us. We ask for a spirit of maturity for those running for office, their supporters and their promoters alike, knowing that these days and these times would become times of high emotions. We asked all this because we knew there would be losers and winners at every stage, whether announced at the polling station or at the final tallying center. That great day and that moment has now arrived. We thank you for allowing us to see this day. We now stand at the tail end of this exercise and wish to thank you because almost every prayer has been answered in the affirmative. We implore you to cause the spirit of understanding, and that there should be areas of uncertainty and issues cropping up, you would quickly help us. You've done so. We saw how you helped us sail through the hours of emotion, distress, and anxiety as the science of the BVV machines failed and fear was setting over the nation and its occupants. You helped us, not many minutes after. But thank you, Lord, even the more, because we were allowed to cast our votes using our traditional paper registers in relative peace and tranquility. The devil tried to cause chaos, but your guardian angels prevailed. Thank you, Lord, that all our presidential candidates have traversed the breadth of this nation in a diversity of landscapes, through highlands and valleys and flatlands. None has reported any incidents of roadside attacks nor banditry activities. They worked hard, day and night, but none has been reported sick. You sustained them through her national tour, and we confess that must have been your energy that sustained them. Thank you, Lord. We look back at the campaigns and remember the crowds, the music, the excitement, the campaign speeches, the promises, the speedy drives, and in some instances, the slippery roads of the countryside. Through it all, you have been with us. It has been you. And since last evening, as the results started to trickle from different parts of the nation, causing anguish and excitement at the same time, as it became clear who was winning and who was losing, we now ask that you put your able and strong hand on Uganda again. You have helped us before. Lord, help us again. Help us to realize that there is no authority except as ordained by God. We accept those you have set in office and promise to pray for them so that they can serve not only the people they represent, but the government and the interests of heaven. Turn all these men and women into a force for the common good of our society. Make them all into instruments of peace, progress, and fighters of corruption and evil. We pray for acceptance of these results, since we all know that it is human beings in charge. We accepted democracy, a system of the people, by the people, for the people. We realize that these human beings can only do so much. We have already heard of unopposed candidates for whom we give thanks. We have also heard of others who won the race over others. But let this be the beginning of great days to come. We pray for more wisdom to consolidate all the campaign manifestos in one document so that no good idea is left unutilized just because the promoter did not win or wasn't on this or the other side. As we look to the future, the aspirations of our people, most of them young, cannot be shoved to the sides. The hopes of the older ones cannot be pushed away. Those unable to fend or speak for themselves have their eyes on us, Lord. Help Uganda to retain its position as the power of Africa. Lord, we are a young nation, and we ask that heaven help us, most of us young people, to enjoy the next season. May the aspirations of the people take precedence in the affairs of our state and nation. And may you, our God, take preeminence over all, in all, above all, and with us. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And everyone said, Amen. Thank you.
May please take your seats, and thank you very much, Apostle Dr. Joseph Serwada, for the powerful prayer that you have prayed here. Our dear distinguished guests, those in the hall here, and those, the millions that are watching this very important occasion from across this beautiful country, Uganda, and beyond, you are welcome to the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. You are welcome to the Electoral Commission grounds here in Ruboa, Rweza, where the tallying and declaration of these results is going to be made momentarily. Dear guests, I wish to take this opportunity to introduce to you the commission, so that those that are in the room and those that are there watching will know who is here in front of you. And from my left, from the left, let me introduce Commissioner Peter Emorud. Welcome, Commissioner Peter Emorud. Let me introduce Commissioner Honorable Anthony Okello. Let me introduce Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali. Let me introduce the Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Hajat Aisha Rubega. Let me introduce the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Lord Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon. Let me introduce Commissioner Honorable Stephen Tashobya. Let me introduce Commissioner Caroline Bright Binamario. And let me introduce Mr. Richard Kamushababo, the Acting Secretary of the Commission. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the country and the world is waiting for the words from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the Commission. I will now take this singular honor to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to speak to the country, to speak to Ugandans here in this room and those millions that are watching across this vast land and beyond these borders. Lord Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you, Julius. Our distinguished guests, let me start with a word of apology for having kept you waiting. We are just ensuring that every dot, every comma, and full stop is in place. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Secretaries General of political parties who are present in our midst, the official agents of all the presidential candidates who are present, representatives of political parties and organizations, the heads of national and international election observer missions, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, members of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, civil society groups and organizations, members of the Commission and staff of the Electoral Commission, members of our distinguished partners, the media, or the press, all of you distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me on this historical day, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, to welcome you to this National Tally Center for the Presidential Elections 2026, which is located here at the Electoral Commission Head Office grounds, Luweza, Lubowa, Makindye, Sabagabo Municipal Council, Wakiso District. The Commission wishes to congratulate the people of Uganda upon the successful conduct of the presidential and parliamentary elections, which were concluded on the 15th of this month. This election has been held at a time when Uganda is marking 30 years of the 1995 Constitution, which provided for the establishment of a permanent electoral commission with its mandate to organize and conduct regular elections and referenda. The commission has since then organized 7 general elections under this new constitution. That is the 1996, 2001, 2006, 2011, 2016, 2021, and now the 2026 general elections. These elections are derived from the bedrock of Article 1 of the Constitution, which says all power belongs to the people, and they shall exercise this power by, through their will and consent, electing their leaders in a free and fair election. The 15th of January, therefore, was the epitome of the actualization of that power. We therefore salute the people of Uganda for embracing elections as the means of determining or choosing their leaders at various levels for the next 5 years, in line with the period stipulated in Article 61, Clause 2 of the Constitution. The roadmap for the 2025-26 general elections, as we may recall, was launched on the 2nd of August 2023, and working with you, our esteemed stakeholders, and more especially the millions of Ugandans who are not able to be here, who are in the various areas of the country, carrying on with their normal, important day-to-day activities that are of direct benefit to them and their families and the nation at large. The Commission has been able to execute the various milestones under the electoral program, leading to polling or to the elections that are now underway. It's no doubt, without the participation of the people of Uganda, we wouldn't have reached where we are now. I salute you all, the citizens of this country. We are glad to note that these elections have been held and concluded as scheduled, in accordance with the roadmap that we issued to the nation in August 2023. The Commission appreciates all stakeholders in the electoral processes, including the electorate, the government, the political parties, the civil society organizations, media, the development partners, the business community, the security agencies, national and international observers, religious leaders and cultural leaders, among others so many, for the support and the various roles you have played in your respective capacities at whatever level you are required to play your role towards the successful conduct of these elections. The Commission wishes to salute all the candidates who offered themselves for both the presidential and parliamentary elections. We wish to congratulate those candidates who have been declared as winners in the parliamentary, that is. For presidential, we have not yet declared. But for parliamentary, a number of people have been declared to have emerged victorious. We wish to appeal to all other participating candidates and their supporters to remain calm and accept the outcome of the elections. The Commission reiterates our appreciation to all the stakeholders for the responsible and peaceful conduct exhibited during the elections. We call upon all Ugandans to keep up this conduct during the period following the declaration of results this afternoon of the various elections that are going to be held in the future, especially the local government elections, starting with the concluded presidential and parliamentary elections. I urge all candidates, the agents, supporters, their supporters, to put Uganda first in all their decision-making and actions before, during, and after elections. Where any stakeholder may not be satisfied with any processes leading to the elections or the outcome of the said elections, we want to encourage you that there are adequate laws in this land that provide the avenue for addressing any such concerns or grievances. Furthermore, we want you to ensure that this responsible conduct is upheld during the forthcoming local government council elections, including the special interest groups elections to the respective local government councils and the parliament that are scheduled, as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, on the designated dates which I wish to point out. Although we are here to declare the results for the presidential elections, the local government elections have not yet been held. They are to take place within these first 30 days, that is between the 15th of January and 6th of February, and most importantly, they are part and parcel of the elections that are stipulated in Article 61, Clause 2. Elections for President, members of Parliament, those ones took place on the 15th. On the 19th of January, there will be a national conference for election of workers' representatives to Parliament. On the 20th of January, there will be election of councillors representing special interest groups, that is youth, older persons, and persons with disabilities at municipality or city division level. Election of councillors representing special interest groups, that is youth, older persons, workers, and PWDs at district or city level, will take place on the 21st of January this year. Elections of district local government councils, that is district stroke city chairpersons, Lord Mayor, mayors, and councillors, 27th January. Regional conferences for election of regional youth representatives to Parliament, 28th of January. National conference for election of national female older persons representative to Parliament, 28th January. Army Council meeting for election of UPDF representatives to Parliament, 28th of January. Election of councillors representing special interest groups at sub-county or town or municipal division level, 30th of January. Regional conference for election of older persons representatives to Parliament, 2nd of February. National conference for election of persons with disabilities representatives to Parliament, 3rd February. Elections of sub-county, stroke town, stroke municipal division chairpersons and councillors, 4th of February. National conference for election of national female youth representatives to Parliament, 6th February. After this round of elections, the elections provided for under Article 61 Clause 2 will have been concluded or held within the stipulated time frames. The Electoral Commission wishes also to appreciate the government of the Republic of Uganda for fulfilling its obligation in financing the entire election budget. I wish to remind the country that these grounds where we are will house the permanent home of the Electoral Commission. We are therefore very grateful to the government of Uganda for the partnership with the National Housing Corporation, with whom we have worked tirelessly to have successful nominations of presidential candidates and now the National Tally Center on these grounds. We would like to use this opportunity to appeal to government, provide all the necessary funding to develop this permanent home to completion, and pray that by the next round of general elections, which are in 2031, there will be a permanent home of the Commission on these grounds. Let me say this to the people of Uganda. Presidential parliamentary elections are over. The local government elections are coming, they will soon be over. I wish to appeal to all Ugandans of whatever class or level in society that let us now focus on that which is far greater than elections. And that is our country, Uganda. Let us all be united in the quest and desire for a better Uganda that we can all live in unity, in harmony, and in peace. Let the victors not be so exuberant in their celebrations to the chagrin of the losers. And let the losers take their defeat with acceptance and know there is another day for another attempt. The Commission will now proceed to declare the results of the presidential elections in accordance with Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act, and undertakes to share the detailed results with the stakeholders. I thank you for listening to me. This is the final declaration of the presidential results. In accordance with Article 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act. Whereas the presidential election was held on the 15th of January 2026, at which the candidates were Bulira Frank Kabinga, Kasivante Robert, Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, Mabirizi Joseph, Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni. And whereas polling for the presidential elections closed at 5 p.m. on the 15th day of January 2026, and whereas the Electoral Commission has ascertained the results of the presidential elections, now therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred upon the Commission by Article 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act, the Commission publishes and declares the results of the presidential elections as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 45,959 votes. I repeat, Bulira Frank Kabinga, 45,959 votes. Kasivante Robert, 33,440. Kasivante Robert, 33,440. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 2,741,238. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 2,741,238 votes. Mabirizi Joseph, 23,458. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 59,276. I repeat, Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 59,276 votes. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 31,666 votes. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, I repeat, 666 votes. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 209,039 votes. 209,039 votes. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,946,772. I repeat, Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,946,772 votes. Total number of invalid votes cast is 275,353. Total number of invalid votes cast, 275,353, amounting to 2.42% of the votes cast. Total number of votes cast is 11,366,201. I repeat, total number of votes cast is 11,366,201, amounting to 52.50% of the registered voters. Now, therefore, candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, having obtained the highest number of votes in the election and the votes cast in his favor being more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election, the Commission hereby declares the elected president declares candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni
It's been 3 months of campaigns here in Uganda. 8 candidates convincing you, and only one has emerged the winner of the general elections 2026 in Uganda. Candidate Kaguta Museveni, now His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda 2026-2031, with a total vote of 7,946,772 votes that Ugandans have given him as the President of Uganda. Back to Lubowa.
All right. Maybe people asking for the percentage of the votes scored by each candidate. Bulira Frank Kavinga, his total votes amount to 0.41%. Kasivante Robert, 0.30%. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 24.72%. Mabirizi Joseph, 0.21%. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 0.53%. Munyagwa Mbarak Serunga, 0.53%. 8.29%. Nandalama Fabi James Nathan, 1.88%. Yoweri Tuhavuro Kaguta Museveni, 71.65%. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, that being the final act on the part of the Electoral Commission, I wish once again to thank you for your attendance in such numbers, your keen participation in observing, in witnessing this very important milestone in our democracy. We pray that we move on to our various activities in peace, in harmony, and common understanding for the well-being of each one of us, our country Uganda, and posterity. May God bless you. I now declare the National Tally Center for the 2026 general elections and the business attendant thereto officially closed. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. The commission will come in front here and take a photo for posterity and for the records of the present and the future that this occasion, this very important exercise took place here.
Yes, to you tuned into UBC TV, that has been the final announcement by the Electoral Commission Chairman, Justice Simon Byabakama, with candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the NRM winning with 71.65% of the vote cast on the 15th of January 2026. Now, we want to talk to the Prime Minister of Uganda, what this victory means to them as the NRM and the priorities of the next government as Ugandans have given them the mandate. Right Honorable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on this news and congratulations in Kakumi.
Thank you.
What does this news mean to you as the NRM?
This is great news. I want to thank the people of Uganda, one, for turning up in big numbers to vote, and for voting His Excellency General Yoweri Museveni with that overwhelming support. Remember, in 2021, Museveni got 58.3%. In 2016, he got around 61%. But now, 71% means that all Ugandans have accepted that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is the way to go. One, because of peace and security. Two, because of social services. We have been moving steadily since when NRM came to power. As you are aware, 80% of our people now are elite. They can write, they can read. You are aware that Uganda is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, by the way. We are number 7 according to World Bank among the African countries. And so, for me, I feel now it's another opportunity for us as government to, one, accelerate the achievements we have so far attained. Two, under the health services, we need to have drugs in our health facilities. In schools, we need our children, the dropout rate to stop, because it has been so because of illegal charges in our schools. Under infrastructure, we need now to concentrate on tarmac roads so that we can connect district by district on tarmac roads. Electricity, we need to increase and accelerate the connections. And generation, because our target is to have 52,000 megawatts by the year 2040. So all that, I think Ugandans have seen that NRM is the way to go. Then we also need to increase on household income. Remember our projects or programs, the PDM, where we are facilitating homesteads with 1 million Uganda cedis. That's around $300,000, so that people can now have some little capital to buy inputs and develop themselves. We want them to join the money economy. We now have 30% of our population who are still outside the money economy. So after this, we need to also concentrate on peace and security so that people are free. And you know, Uganda is one of the most peaceful countries in Africa. We need to accelerate development. Remember the 10-fold strategy where we want to industrialize our country. And that's why I've talked about electricity generation. So you cannot talk about industrialization without power. So we need to, and of course green energy. We need our people to stop using violence. Eventually, you will see Uganda peaceful again.
Welcome back from Lubowa. In just a bit we're going back, but thank you very much Uganda for watching UBC TV. Thank you for allowing us be your company as we have been bringing you updates of this election cycle, the general elections 2026, right from when the journey started until it's not really the end, but of course this has been a major one that has got every Ugandan hold their breath, reminding you that there are other elections to take shape. So please go and participate and vote for your mayors, local council, government leaders as well, and be part of making policies in your own right for your nation and for yourself as a citizen of Uganda. Of course, we give a great thank you to the whole team, field team that has been on ground giving us the reports and updates as they've been coming through. General elections 2026, Uganda goes to the polls, has gone to the polls for the president, and the new president of Uganda 2026 to 2031 is His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. That's it from us. Of course, we'll be handing over to the rest of the team, but for now, back to Lubowa.
Buvunaanyizibwa bwa buli muntu tusaba tukuume obutebenkevu mu ggwanga lino. Teosobola kukulaakulana nga tolina butebenkevu. Akalulu nze bannangirira luli bannangirira
basooka kuyitinga na prime minister bamutwala
nze akalulu kange kaali kiriya yensonga lwaki wandaba nga ntambula ne muzeeyi nnyo kubanga abantu bange baali bamaze okunsuubiza. Njagala okusiima ab'e Kakumiro olw'obuwagizi bwe bampa ate n'okulonda kwe baakola kubanga tulina bye tukozeeko e Kakumiro. Wali e Kakumiro kati naffe tulina ku nguudo za kolas, tulina amasannyalaze, tulina amazzi, abantu bakulaakulana. Kakumiro eri emu ku districts ezikula ku speed ey'amaanyi. So bampadde obululu bungi nnyo, ebitundu kumpi kutuuka ku 8. Mbadde mbulayo points ntono nnyo. Mbadde okuba 8 mbadde nyina abakyala 2 bo bagabanye buli In fact, President yasingidde Kakumiro yafunye 9.7 nze nafunye yes 78%.
So owangudde abantu abali mu liigi y'abasinga baali unopposed. Gwe Kakumiro kyajja kitya?
Nze enkola yange yanjawulo, njagala democracy. Oba basobola okwesimba ku president ate nze oli bw'avaayo malayo nze siringa balala nti oba nja bazza ebbali oba nja kukola bwe nti oba nja banyigiriza tugende mu race kubanga mba nkimanyi nti abantu bajja kusalawo ng'era bwe basazeewo.
Challenges abantu ze babadde bakomplainingako mu ggwanga obwavu n'ebirala mu bitundu byaffe ebyo naddala eby'omu byalo obimanyi emisolo eminene nnyo eri abasuubuzi. Such problems, honorable, kiki ky'osuubiza abantu baffe mu gavumenti yammwe nti
mu gavumenti yaffe ewuliriza y'ensonga abantu bajongedde okudda mu buyinza. Tusuubiza okwongera okutunuulira mu nsonga ezo. Jjukira nti mbadde ntunuulira mu nsonga za bulijjo ez'abasuubuzi. Ojjukira myezi ng'esatu emabega ena ensonga zino twazikwata kannabwala era abaali banyigirizibwa ne tubayamba. Ne katujja genda mu maaso nga tu-engaginga abasuubuzi okulaba anyigirizibwa naddala mu by'emisolo okumuyambako tumakinga sure nti bizinesi zaabwe zisurvivinga.
Bemuwangudde mulimu abatannakkiriza nti bawangudde mu butuufu balina complaints. Bubaka ki bw'olina era mugenda kuuma obuwanguzi buno kooti tebaggyeko obuwanguzi?
Nze kyenyiza okubagamba kirungi bagende mu kooti abalina okwemulugunya kubanga etteeka bwe liragira. Naye walaba rallies za president nga bwe zaali waliyo ate walaba ne z'abannaffe kati nganze Kakumiro bati balina n'abagenti ku polling stations. Ebitundu ebimu ddala olabira ddala ng'abantu basazeewo kati ffe waffe President Museveni yafunye 9% bannaffe obumanyi bwe baafunye. And so njagala bakakkane ogenda mu ye democracy eyo kasita ogenda mu kalulu omanya nti ojja kuwangula oba bajja kuwangula. Mbadde nsaba okkirize ngende.
Era tweyanziza nnyo. The Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Robina Nabbanja, and that is her message. Remember, she is a member of the National Resistance Movement, the party whose candidate has just been announced now as winner of the 2026 general elections. Now, if you noticed on your screen, the NUP representative did not pick their declaration form. So we shall know later why and what is going to happen after, but that is how it all went here with President Museveni being announced as winner of the 2026 elections. We thank you so much for watching from where we began. Yes, tulaba ku Star TV. Okay. My colleague Timothy Nyangweso has someone to talk to very quickly here. Let us get to him and hear that information that side.
Welcome to the National Tally Center, even as it's getting closer to the end there. But I'm joined by Dr. Tango Doi, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission at the National Resistance Movement. You must be the most excited man today.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you very much, Ugandans, for doing what you're supposed to do. I'm so excited that we gave the party and the country a flamboyant, very easy to sell flag bearer. And we are also happy that we've got a percentage far beyond what we got last season, because 74% to us, our target had been 80 to 85%. But that notwithstanding, I'm quite happy because I know the challenges of an election as a chair of NRM Electoral Commission. I want to call upon every and sundry that this is now over. Let's actually buttress our candidate who has won. Let us follow his unity message, follow his message of household income, and Uganda moves on.
So I also saw the number of members of parliament is now 353. You were at the beginning of this. Now you're coming towards the end of it. How does that make you feel, sir?
Well, people have been blaming the primaries. That once you actually fail in the primaries, you can go independent. This is a test that you must respect the outcome of NRM primaries. I am so excited that we are now up 354 MPs who are flag bearers, and we are yet to get more. Even the independents who participated in the primaries but went independent are only 22. Those independents who said we are not joining any party are 17. So I want to tell you, you must belong to your political party and you must begin to follow up and listen to the party. I'm so excited that NRM is going to hold the house, a stable house, for another 5 years.
So I see members of parliament in place, the president-elect in place, business is now. What should Ugandans expect from the NRM now that business is kicking off?
The flag bearers of LOC 5 next want to dominate the rural, want to take over up to LOC 3 and then LOC 1, because the stability of the top depends on the grassroots. We have energized our grassroots mobilizers. We have energized our structures. I, as chairman NRM Electoral Commission, I'm so happy because I put up a fight that let's elect the structure early, have them on ground, mobilize through them. Now the mobilization has reached a point where our presidential candidate has gained and our MPs have gained. Lastly, NRM members, if we could afford to listen to the message, well-packed message. The packaging was so good. The presidential candidate was so humorous. I think we are good to go. What do we want for our country? Unity, stability, and economic development.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And all the best. Congratulations that you've come this far. That is Dr. Tango Doi, who has given us a brief about his expectation. He came all the way from the primaries to where he is now, 354 members of parliament, but also he tells us 22 of them are independent. So that comes to about maybe 376 members of parliament that belong to the National Resistance Movement. The National Tally Center has officially been closed, especially with giving us the results that have come through. And the president has won by 71% there, and Honorable Kyagulanyi has got 24%. But we had the NUP walking out, and they walked out in protest.
And probably even if they take any legal kind of step, I thought this would be some piece of evidence, but he didn't take it, and we didn't get a chance to talk to him. I don't know at what speed he walked out of the face of the electoral commission.
Fortunately, I met him and he was giving a press briefing.
Okay, he talked to the media,
yes,
people that were out,
yes, he persisted on Article 29, where Ugandans are allowed to protest peacefully. So that is the message he has put. He has not told us about the next steps. He has said some of the results that have been gotten from the districts have discrepancies from what they have and what has been declared here. He hasn't given us anything. He has also said that the Honorable Kyagulanyi, they are not sure about his whereabouts. So those are the statements he made and after left the grounds.
Okay, when we're going to be talking to them,
yes,
we shall get the information later, but generally we can't have an answer.
Yes,
because
I would like to leave you with
I also saw the National Peasants Party,
yes,
people also walking out, probably in protest.
Let me leave you with the
chairman,
the mayor, Uhuru Salim.
Mayor Uhuru Salim. Yes, please. Yes, we have been watching you on the rallies and everywhere in the news as the man at the center of the campaigns. This must be a very good day for you.
Very true.
What kind of gear did you engage this time as the campaign team for Yoweri Museveni to get a 70.1% compared to a 50-something of 2021?
Well, first and foremost, I'm going to thank the Almighty God. I'm going to thank every Ugandan who came out to vote, because I can assure you the tension that was in town, the election has been so peaceful. People came, though the numbers are a bit low, but at least they came, expressed their person they want, and voted peacefully and went. Whatever had transpired, they were there in the boxes and they accepted this time. At least the miracle that happened is because they empowered the structures. We are all one team now. Okay. There are no fractions coming from State House saying these ones are going to mobilize on behalf of State House in Kampala. So this time we said, Your Excellency, kindly leave the structures be empowered, leave the chairman do the work. Okay. So I can assure you we have done a tremendous job, not me as alone. I cannot promise you that I was alone. It's a team of all structures that came out to bring this victory.
Okay. We saw some pressure groups.
Yes.
Actually, I'll bring this to your attention. We saw some groups, we are NRM, this, NRM, that. They came up under an umbrella protesting you people of alienating them, leaving them out and doing your thing. Yet all along we work with the NRM, but they left us out and things like that.
That was where the challenge now started. We accept and we welcome any pressure group. But when you come to my constituency, when you come to Kampala, there's leadership. There's leadership. So just come, tell me, because the objective is one. We have one objective, one mission to do. So why do you want to operate under circumstances that we do not know? So we are saying, kindly, yes, you're a pressure group. You love His Excellency Kaguta Museveni. Yes. I love him too. Let us work for victory. But now when you come to my area, you begin doing your operations on your own. There's no one assessing you. There's no one doing an impact to know what is happening. So that was stopped, and now we said you come, and they joined us. You know, I want to thank most of the pressure groups that joined us end of the day, and we moved because we need them. I cannot do this job myself. We need everybody.
You are the chair and vice chairperson Kampala. Ngaba kukubye nnyo ku MP level.
Anya gambe ate kunono ndese ba MP basatu ntandise Hajati Misa Kawanda, ndese Honorable Ruhindi ne Madina. It has never happened. 3 MPs never happened in Kampala.
3 MPs.
3 MPs NRM.
You took a part of Kawempe, Nakawa and Central.
Webale nnyo. And you very well know Kawempe is not easy. And we were standing against Nyanzi, Chairman Nyanzi. So it is not easy, but I want to thank the people of Kawempe for voting for Madina and Sereko. I want to thank the people of Nakawa voting Honorable Ruhindi, and Kampala Central, where I was the commander-in-chief. Thank you for voting Hajati Misa Kawanda.
But have you heard that all of those 3 areas, there are heaps of complaints that you rigged the elections?
I have not heard so, but good enough. When we were at the tally center, they were not even available, which means they accepted. Because they were not there. Totally. When we were declaring the results, they were not there. And even if they say so, please bring evidence that shows we rigged votes, because I expect they had agents there. I expect they had mobilizers there. So where did that issue come about? But I can assure you the exercise moved peacefully in the whole of Kampala, the 5 divisions.
We are now sloping towards local government, where you normally sit.
Yes.
I've seen a certain group that is preparing to throw you out.
Sample. Era, I can assure you, Ngasalimu uhuru Nsumuga, Nevuga Nyanzeka.
Are you serious?
Olaba Lulina Wangula Lulinga Umbrella, Badda Umbrella, Atikati, Nganina Ebikoledwa. So I'm going to leave it for the structures. Mobilize for me, bring victory. I'm going
to look for you after you have lost.
Even if this is an election, okiriza bakuwa era bampangula nja kukiriza bulungi bampangula nzire ku muchere gwake.
But I wish you all the best.
Inshallah, thank you so much.
That is Mayor Salim Uhuru, Mayor Kampala Central Division, and we were talking to him because he was part of the campaign team of candidate Yoweri Museveni, who has been declared today as winner of the general presidential election. And he says this time round he attributes the victory to the party allowing structures to operate the way they have to operate, and he thinks that's why they managed to win the election. Yes, Timo.
So, how has it been so far? We have been here 3 days.
Yes.
We have been able to see from the start to the end the tallying of votes on every day,
yes,
giving us hours there. In your view, how was it?
In my view, of course, we need to listen to the people that are complaining so that we get their version. Because those of us who have been here, the questions we came up with, we got answers.
Yes.
So we need to listen to the people that are complaining deeply to give us answers so that we get to know where they come from to forward the complaints. Why? In the night of the day we had the elections on the 15th.
Yes.
I was, can I say, vetted by 2 men. They told me, we don't know where this man is getting whatever he's announcing. We want to know where are the polling stations. So I got a chance to talk to an official in the Electoral Commission. I asked him, because I told him personally, I would also know when they pointed at it, I noticed there is a gap. Where do you get this information? The man told me, don't worry. So in the morning, I had the chance to interview the EC chairman. I asked him, everybody is wondering, how do you get information from the polling station to your table to deliver? He said, don't worry, my people are I'm going to instruct my technician to display everything. First of all, illustrate to the whole public on your cameras. Then the rest of you, you have laptops here, go and see, check. So I went to the system. It goes from the region. If it is Buganda, for example,
yes, you
go to the district,
Kampala.
Wakiso, for example. Then you go to your constituency, Busiro North, sub-county, Kachiri, to the village, to the polling station, and you will see the number of voters, who won how many, who lost, who got how much, and the percentages everywhere, the whole country.
But Jordan, when I look at the biometric,
yes,
it was supposed to be the game changer, especially that it had to scan the ballot paper, scan the finger or the iris, then be able to scan the DR form. So that is a gap that is there. When we talked to Benjamin, you and I, he raised concerns. He said he doesn't know where these results are coming from. Their DR forms are saying something else, and the transmission that is here is completely different.
Yes.
He protested and left immediately. So, looking at this and looking at what we have had in 2021, 2016, do you expect a presidential petition, and what will be the grounds?
That's why I said we need to listen to them more and get to understand where exactly they're coming from to question the results. First of all, this time round, the margin between the winner and the second runners up really is too big. One would really doubt whether somebody would, how much he would have stolen from you to hit you that big margin.
By 7 million.
You get. Because it is actually, imagine it's almost of 4 million, let's say. Because put the other 2 point something into the range of 3, then this person has 4 million votes ahead of you. So what did he really steal from you to get that big margin? So we really, I'm not rubbishing what their complaints are. I'm saying we need to sit down. They should give us time, especially those of us that can talk to them. They should give us time to understand. We shall break this information down for the public to understand what exactly their complaint is and where they come from.
So as we sign out, the NRM has led, and we have a president-elect, His Excellency the President of the country, President Yoweri Museveni. He is the president now. 354 members of parliament, 22 leaning to the NRM. That means they have gone up by about 376 members of parliament. They had recently 350, now they have gone up. Does that mean business will be better and services will be delivered better? That's the biggest concern here. But from me, I sign out as Timothy Nyangweso, and I hand you over to Jordan.
Michael Jordan Lukomwa. We were not just the two of us. We had a very strong big gun in the name of Jethro Kasaiji, who was part of us as we gave you whatever was happening here. We had a very big list of cameramen here: Isaac Nyonyintono, Jatindi Lawrence, Sega Wakarim, John Brown's Lukoli, and so many of them. Engineers led by Miss Irene Naiga, plus the head of the team herself, Sophia Matovo, and a very big team at Broadcast House in Kampala, who are ensuring that whatever Timothy says here gets to your room, to your restaurant, wherever you are watching. We cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you so much. Where are you taking me for lunch, having spent the whole day here talking, sir?
Let's see about lunch, because there's evening tea only. From us to you, we send you back to the Broadcast House.
Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye.
nkwaniriza nnyo ku UBC TV. Olunaku olwaleero lwe lunaku mulindwa era nga nze Amina Nabule Kajimu okubatuusaako amawulire ga UBC leero awamu ne munnange Muhammad Mugalu obubonero. Embozi etandise olunaku lwaffe olwaleero ye ya ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu ggwanga omulamuzi Simon Byabakama alangiridde munnakibiina kya NRM General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ng'omuwanguzi ow'akalulu ka 2026 oluvannyuma lw'okusinga banne bonna omusanvu babadde avuganya nabo. Kakati ng'asinziira ku kitebe ky'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda e Lubowa mu disitulikiti y'e Wakiso, Byabakama avuddeyo n'agamba nti Museveni afunye obululu obuwerera ddala obukadde 7 mu emitwalo 9,472 bye bitundu 7 n'obutundu 65 ku buli 100 naddirwa munnakibiina ekya National Unity Platform Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu akutte kyakubiri n'obululu obukadde 2 mu emitwalo 7,138 bye bitundu 24 n'obutundu obuwerera ddala 7 ku buli 100 katubirabe.
Let the victors not be so exuberant in their celebrations to the chagrin of the losers, and let the losers take their defeat with acceptance and know there is another day for another attempt. The Commission will now proceed to declare the results of the presidential elections in accordance with Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act and undertakes to share the detailed results with the stakeholders. I thank you for listening to me. This is the final declaration of the presidential results. In accordance with Article 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act. Whereas the presidential election was held on the 15th of January 2026, at which the candidates were Bulira Frank Kabinga, Kasivante Robert, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, Mabirizi Joseph, Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan, Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni. And whereas polling for the presidential elections closed at 5 p.m. on the 15th day of January 2026, and whereas the Electoral Commission has ascertained the results of the presidential elections, now therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred upon the Commission by Article 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act, the Commission publishes and declares the results of the presidential elections as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 45,959 votes. I repeat, Bulira Frank Kabinga, 45,959 votes. Kasivante Robert, 33,440. Kasivante Robert, 33,440. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, 2,741,238. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, 2,741,238 votes. Mabirizi Joseph, 23,458. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 59,276. I repeat, Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 59,276 votes. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 31,666 votes. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, I repeat, 31,666 votes. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 209,039 votes. 209,039 votes. Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,946,772. I repeat, Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni, 7,946,772 votes. Total number of invalid votes cast is 275,353. Total number of invalid votes cast, 275,353, amounting to 2.42% of the votes cast. Total number of votes cast is 11,366,201. I repeat, total number of votes cast is 11,366,201, amounting to 52.50% of the registered voters. Now, therefore, candidate Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni, having obtained the highest number of votes in the election and the votes cast in his favor being more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election, the Commission hereby declares the elected president declares candidate Yoweri Haburwa Kaguta Museveni the duly elected president of the Republic of Uganda at the presidential elections held on the 15th day of January 2026 for the next 5 years. I remain
Watyo omulamuzi Simon Byabakama mugenyi ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda nga agenderera maaso n'okulangirira omuwanguzi Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akwatidde ekibiina kya NRM bendera ku buwanguzi obw'okulembera eggwanga lino. Ate era twongera n'okubanga tulambika n'okwongera okutegeeza nti waliwo amawulire agazze gayitingana naye Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu omu ku badde bavuganya ku ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga akwatidde NUP bendera tannakwatibwako. Teri muntu y'omu yamukutteko wadde nga taliwuwe era nga bino byennyini abyekakasirizza ku mikutu gye egy'enjawulo. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu tannakwatibwako nga bwe byasoose okwogerebwa nti yakwatiddwa tannakwatibwako. Ate gwo omuwendo gw'ababaka mu Parliament abagenzeeyo era abalangiriddwa ku buwanguzi ekibiina ekiri mu buyinza ekya NRM kye kikyasinze okubayo n'ababaka abangi